This is Audible.
Little Brown Audio presents Bloody Dangerous, written by Colin Bell and read by James Warrior with Colin Bell. A note for the listener. There is an accompanying PDF which you can refer to while you're listening to this audiobook, with photos from the book. If you'd like to take a look, simply download the accompanying PDF with this recording from your chosen audiobook provider.
My name is Colin Bell, Flight Lieutenant Colin Bell. I'd never been up in the air before, and I went up in this little biplane with a United States Army Air Force instructor. He said, "I'm going to tip the plane upside down. You let me know how you feel about it afterwards." And before I could sort of gather my senses, the plane was upside down at 1,000 feet, and I was looking down at the ground. Now, I was only 20 at the time, and I'd never experienced anything like this before. And quite frankly, it was bloody terrifying. But he then reverted and put the plane the right way up, and he said, "What did you think of that?" And I said, "I enjoyed every moment," which was not true.
Listen to the end of the audiobook for a first-hand account from the author, Colin Bell. By way of introduction. That wasn't so bad, I say, relieved. It is around 2 a.m. and still pitch black. We are heading home with an hour to run and are just approaching the coast. I'm beginning to think this job might not be so terrible after all. Our first raid, our first taste of the war in the air, and there had been hardly any anti-aircraft fire over the target in Hanover. Initially, unable to identify the target, we'd gone round once, but on the second pass we'd delivered our bombs in the right place, on time, and in good order. Now all we have to do is hope that the Germans don't have a squadron of night fighters out looking for us. Not too bad. But wait. Did you see that? Doug Redmond, my navigator, perched on his seat beside me, is a man of few words. There is alarm in his voice. Of course, I can see perfectly well what he sees. Searchlights are raking the sky, and shells are exploding directly in front of us about half a mile away. "I wonder who they're shooting at," he says. A moment later, the cockpit fills with light. Blinding light. Like falling over a cliff. My lingering anxiety pitches into terror, sheer terror, as I realize we have been coned, picked up by searchlight. They're onto us. Christ! And those shells are aimed at no one but Messrs. Bell and Redmond. It turns out, subsequently, that we had inadvertently entered the airspace above the Kriegsmarine base at Emden. For several seconds, I can see nothing. The light robs me of any vision outside the cockpit. I am forced to fly on instruments. This is hell. Actual hell. These bastards are intent on one thing and one thing alone, our destruction. The aeroplane shudders as a shell explodes nearby. Still unseeing, I slam the throttle open and throw the Mosquito into a vertical dive. This is an error. But at least the searchlight loses us and I get my sight back. We had been at 25,000 feet, but now the Earth is hurtling towards us at a colossal speed. Closing the throttle, I ease back on the control column. It does not move. Our speed and rate of descent are increasing. I pull hard on the stick, still nothing. I pull with all my strength, nothing. Now it's a question of which comes first. Does the aeroplane break up, or do we hit the ground? The roar of the slipstream fills the cockpit. Instinctively, no time to think this one through, I reach for the trim wheel. Winding it back as far as I can get it to go, it forces the tab to move just sufficiently to give some leverage on the elevator. I haul on the stick, half expecting something to break. The elevator control cable, the elevator itself, the main spar even. The aeroplane responds, slowly at first, and I hear a loud crack coming from the perspex canopy above my head. But the airframe holds, and eventually I bring the aeroplane gratefully back into level flight. I once heard that someone in a Lancaster did something similar. An Australian pilot, I believe, got it into an enormous nosedive, got it up to a speed no Lancaster had ever achieved before. Coming out, the inertia was so high that the aeroplane actually looped. A Lancaster looped the loop. When he reported it, no one believed him. It was only when the German pilot trying to shoot him down was himself shot down later in the war that the story was corroborated. The Luftwaffe man said he couldn't believe his eyes. This is why the first 4 or 5 raids are so dangerous. Frightened out of your wits, you make stupid mistakes. We were lucky. Many were not. Lucky in our case that I'd received the best pilot training in the world. Turn 50 degrees starboard. Doug's voice is icily calm. He is back on the case already. 50 degrees starboard, I say, with equal calm, though I don't feel it, as I bank the Mosquito to the right. We sit together in silence as I climb back up to operational height. Eventually, I speak. "You know what?" I say. But Doug does not reply. He is busy plotting our course. I'm beginning to think this business might be a bit bloody dangerous after all. My words hang in the air as we continue in silence, save for the thrumming of our 2 Merlin engines. Chapter 1. The Wooden Wonder. It might be thought surprising that I have left writing about my wartime experiences for so long. The reason is that I led a busy professional life as a chartered surveyor until I retired at the age of 98. Since then, and since the death of my beloved wife, I have kept busy by making new friends and keeping up with old ones, as well as by raising money for charity. I am writing now because I think it important at this moment in our history that we remind ourselves what we were fighting for during the Second World War. We fought for our values, and we fought for our freedom. We fought against a vile enemy, not the German people, but the cruel regime that had taken over that country and wanted to take over the world. Today, it feels like those same evil forces are abroad once again. As a young man, I had, along with most of the rest of the country, read and been chilled by the infamous speech of one of Himmler's henchmen, about how, when they had beaten the British, all the able-bodied men and women between the ages of 16 and 45 will be exported as slaves to the continent. The old and weak will be exterminated. Thus, in a generation or 2, the British will disappear. This was to be carried out in pursuit of the Nazis' mad theories of blood and soil and racial purity. I am aware that people nowadays say that this speech was never actually delivered, yet nobody denies that this is exactly what the Nazis had in mind. All the news coming out of Europe confirmed it back then. Concentration camps, summary executions, kangaroo courts and the like, which was why we went willingly to war. Was it worth it? Of course it was. You have to stand up to bullies. Despots attack weak nations and democracies, just as we see in our own time. The aeroplane I was privileged to be flying that night when I was almost obliterated flying over Emden was a de Havilland DH-98 Mosquito. Even today, I am amazed at the ingenuity of Geoffrey de Havilland and the design team that came up with the wooden wonder. It still seems incredible that you could create something so strong and so durable from a mixture of spruce, birch plywood, balsa, and glue. And not only that, but that this could be the structure that carried a pair of Spitfire fighter engines producing upwards of 1,300 horsepower each. Yet it worked brilliantly. Until the advent of the Hawker Tempest, the Mosquito was the fastest aircraft in the Allied inventory, and until the advent of the Messerschmitt Me-262 jet fighter in mid-1944, it was in fact the fastest operational aircraft in the world. Flying one was like flying a Ferrari. Mind you, you wouldn't say it was the sort of aeroplane to take your girlfriend in for a joyride. It was very short on creature comforts, as in, there weren't any. Sitting in your seat was a bit like sitting at a crowded table in a restaurant. You felt hemmed in. Even getting aboard was difficult, especially when you were encumbered by your parachute and Mae West life jacket, named after the voluptuous film star of the 1920s and 1930s, because when it inflated, it made you look as buxom as she. To get inside, you had to crouch down underneath the forward end of the fuselage and climb up a narrow set of telescopic steps into the cabin. The pilot went first, as he sat slightly ahead of the navigator. Otherwise, you'd have to clamber over him to get into your seat. As it was, you had to bend almost double and turn as you swung yourself into position on the port side of the cabin. Once there, your view out was restricted more or less to the left-hand side of the aeroplane, and at least in the tail-down position, it was not much of a view at that. This was due to the great bulk of your port engine getting in the way, and beyond it, the wing. The view improved a bit when you got your tail up on takeoff, but even then there were huge blind spots. You could see nothing below and behind. You could improve things a bit by raising or lowering the seat, but that was governed by your height. You could adjust the rudder pedals too, but however you arranged things, conditions in the cabin were very cramped and Spartan. The instrument panel was directly in front of you at chest height, and only just beyond the maximum forward reach of the control column. Because the aeroplane was so fast, the Mosquitoes used by the Light Night Striking Force, LNSF, of which I was a member, had no ordnance other than the 4 500-pound bombs it carried. Yet, when the idea of an unarmed bomber was first proposed to the Air Ministry, it was met with scorn. It would be madness to send aircraft on bombing raids with no means to defend themselves, people said. They'd be cut to pieces by enemy fighters. What was not understood was just how fast the aeroplane was going to be. It turned out to be capable of 420 miles an hour at 28,000 feet. In contrast, the Messerschmitt Me-109, the plane that was its most frequent opponent, couldn't climb that high, and the Messerschmitt's top speed at altitude was 40 miles per hour slower. Until the advent of the Me-262, the only aeroplane with a hope of taking down a Mosquito was a Focke-Wulf 190. Although still slower than a Mosquito, it had a ceiling of 30,000 feet. Typically, we conducted our bombing runs at 25,000 feet. We could go higher, but this was the height the boffins had decided was the maximum consistent with accuracy of delivery. So the Germans would stack 190s in the sky above us. These were the Wilder Sohr, wild boar squadrons, which would dive down and attack either from above and behind or, swooping beneath you, would pull up and fire from below. If they succeeded in taking down a Mosquito, they were awarded not just 1 but 2 kills. That gives you an idea of the respect the enemy had for the aeroplane. It was only after the invasion of Poland in 1939 that the idea of an unarmed bomber began to find support inside the Air Ministry. Even so, there was a moment in 1940 when the Air Ministry notified de Havilland that they were expecting to cancel the project. Luckily, Geoffrey de Havilland was totally convinced by the concept. "In that case, we'll do it anyway," he declared. Also fortunate was the fact that one member of the ministry, Air Marshal Sir William Freeman, was a man of great vision. It was thanks to his support that the project was not in the end cancelled, and de Havilland won an order for 50 aeroplanes to be delivered as soon as possible. Immediately, the design team went into overdrive. Based at Salisbury Hall, near St Albans, where the de Havilland Aircraft Museum can be found today, and where the company conducted its secret war work, they managed to get the prototype ready for a first flight on the 25th of November 1940. Surprisingly, even at that late stage, the Mosquito was still known to some as Freeman's Folly. Part of the reason for Geoffrey de Havilland's confidence in the possibilities of the concept of an unarmed bomber was his experience with another wooden aeroplane he had designed, the DH-88 Comet, not to be confused with his later jet airliner of the same name. The DH-88 was the aeroplane that Charles Scott and Tom Campbell Black had flown to a famous victory in the London-Sydney air race of 1934. This, too, was a twin-engined machine built for speed over long distances. It could do over 220 miles per hour on its twin 230-horsepower Gypsy engines, and I well remember the excitement when, along with 2 other Comets, it had set off from RAF Mildenhall. Although a lot of people expressed surprise at the Mosquito's wooden construction, actually there were many good reasons for this. First, pound for pound, wood is not much different from metal in terms of strength, and while it does have several disadvantages in comparison with metal, it is prone to rot in damp conditions, for example, it has advantages too. One of these is that it is easy to work with and easy to repair without specialist knowledge or equipment. During the war, aircraft-grade steel was in short supply, whereas timber was more abundant. Wood is also easy to shape, and its surface can be kept smooth for aerodynamic efficiency. This is because, unlike metal, it relies on glue and brass screws rather than rivets that interrupt airflow over the surface to hold it together. It also enabled the Mosquito to be sheathed in doped fabric to give it a very low parasitic drag profile. Of course, the aeroplane would not have been the success it was without the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines that powered it. Designed and developed in the early 1930s, the Merlin was a remarkable piece of engineering. With its 12 cylinders and trademark growl, it was used not only in the Hurricane, the Spitfire, the Lancaster and the Mosquito, but on less well-known aircraft such as the Handley Page Halifax and the Fairey Battle, too. The power of the Mark I engine was a genuine 1,000 horsepower, extremely good for its day, but by 1945 it had been developed to the point where it produced an astonishing 2,000 horsepower. Because of its versatility, the Mosquito had a great number of variants. Many of the LNSF aircraft were Canadian-built Mark 25s. Another bomber variant, the M16, could carry a 4,000-pound bomb, a blockbuster or cookie as it was also known, all the way to Berlin. This was exactly the same as the bomb load of a flying fortress over the same distance, and yet the Mosquito could get one to Berlin and be back in exactly half the time it took the American aeroplane. Another variant was fitted with what were, for the time, super sophisticated cameras, in its role as a reconnaissance aircraft. It was also used by Coastal Command in air-to-ship operations, and was at one time even fitted with a Molin's 6-pounder gun. This had a bore of 57mm and fired at a rate of better than 1 round per second. The recoil from that gun must have been enormous. You wonder it didn't actually stop the aeroplane in mid-air. Astonishing. An improved delivery system that the boffins came up with later was a version that fired 8 60-pound rockets. That worked much better because, of course, missiles don't have any recoil. It was said that a salvo from a Mosquito so equipped was equivalent to a broadside from a 6-inch gun naval cruiser. Yet another variant of the Mosquito was a night fighter version. Armed at first with 4 20mm Hispano cannons under the fuselage and 2 pairs of .303 Browning machine guns in the nose, and later with just the cannons because the machine guns were stripped out and replaced by radar equipment. It was extremely effective in this role. Sometimes, though, pilots found them actually too fast, and one heard stories of how they would lower their undercarriage in order to slow down enough to get a good shot at enemy aircraft. It was thanks to this speed that, overall, the Mosquito's casualty rates were far lower than those of every other type in the Allied bomber fleet. It was one of the safest aircraft in which to go to war. As a result, a standard tour of duty was set at 50 operations for Mosquito crews, compared to just 30 for other types, such as the Lancaster. Not that going on bombing raids in the Mosquito was exactly a hazard-free occupation, but even this was a big improvement on the survival rates of bomber crews during the early years of the war. Your chances of surviving a tour of duty in the hopelessly slow and outdated aircraft, the Wellingtons, Blenheims and Whitleys, were no more than 20%. Being in one of them was little better than being in a flying coffin. It really didn't do to be a pilot in Bomber Command in those days, and even now I am astonished at the incredible bravery on the part of those crews who took the fight to the enemy in the dark days of 1940 to 41. Even more astonishing was that there were people who not only survived, but volunteered for more. Nor should we forget the great courage of the American bomber crews. If anything, their losses were greater still. The reason for this was that when the United States joined the war, its generals were absolutely convinced that the mainstay of their bomber force, the Boeing Flying Fortress, was invulnerable. The aeroplane bristled with armor, and they believed that flying in formation, the fortresses could shoot down anything that came within range. Well, that was the theory. In practice, it didn't work out that way. They were completely unable to defend themselves against the Me-109s, which played havoc with them. On one terrible occasion in the summer of 1943, out of 376 fortresses that took part in a raid on Schweinfurt, 60 were shot down. A second raid in October fared no better. Another 60 aircraft were lost over Germany, while a further 5 crashed on the approach to landing, and 12 were so badly shot up they had to be scrapped. Of the surviving aircraft, a further 122 needed repair work before they could fly again, and those were just single raids. Over the course of a tour, hardly more than 1 or 2 crews would survive to tell the tale. Part of the reason for this high attrition rate was the fact that the bomb sight used on the fortress needed daylight to operate. And not only that, crews were often required to come down low in order to acquire their targets, as this depended on line of sight. This was in contrast to Bomber Command, which quickly switched to nighttime bombing, relying instead on precision marking of targets using a combination of radio navigation aids and the best navigators. It wasn't until the P-51 Mustang was equipped with the Merlin engine that the Flying Fortress came into its own. With these new power plants, the Mustang was completely transformed and it became an extremely effective fighter escort. But until that happened, your chances of survival were frankly minimal. Bear in mind, too, that getting to Germany and back in a fortress took 8 hours. At low level, that's an awfully long time to be running the gauntlet of German fighter attacks, never mind the anti-aircraft fire over the target. Those men really were the bravest of the brave. Compared to other aircraft types of the day, the Mosquito was physically quite small. With a wingspan of just over 54 feet and a length of 44.5 feet, it stood around 17 feet high. In comparison, the Flying Fortress had a wingspan of 103 feet and was just over 74 feet long, while the Avro Lancaster had a wingspan of 102 feet and was 69 feet long. Inside, not only was the Mosquito pretty tight, but because the Navigator was also the bomb aimer, it featured a bomb aiming nacelle. He had to crawl into this through a narrow gap beneath the right-hand side of the instrument panel and lie on his front, from which position he would guide the pilot onto the target and aim and release the bombs. By the time I joined the LNSF, which was a member of No. 8 Pathfinder Group, the Mosquito had already achieved some of its most notable achievements. Its diversionary role in Operation Hydra, the Allied bombing of the Peenemünde rocket facility in August 1943, had been a vital element in the success of the operation, setting back production of Hitler's so-called vengeance weapons by many months. Following this, the very cheering story went round that the man overseeing the program was having dinner with Hitler at the time. When he visited the site a day or two later, he had a seizure and dropped dead. A particularly notable Mosquito raid was on the prison at Amiens in northern France as part of Operation Jericho in February 1944. This was another spectacular demonstration of the Mosquito's abilities. On that occasion, flying at treetop height in foul weather, a total of 18 Mosquitoes succeeded in breaching the prison walls and enabling the escape of more than 200 prisoners, half of them due to be shot within the next 24 hours. They had been forced to dig their own graves. The raid provided a huge boost to the morale of the French resistance and enabled them to take out large numbers of Gestapo agents and informers in its aftermath. Then there was Leonard Cheshire VC's raid on the V3 weapon site in northern France. This consisted of a pair of vast cannons, each with barrels more than 300 feet long, buried underground at Mimoyec in the Pas-de-Calais. They were designed to be capable of blasting 60 500-pound shells an hour with great precision onto London, and would have been a formidable weapon had they become operational. Buried underground and protected by 50 feet of reinforced concrete, the task of destroying them was given to Barnes Wallis, one of the greatest of our boffins. His solution was the Tall Boy, a 12,000-pound bunker buster, which would cause an earthquake sufficient to collapse the bunkers if it could be dropped to within 12 yards of the target. At first, this accuracy was thought to be impossible to achieve, but using Mosquitoes, Cheshire developed a method of marking whereby he would drop flares from the lowest level possible, following which the accompanying Lancasters would unload the weapons from a safer height. Using this method, the whole complex was completely destroyed. One final famous Mosquito raid worth mentioning is that on a Gestapo headquarters in Denmark. Again, this saw Mosquitoes operating at almost ground level and in broad daylight, and was a brilliant success. The building was sandwiched in a terrace between two civilian hospitals, so the need for pinpoint accuracy was paramount. Almost 200 SS and Gestapo personnel were taken out, and the whole building was completely destroyed, while those on either side went almost wholly unscathed. Highly satisfying. My own contribution to the war effort was much less spectacular. I can claim to have played only a minuscule part in the destruction of the Nazi war machine, and in helping make life even more of a misery for Joseph Goebbels, Gauleiter of Berlin. Towards the end of the war, he complained in his diary that these mosquito raids have become so heavy that they are almost comparable to a raid by a small force of heavy bombers. The millions of people in the Reich capital are already becoming nervous and hysterical. It is a torture which overstrains the nerves in the long run. I keep a framed copy of this statement in my study to this day. I consider it an honor to have had the opportunity to help bring about the demise of the evil regime that came so close to defeating us back in 1940. Chapter 2. A Dream of Wings. How it came about that I should have the great good fortune to fly the Mosquito probably starts with one of my earliest memories. This is of being taken by my father, together with my elder brother Kenneth, to Croydon Airport. My father had local contacts there and was able to secure us a place on the roof of the Airfield Hotel to watch the arrival of Charles A. Lindbergh in the Spirit of St. Louis, following his successful solo crossing of the Atlantic. This was in May 1927, and I was 6 at the time. Could I be the last person alive to have been there on that day? I suppose I might be. In any case, I clearly remember the vast crowd that had gathered. In fact, Lindbergh's flight had been from New York to Paris a week or so earlier, and he was now on his way back home. His aeroplane was subsequently shipped back to America from Southampton. When it was announced that he would be visiting Britain, the news was greeted with tremendous enthusiasm. Not only was Croydon Aerodrome overrun when he first attempted to land, but the police actually lost control, to the extent that Lindbergh had to go round for a second attempt. My memory is therefore of this enormous swarm of people being chased off the runway, and then of the great cheers that went up as Lindbergh finally came in and put down. I also recall the crowds lining the road, all the way up to London, where he was greeted by the Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin. My father always used to take us boys along whenever there was a local air pageant, as air shows were called in those days, and we always went to the one at Hendon. The most exciting part of the day came right at the end, when a number of small biplanes would take to the air and attack a mock-up fort that had been overrun by Afghan tribesmen. This may sound rather familiar. Anyway, the biplanes would drop their bombs. There would be great flashes, loud bangs, and lots of smoke, following which our gallant soldiers would rush up the hill with fixed bayonets and retake the fort. All very heady stuff for impressionable young boys such as we were. From those days on, it was my dream to learn to fly, a dream that throughout most of my childhood seemed completely impossible. I suppose that if I have anything to thank Hitler for, it is for the opportunity to do so. Had there been no war, I rather suspect that I would have entered office life never to emerge. But when war did break out, like every other plane-obsessed boy, I naturally wanted to be a fighter pilot. Unfortunately, I realized quite early on that this was a dream that would have to go unfulfilled. The people who got to be fighter pilots were either public school boys or the most able non-commissioned officers, the sergeant pilots who were already far advanced in their careers, And even among the public schoolboys, the recruiting officers were only interested in the sort who had been captain of cricket or some other sport. I most certainly did not fall into that category. Rather to the contrary, I barely went to school at all, even though my father had himself been very well educated. On his mother's side, my father's forebears were, in fact, German bankers who had settled in Edinburgh sometime during the 19th century. A daughter by the name of Julia was considered to have let the side down badly when she fell for a man who was a carpenter by trade. She was told that either she could give up the carpenter or be cut off with a shilling and not a penny more. "Give me the shilling," she said. The couple moved down to Woolwich, where the carpenter, my grandfather, got a very good job at the arsenal, while Julia herself turned out to be a very clever and industrious woman. She set up a company selling pharmaceuticals and beauty products, a sort of early version of Superdrug, which proved highly prosperous. Between them they had 2 boys, one of them being my father, Douglas, the other his younger brother, Lionel. As both Scots and Germans do, they revered education, and both boys attended the Roan School in Greenwich. My father then went on to the London School of Economics before joining the civil service. How my mother came on the scene is as follows. My father had advertised for a housekeeper. Alice Audsley, the person he employed, was like his own mother, very bright, intelligent, and forceful. And soon after she had sorted out his domestic affairs, they became engaged and then married. My father's salary of £14 a week versus the national average of about £2.10 was no doubt an attraction to her, while her brusque efficiency must have appealed to him. He was a gentle, kindly man, but they were united in their political views, both being rather left-wing and very much in favour of appeasement. A memorable feature of my childhood was the fierce debates which took place around our kitchen table, in which they set out their arguments opposing Churchill's call for rearmament. For all his gentleness, my father had a pronounced entrepreneurial streak. This went unsatisfied in his job in the Government Patent Office, a job he didn't like much. He therefore began to develop commercial property on the side. At one point, he became proprietor of a fish and chip shop. As a relatively senior civil servant, there was in those days an enormous social gulf between him and the clerks who worked for him. One day, however, the inevitable happened, and one of these clerks came into the shop to find him serving behind the counter, following a meeting with the manager. A few days later, my father was himself called to a meeting with a board of other senior civil servants. It was made clear to him that he could continue his work in the patent office, or he could run the shop. But as running a fish and chip shop was considered unbecoming of a man in his position, he couldn't do both. With considerable regret, he therefore sold the business. Recently, one other enterprise that my father was involved with came back into my life in a rather surprising way. Shortly before the outbreak of the First World War, my father was approached by a friend who was at the time managing a cucumber farm just to the south of Cambridge. This friend had been offered the opportunity to buy the farm, but lacking the necessary capital, asked him to be a sleeping partner. Father agreed, and the business did extremely well, thanks to the war. Because you could no longer import cucumbers, the price went rocketing up. Then, around the time that I was born, this friend offered to buy my father out. Seeing how he had done so well from the arrangement, he accepted. Not many years later, when I was about 7 years old, my father was reading a newspaper and saw that a train had somehow come off its rails and rolled down the embankment exactly where the farm was situated. "Come on, son," he said. "We should go and see what happened." So off we went, and sure enough, there was the still smoking locomotive on its side. Fortunately, none of the passengers were hurt, although the poor old driver did perish, as I recall. I never thought about the place again, until quite recently I was invited to visit a wildlife park where a lady friend of mine is one of the trustees. "We don't have elephants," she said, "but we've got a lot of other interesting things." When I got there, I realized to my complete astonishment that the park occupied precisely the location of both the train accident and my father's cucumber farm. It was a forceful reminder of what a lot can change over the course of a single lifetime. My father would have been equally amazed, but also, I think, delighted by its new occupants. My mother was, as I say, a very forceful woman. She was also one of those people with permanently itchy feet. She could never really settle anywhere, so the schooling that my brother and I received was decidedly haphazard. Because we moved around a great deal, along with a series of governesses and tutors, we had spells in a wide variety of different schools, all of them private day schools as opposed to boarding schools. As a matter of fact, our parents could well have afforded to educate us at public school, but their political leanings put them against the idea. On top of this, my mother had rather robust suspicions about our likely fate if they did send us away. When a friend asked her why they did not, her reply was unequivocal. "I'm not sending my boys away to be bullied and buggered," she replied. If it is true that my mother's determination saved me from at least the second of those evils, it did not save me from the first. One of the less welcome results of my very uneven education was that I had to put up with being a new boy rather often. This meant that I inevitably got involved in fights while the pecking order was being re-established. As my brother and I used to fight like cat and dog anyway, and because I always lost, he being 3.5 years older, and I myself being rather short, I was quite used to scrapping with someone a lot stronger than myself. So my rule was that I would always take on the biggest and toughest bully in the school. It didn't matter that I always came off worst. It was the fact that I got a reputation for being unafraid that mattered, and on that basis people would leave me alone. And I'm not talking Queensberry rules here. There was blood on the floor every time. I remember these fights very well, but I have less clear memories of any of our houses because we moved so often. I do remember the Pekingese my mother used to carry around with her. It yelped very satisfactorily whenever you pulled its tail as she was doing so. One other memorable event from my childhood occurred when I was 9 years old. I have an exact date for it, too. On the 4th of October, 1930, at around 8 o'clock in the evening, I was indoors with my father, when we heard a tremendous roaring sound. We rushed out into the garden together to see what could be causing the noise, just in time to see the doomed R-101 airship pass low overhead in bad weather, ostensibly on its way to Karachi. I can fix the date and the time because, as we discovered the following day, that was its last flight. A few hours after passing over London, the thing crashed in France, killing 48 of the 54 people on board, including Lord Thomson, Secretary of State for Air, and Sir Sefton Branca, Director of Civil Aviation. My formal education, such as it was, ended when I was 16 years old. I had not a single qualification to my name. Fortunately, this did not preclude me from getting a position as a pupil in a firm of chartered surveyors. It was by now 1937, and the question of whether there was to be another war with Germany was on everybody's lips. On the one hand, you had the appeasers urging caution and dialogue. As I say, my parents were prominent among them. Like so many of their generation, they were scarred by the horrendous casualties of the First World War, and terrified of a repetition. My father had served in the Searchlight Brigade, and had seen first-hand enough to persuade him that another war should be avoided at any price. But on the other hand, You had Churchill, a lone voice in the wilderness urging rearmament. Somewhere on the fringes, you also had the communists and Oswald Mosley with his black shirts, who, like Hitler, blamed all the ills of the world on the Jews. To my parents' absolute consternation, my brother Kenneth had at one point become a blackshirt himself. Not only did he attend their rallies, but he spoke at them too. I think he may have had political ambitions at the time. Fortunately, it was just a phase, and before long he had changed sides. He even went to the extent of speaking against them, and I have a very clear memory of the occasion when he was chased up our street in Kingston by a group of Mosleyites. There were shouts and running feet as Kenneth, chased like a fox by a pack of hounds, sought to evade capture. "Open up!" he yelled. "Open up!" Luckily, I heard him and was able to let him in. He only just made it back inside the house before they caught up with him. There followed some tense moments and more shouting. "Come out, you Jew lover! We know you're in there. If you don't come out now, we'll be back. We know where you live." For a moment, it looked as though they might try to break in. Eventually, though, they went away, leaving us both very shaken. "Bastards!" exclaimed my brother. I was inclined to agree. My brother was a bit of a loose cannon. He was great fun to be with, and we got into quite a few scrapes together, though I was but a pale shadow in comparison with him. He was especially successful with the girls. Probably our most memorable escapade came one night when we were on our way back from the ice rink at Twickenham. We were both keen speed skaters, none of that twirly nonsense, and my brother was driving my father's car, a brand-new Flying Standard 12. For some reason, he had elected to drive on the towpath running alongside the river, which you could still do in those days. He was going much too fast when we were confronted with the headlights of a car coming in the opposite direction, also driving very fast. There was nowhere to go except towards the icy water. It was winter. He swerved sharply, we careered down the bank and demolished a landing stage en route to a ducking. For a moment the car floated, quite satisfactorily, before lurching sharply to the right. Luckily, I managed to get my door open, and grabbing Kenneth by the arm, we both scrambled out. The car was subsequently recovered. Fortunately, it hadn't gone in very deep, but although the garage got it running again all right, we could never get rid of its newly acquired and rather unpleasant smell. At that time, there was still raw sewage going into the river, and we had gone in just upstream of a pipe carrying effluent. So that was the end of Kenneth's romantic trysts in this particular vehicle. They were steamy, all right, but for entirely the wrong reasons. When war was declared, I was still living at home, having just begun my pupillage with the Chartered Surveyors. It was there that, together with my father and mother, I heard the broadcast at 11:15 a.m. on Sunday the 3rd of September, 1939. When Neville Chamberlain, then Prime Minister, announced that Britain was at war with Germany. Of course, this was what many people had feared was going to happen. It was perfectly plain that the Nazis had been rearming under our noses. But our politicians preferred to look the other way, just as they are doing today. Hitler had long withdrawn from the German-Polish Non-Aggression Pact, and it was well known that he had designs on the German-speaking parts of that country. My mother, on hearing the announcement, declared she wouldn't stay in London a moment longer, setting off at once for Burgess Hill. She had read her H.G. Wells and had visions of the sky black with the German bombers that would come and flatten us all. In this, she wasn't far wrong, of course. It was just that she expected the bombing to start at once, whereas the Blitz did not in fact get going for another year. The first months after the declaration of war were relatively quiet, so although I went almost immediately to the local recruiting office to volunteer for the RAF, I was told that, on account of my age and lack of education, my services were not yet required. I therefore continued my pupillage. For the time being, it was possible to believe that the war might not have much effect on us. This view was enhanced when, in December 1939, the Royal Navy scored a tremendous victory on the River Plate in South America. Fighting a running battle, 3 much smaller destroyers, the Ajax, the Achilles, and the Exeter, severely damaged one of Hitler's so-called pocket battleships, the Graf Spee. They weren't able to actually sink it, but they were like terriers against a bigger adversary. They kept attacking and wouldn't give up. Eventually, they forced it to put into port at Montevideo in Uruguay. Because that country was neutral, the Graf Spee was allowed to remain in port for only 24 hours, which in this case was extended to 72 hours, but the captain was told that if he remained there any longer the ship would be interned until the end of the war. He asked for instructions from the German High Command, but these were ambiguous. Meanwhile, the British put it about that an enormous force was bearing down on him. This was completely untrue. The reality is that it would have taken them another week to get there. But the story was sufficient to convince the captain, a man called Hans Wilhelm Langsdorff, that his only option was to evacuate the crew and scuttle the ship, after which he committed suicide. This cheered us all up immensely. It was not long after this that in early 1940 an event occurred that was to change my life forever. Chapter 3. Gone with the Wind. Lindbergh's arrival at Croydon is one of my early memories, but actually my very earliest memory comes from when I was, I think, 2 years old. I had been taken to visit my father in hospital, and I was walking down a corridor with curtained-off sections to the left and right of me. One of these was open, and I could not help looking in. To my amazement, lying propped up on her pillows was the most gorgeous woman I had ever set eyes on. To my child's eyes, here was a vision of pure loveliness. Meeting my gaze, she addressed me in a gentle voice. "Little boy," she said, "would you like some grapes?" "Thank you, Mum," I replied. I was a well-brought-up child and very polite, but I was in a dream. I could not imagine anyone so lovely actually talking to me. I don't know if I was under a spell, but I put down to this moment, which I remember with total clarity, the fact that ever since I have been an absolute sucker for beautiful women. The life-changing event I mentioned at the end of the previous chapter occurred when the rather frosty, middle-aged woman who acted as receptionist cum secretary in the Chartered Surveyor's office left work one Friday to be replaced the following Monday by a girl called Kathleen. She was 17, a bright, highly competent and fully trained Pitman shorthand secretary and typist. She was also drop-dead gorgeous. Forget the war. I was instantly smitten with a new and all-consuming purpose in life. Unfortunately, my clumsy 19-year-old's attentions cut no ice with the company's new recruit. She would not even look at me. Within a short while, she had made it completely clear that she did not like me, and there was nothing I could do that would make her change her mind. The truth of the matter is, I was rather brash and boastful, not to say completely unsophisticated. I found out subsequently that she would go home every evening and complain to her parents about this awful boy she had to work with. In the end, it was Messrs. Goldwyn and Mayer who came to my rescue. This was April 1940. I was a month past my 19th birthday, and the whole world had gone mad about Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh in Gone with the Wind, which had just hit the silver screen. Here was my chance. Screwing up my courage, I asked the lovely Kathleen if she would like to accompany me to see the film at Leicester Square Cinema the coming Friday. I said I had 2 tickets, and my father had loaned me his car for the night so I could pick her up if she wanted to go. She certainly didn't want to come with me, but she did badly want to see Gone with the Wind. I could see this struggle going on in her mind. "All right then," she said at last, "but just this once, and don't think anything is going to come of it." I breathed a sigh of relief. At worst, I would have a whole evening in her company. At best, well, who knew? But I now had a problem on my hands. I had told her that I had my father's car for the evening. True, but having 2 tickets to see the film, actually not. As soon as I could leave the office, I ran to put a call through to the cinema. "I need 2 tickets for Gone with the Wind for Friday evening, please," I said, rather breathlessly. "You must be joking," came the rather motherly voice at the other end. "We've got a 6-month waiting list." Oh, disaster. If I can't get 2 tickets for this Friday night, I'm done for. "I suppose I shall just have to go out into a field and cut my throat," I replied, fully convinced that the world had ended. "Oh, I don't think you should do that," said the lady on the other end. "It's just that I'm madly in love with this girl, and—" Maybe she had seen the film herself and liked the sound of my commitment. "Well, we do always keep back a very few tickets on the door," she said, "for visitors from overseas and anyone important. I can't promise anything, but if you get here before 6 o'clock, I'll see what I can do." Friday evening came not a moment too soon. I picked up my father's car, a Jaguar saloon, by this time replacing the evil-smelling Standard 12, and drove over to Kathleen's house in Claygate. The car itself was nothing special. Not one of their famous sports models, and not exactly a babe magnet, but I must say it did look a lot smarter than the majority of vehicles on the road in those days, and it had a decent gearbox, even if, with 12 horsepower, it was rather underpowered. I drove very carefully, of course, as I was doing my best to ingratiate myself with her. We finally arrived at Leicester Square, where, with some difficulty, I parked the car. At least, one didn't have to contend with traffic wardens or the congestion charge in those days. I told Kathleen to wait a moment while I went and picked up the tickets. Going up to the inquiry desk, with my heart thumping, I spoke to the receptionist. "Oh, I remember you," she said. "I think you might just be in luck." I had never been more grateful in my life. It's enough to say that the evening was a big success. Kath, as I now called her, really enjoyed the film, and she was clearly swept up by its enormous romantic power. I have always liked to think that maybe, just maybe, she saw something of the smouldering Rhett Butler in me. In any case, we didn't get home until 2:30 in the morning. Her mother was in a towering rage. "What sort of time do you call this?" she demanded, before telling Kath that that was the last time she would be going out with me. This was to my great advantage, of course. No teenage girl wants to go out with someone who has her mother's approval, after all. For the next few weeks all went well, and for that short time the war seemed far away. But then, as spring gave way to summer, the conflict began to make its presence felt in a very dramatic way. First, with the disastrous evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force from Dunkirk in May of that year, and then with the Battle of Britain. My parents had, by this time, moved down to Devon, leaving me by myself, as my brother had recently enlisted with the Signals. The house they had been renting was close to the river in East Molesey. Not far away, there was a place where I used to enjoy watching the locks being operated and the boats going in and out. Now, however, instead of looking at the water, my head was turned up. All the action was in the sky above. For day after day, the air was filled with the sound of aircraft at full power as they swirled around the sky, trying to get shots at one another. Every so often you would hear the rattle of machine guns, followed by the ghastly sight of an aeroplane plummeting down in flames. It was a relief whenever you saw a parachute drifting behind it. To say the least, the whole spectacle was decidedly thought-provoking, even if, at the time, nobody outside the War Cabinet fully grasped the enormity of what was going on. For my own part, I decided that as soon as I had got rid of the furniture and closed up the house, I would try for the Air Force again. My determination was reinforced early one evening during the late summer. I was on my way to see Kath and very much looking forward to a steamy evening together, or as steamy as you could get in those days. When out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a solitary Heinkel bomber low in the sky. Turning towards him, I could see that he was at around 800 feet, no more. Quite likely, he saw me too, though I would not have been his target. It just happened that I was at that moment approaching Hampton Court Bridge, which in retrospect was obviously what he was aiming for. Anyway, he casually, or so it seemed to me, lobbed out a solitary bomb as he swung round overhead. I clearly heard the thing come whistling down before exploding in a flash of violet light, and found myself being thrown to the ground as an almighty crash erupted, and everything and everyone nearby was blotted out in a cloud of smoke and dust. It turned out that the bomb had missed the bridge, and instead hit the house on the other side of the road to where I had been looking up at him. It was just as well that it was only a small bomb, otherwise I would not have survived. Rising unsteadily to my feet, I brushed myself off, thinking that the sooner I joined the Air Force, the better. It might give me the opportunity to catch up with the bastard. Of course I never did, unless he happened to be underneath when my Mosquito dropped its bomb load. Meanwhile, within what seemed like moments of the explosion, what was known as a heavy rescue team came up. A bunch of big, burly chaps who raced into the house to bring out any survivors, even while the masonry was still falling. Such courage. They were very brave men indeed. My evening, ruined by this close call, I had to wait several more days before I was able to take Kath out again and resume my courtship. Things went well enough, but unfortunately it turned out to be correct that the course of true love does not run straight. I am sorry to report that as the summer drew on, Kath seemed to lose interest in me. Soon after that, she disappeared. She was in the office one day and gone the next. I supposed I must be rather boring. Not that I had any intention of giving up. Faint heart never won fair maiden. Seeing that there was no reason any longer to stay on, I resigned from my job. I had been intending to do so anyway, but now, realizing that if the RAF was going to take me seriously, I needed some qualifications, I signed up with a crammer called Marcy's Tutorial College on Chancery Lane. I was never much of a scholar, so I made it my business to become proficient in arithmetic, algebra, and geometry, as I knew the RAF expected these. At Marcy's, I found myself among a lot of idle public school boys, either retaking exams or cramming for university, but it provided an excellent service, and its principal was a great character. "I may be old and fat," he would roar, "but I've got the guts of a lion." I subsequently discovered that Kath had gone with her parents to a place called Penmaen Mawr in Wales. Her father had a senior position in the Liverpool Victoria Insurance Company, which had relocated to the Grand Hotel there in order to avoid the bombing. Bear in mind that during the autumn of 1940, Hitler changed his tactics and, having failed to break the RAF during the Battle of Britain, switched his attention to terrorizing the civilian populace by means of the Blitz. By coincidence, my brother Kenneth had also recently been posted and was presently stationed in Wales, on the north coast at Prestatyn, not far away. The obvious thing to do was to go and pay him and her a visit. Without telling anyone, I therefore acquired some black market petrol coupons and set off on my motorcycle, a small 125cc overhead valve BSA. The weather was foul, and all I had for protection was my Storm Guard coat, my Storm Guard hat, and a pair of goggles that I could barely see out of thanks to the rain. By the time I got to Llangollen, it was pouring so hard that I decided to put up there for the night. Looking around, I saw a lady wearing traditional Welsh dress with a tall hat and long skirt, and asked her whether she knew anywhere I could stay. She gave me a name and an address, which I found without too much difficulty. I banged on the door, looking very bedraggled, no doubt. "Is there any chance I could stay the night?" I wanted to know when it was opened. "It will be 4 and 6pence, replied the lady of the house, rather suspiciously. Well, that was no problem, as I was in funds. So I went in, carefully laid out my clothes to dry, and, having eaten the rest of the food I'd brought with me, climbed into my not very comfortable bed. Waking up early, I could hear that it was still teeming down with rain. Since there seemed to be no point setting off just to get wet again, I decided that I might as well stay put until it seemed likely that if I lay in any longer I'd miss breakfast. How great, then, was my astonishment when I drew back the curtains to see a perfectly clear sky. It turned out that what I had assumed was the noise of torrential rain was actually a waterfall. Breakfast, which luckily I did not miss, turned out to be extremely ample. I was astonished. I had no idea where the landlady could have got the food from. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had bacon and eggs and sausages and black pudding all on one plate. I think now that, in the country, food was actually much less scarce than it was in London by this time. Everyone here kept chickens, and there was no shortage of livestock. Very well fed, I set off again, continuing my way to Penmaen Mawr, where, without much difficulty, I found the address at which my heart's desire was staying. When I knocked on the door, it was Kath who opened it. I was, of course, almost overcome with delight, but she just looked at me in surprise and with some annoyance. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "I've come to see you." "You're wasting your time," she said. "I'm going out this evening with a soldier." This was a bit of a setback. "That's okay," I replied, lying through my teeth. "I'm going out this evening with my brother. He's over in Prestatyn." At this point, unfortunately for me, Kath's mother took pity and said that when I was on my way back after seeing my brother, I should call in and they would put me up for the night. Kath did not look terribly pleased at this. From there I made my way over to my brother's camp, further up the coast. On arrival, I was faced with the problem of getting in. My brother had no idea I was coming. However, as I was again wearing my Storm Guard coat and hat, it occurred to me that I looked quite military, so at the top of the hill, overlooking the base, I stopped and considered my options. I suppose that if I'd gone to the guardroom and explained who I was, in all probability they would have let me in. But there was a danger that I'd have had to fill in innumerable forms and sit around waiting for ages as they went looking for my brother. While I was pondering the difficulty, I saw an army motorcycle rider dressed not unlike myself approach the gates of the camp. He hardly slowed down as he approached the barrier, and they simply raised it and waved him through. So I thought, I might as well give this a try. I approached at about 20 miles an hour, gave a nod in the direction of the guardroom, and, lo and behold, they waved me through. My next problem was to find Kenneth. I pulled up next to a signalman and explained who I was looking for. "Oh, you'll probably find him over there in the naffy." Sure enough, there he was, sitting on the floor. They must have taken all the chairs out for some reason, with a mug of tea in his hand, and looking very miserable. "What on earth are you doing here?" he demanded, rather as Kath had. "I just came to say hello, and find out what it's like up here." "Bloody awful," he said. "It's all parade ground stuff. The beds are hard, the food is atrocious, and the sergeant is a bully." "What chance do you have of getting a commission?" I wanted to know. "None at all. You have to have a degree in engineering to get a commission in the signals," he explained. I did my best to cheer him up, and we chatted for a bit before I attempted to exit. Unfortunately, this time, when I got to the gate, I was challenged. "Who are you?" they demanded. I gave my name and explained that I had just been to see my brother. "How did you get in?" "You just waved me in." At this point, the corporal on the gate announced that he was going to take me into the guardroom. "I think I've got someone for you, Sarge," he said to the duty sergeant. "You'd better call the police." They then went into the office and spent a few minutes arguing amongst themselves, loudly enough for me to get the gist of what they were saying. "Right," began the sergeant. "So what have we here? He says he's been to see his brother, Signalman Bell. Says that he was just waved in. He's got no papers. I reckon he could be done for impersonating a serviceman. That's if he's not actually a spy." "Problem is," the sergeant went on, "if we do call the police, we'll be in the shit for not stopping him in the first place. And if he tells them he was just following someone else who came in without stopping, we'll be doubly in the shit." Eventually, the corporal came out of the sergeant's office. "We're not going to call the police," he said, to my great relief, "but I'm telling you, don't you ever come back here again without reporting to the guardroom and getting a permit, or you will get such a fucking roasting as you'll never forget. Do you understand me? You have been warned." When he'd had his say, off I went, feeling rather amused by the whole performance. You could say I was a tiresome little bugger. On reaching Penmaen Mawr, Kath's mother gave me a good supper and showed me to a decently comfortable bed. Kath herself reappeared at some point, having, I was pleased to gather, not had the best evening with her soldier friend. I didn't sleep very well during the night. I remember on account of the intermittent explosions coming from somewhere nearby. It reminded me uncomfortably of the noise of the bombing in London. It turned out, however, that what I'd been listening to was not the sound of bombs dropping, but of slate being mined. Very fine slate it was, too, I gathered from some locals, much better than the French slate with which it competed. That morning, Kath and I went up into the mountains, taking some sandwiches with us. It was at this point that things between us took a dramatic turn for the better. We talked in a general way about what married life might be like, and how many children we might have, and such like. It was all rather romantic, I suppose. I then stayed another couple of days, and it was only with the greatest reluctance that I set off home for East Molesey. Over the next few weeks, I began to revise hard for my exams. The work wasn't difficult, but it was important that I got high marks. I didn't want to give the RAF any excuses for turning me down again. As it turned out, all went well, and I passed with very decent marks. In the meantime, my parents, who were by now living at Coombe Martin in Devon, gave me the job of selling the furniture from our rented house. after which I would join them there as soon as I could, with the intention of staying for Christmas and making myself known to the recruiting office in Exeter. My brother, in the meantime, had managed to get himself transferred out of the Signals and onto an RA, Royal Artillery, POTS, Potential Officer Training Squad, down at Bulford Camp near Salisbury. Having a few days on my hands, I decided to pay him another visit. Again, I climbed aboard my trusty BSA and headed out of London. On this occasion, I had no trouble getting in and out of the camp at Bulford, as I was in my uniform from the Home Guard, which I had joined in the meantime. Kenneth was on much better form now, and I enjoyed meeting his fellow potential officers. "Well, I'd best be going," I said eventually. Time was getting on. "Oh, don't go," came a clamour of voices. My brother's was not among them. He was a bit apprehensive. "Oh, come on, there's loads of spare beds, no one will know." Despite my brush with authority the last time I'd been to see him, I thought I was pretty safe, so I accepted. The result was that I spent a very convivial evening together with Kenneth and his friends. In the morning, the question of whether I should go in to breakfast with them arose. "You'll be fine, just come in with us. If you take off your Home Guard badges, no one will notice. If anyone asks, we'll just say you're new." I was a bit dubious about this at first, but never one to be daunted, I joined them all in the queue for the canteen. All of a sudden, a military policeman descended on me. My heart fell. As anyone who has been in the forces will know, the military police is a force to be reckoned with, no matter who you are or what your rank. You do not want to be in trouble with them. "And who might you be?" demanded the policeman. Before I could answer, one of the other chaps spoke up. "He's a new recruit to the squad." "Well, I've never seen him before," he said, fixing his eye on me. "That's because I only arrived last night," I said, quite truthfully. "Well, I suppose," he said uncertainly, before walking off. This was to my intense relief. Had I been rumbled, the whole lot of us would probably have been in serious trouble. This time, I wasn't merely impersonating a signalman, I was impersonating a potential officer. Such things were taken extremely seriously in the atmosphere prevailing at the time. People were very jittery about aliens and spies. For starters, all the members of POTS who had been involved would have been RTU'd, returned to unit, and probably lost the opportunity of gaining their commissions. But my luck held, and I finished breakfast, feeling rather pleased with myself, before setting off back to East Molesey on my motorcycle. A few weeks later, and having arranged the disposal of the furniture from my parents' house, for which I had achieved a very satisfactory 25 guineas, the question of how best to get down to Devon arose. For reasons that now escape me, I had recently sold the BSA. It may have been the fact that I had my eye on a very dilapidated Morris Tourer in a local farmer's field. In those days, East Molesey was situated precisely where London ended and the countryside began. My rather ambitious plan was that, if the farmer would sell his obviously unwanted car to me, I would have a go at fixing it up, and all being well, drive it down to the West Country. "Would you be willing to sell me that old car of yours?" I said, when I had tracked him down. "Yours for a £5, he replied. "It's still a runner, but you'll need to put some petrol in it." Well, £5 in those days was quite a lot of money, but although I somewhat doubted it really was a runner, I agreed. Putting in a couple of gallons of fuel, I turned the crank handle. To my amazement, after only a few tries the engine fired up, and probably, to the farmer's relief as much as my own, I bounced across the field and took it back to the soon-to-be empty house in East Molesey. It was, I have to say, a real ruin of a vehicle. I remember the front near side wheel was only held on by 2 nuts, and the tyres were in appalling condition. It was really too dangerous to be on the road, but when you're a young man you don't let yourself be put off by that sort of thing. As soon as I got it home, I began work on it, and generally patched the thing up. If it just got me the 200 miles or so down to Combe Martin, I'd be happy. Finally, satisfied that, with a bit of luck, I would make it okay, and having returned the keys to the house, it was just a question of acquiring some black market petrol coupons and getting underway. The coupons were easy enough to get hold of, as the garage itself sold them on the side. Setting out, it felt good to be alive and on the open road, despite the terrible progress of the war. The Blitz of London was by now in full swing, and the skyline hung with black smoke. Fortunately, the old Morris behaved very well, and I'll never forget the moment when, bowling along at a good pace, I was actually able to overtake another car. It was an open-top tourer, and when the driver saw me going past in this old jalopy, he raised his hat to me and smiled, as if in admiration. This pleased me no end, as indeed did the £25 that I sold the car for soon after arriving safely in Devon. Chapter 4. Aircrew Selection. You'll have no trouble telling me. Almost as soon as I got to my parents' house, I made friends with someone my own age, an ex-Ardingly schoolboy, whom I met at the local pub, the Pack of Cards, so called having been purchased with the proceeds of a bet, according to local legend. Apart from being an altogether decent chap, Ken Elam had the supreme advantage of having a very pretty sister, whom I met soon after. Of course, Kath was still my girlfriend, but with her being by now in the WAF and posted away while I was about to join up, it was not completely clear that our future lay together. On the other hand, if I did have any designs on my new friend's sister, her parents made it plain that they did not look on me with any favour at all. This was entirely mutual. I liked Ken a lot, but his father, though a major, was in the Army Pay Corps. According to my way of thinking, this didn't really count as being in the army at all. I'm afraid that I looked down on him from just as great a height as he evidently looked down on me. On successive forays to the pub, I told Ken of my plan to apply for pilot training in the RAF. He replied that he'd had exactly the same idea. Both of us were encouraged in this by our meeting with some young airmen over our drinks, and we discussed the idea further on the afternoon runs we took together, both of us keen to be fit when we presented ourselves for selection. Fixing a date, we decided we would catch the train up to Exeter and go to the recruiting office together. When we got there, I went in first. To my surprise, when I explained to the officer in charge that I hoped to join the Air Force and try for aircrew selection, he did his best to persuade me that the Army was a better bet. "But I'm dead set on the RAF," I explained. "Along with a majority of the young men who come through my door," he said, rather ruefully. "That's if they don't want to join the Navy." Exactly the same thing happened to Ken. Unfortunately for the officer, there was nothing he could do. Both of us fulfilled the educational criteria, so he was obliged to put our names forward. "You can expect to have to wait several weeks before you are called for interview," he explained. "And when you get there, you will find that your chances of failure are better than 90%. They take no more than 1 in 12 applicants. Honestly, you'd be better off going for a commission in the Engineers or one of the other technical corps." It was a good try, but I, for one, was not going to be deflected from my aim. "Besides, you've still got to get through a medical. Your eyesight had better be good." Luckily, it was. As for the medical itself, one thing that I had not bargained for was the doctor who examined me telling me that I needed some work done to my teeth. As a result, My very first experience of the RAF was in a dentist's chair. Full credit must go to the chap who did the job, as, 85 years later, the majority of them remain in situ and are still giving good service. Following this unexpected orthodontic work, I was told to report to the initial training wing at Babakum, a suburb of Torquay in Devon, where the RAF had requisitioned a lot of property. I was one of about 20 new recruits. On arrival at the train station, we were met by a leading aircraftsman who took control of us and marched us briskly up the hill to a house where we were to be billeted. Next day, we were issued our basic kit, including, to our great delight, flying clothing. This included helmet and goggles, alongside the standard issue and horribly scratchy woolen underwear. It is somewhat ironic to think that all this excitement was in anticipation of flying god-awful aeroplanes, like the Armstrong Whitley and Handley Page Hampden. Of course, we had no idea of what lay in store for us, but until only recently both types had been used to drop leaflets over Germany in an effort to persuade the population not to continue the war. This was barking mad. First, both aircraft were already obsolete by the time war broke out, and certainly no match for the Messerschmitt 109s, which hacked them out of the sky in huge numbers. As for the leaflet dropping, this was the time when Hitler was at his most popular. He had something like 98% support among the people, all of whom had a sneering contempt for what the Nazis considered the decadent democracies. The idea that a few leaflets would make them change their minds was absolutely ludicrous. The only real information the leaflets conveyed was how hopelessly out of touch large sections of the British government still were at the time. Thank God Churchill put a stop to it, though the Hampdens and Whitleys did not go away, unfortunately. Having been at Babakum a short time, I was sent back home while I waited for an interview with the Aircrew Selection Board. When it became clear that it would be some weeks before either Ken or I would be called for, I took a job. I forgot what Ken did in the interval, but in my own case, when I heard, presumably through him, that the Pay Corps was looking for temporary clerks, rather shamelessly, I decided to swallow my disdain and put myself forward for the position. At least I would be paid for my trouble. "How did you hear about us?" the chief clerk wanted to know when I went for interview. "I have a friend, Major Elam," I replied rather disingenuously. Of course, it was his son who was my friend and not the Major himself, but at this the interviewer dismissed all other applications and I got the post. Such was the power of rank, that even to be within its orbit, one had an enormous advantage. The weeks dragged on, and it was spring 1941 before I finally received notification that I should report to an office in Oxford following my application for flight crew training. A rather impersonal letter was accompanied by the relevant travel documents and a rail warrant. It turned out that Ken was to be interviewed on the same day as me, so we took the train up together. Soon after arrival at the address indicated, I found myself in a room facing a group captain, who was chairman of the board of interviewing officers. On his left, he had an engineering officer, and on his right, a shrink. Almost from the start, it was clear that they didn't like me much. I don't think they believed most of what I was saying, which was a pity as I was telling the truth, and it became obvious that I was not doing very well. Eventually, the engineering officer decided he would get rid of me. "You tell me that you could strip down a motorcycle engine and put it back together again," he began. "Yes, sir," I replied. "I've done it several times." "Well, in that case you'll have no difficulty telling me how fast the camshaft runs in relation to the crankshaft." I gave him the correct answer. It runs at half-time. The engineering officer looked rather nonplussed at this, but the group captain laughed, and that was it. When the group captain laughs, everyone laughs. I was in. I've often wondered what course my life might have taken had I not known the answer to that simple question. But there we are. It's one of those mysteries to which there can be no answer. Amusingly enough, I was down at Brighton many years later admiring the very powerful motorcycle of one of a group of Hell's Angels. He asked me, rather aggressively, what I was looking at. "I was just admiring your motorcycle." "It is yours, I take it." He agreed that it was. "And do you maintain it yourself?" "Course I do," he replied. I was unable to resist the follow-up. "Well, in that case," I said, "you'll have no difficulty telling me how fast the camshaft runs in relation to the crankshaft." Sadly, he didn't know the answer, and instead invited me to do a number of obscene things, including something physically impossible to do to myself. My friend Ken, meanwhile, also provoked laughter during his interview. Unfortunately, it was directed at him. When they got to the standard question of why he was putting himself forward for pilot selection, he gave a rather bold answer. "I like speed," he said. "Oh, very good. And what experience of speed do you have?" they wanted to know. "I have a motorcycle." "And what motorcycle do you have?" came the inevitable question in reply. "An Enfield Model T." At this, the whole room erupted in laughter. The Model T, you see, was a bottom-of-the-range machine, the one that post office telegram delivery boys would use. Fortunately, Ken managed to extricate himself from his predicament, with the result that he too passed. Following this success in Oxford, I was told to report for basic training in Scarborough, at which point I lost touch with Ken, who was posted elsewhere. The idea of this first phase of your service was in large part to get you fit. Luckily, because I was a keen runner and earlier in my teens a keen speed skater too, and because I had spent a good deal of my time in Devon running with Ken, I was already in pretty good shape. This was just as well because the PT corporals did their utmost to put the fear of God into us recruits. There was one in particular I'll never forget. He was a little fella, no bigger than me, who would come out in his very short shorts no matter the weather. The wind in Scarborough would cut you in two, but there he'd be, hopping from one foot to the other. Come on, let's be having ya," he would say, just as if it was a sunny day on the beach. After 6 weeks of this, I was super fit. I felt as if I could knock down a brick wall with my fists. The other primary aim of basic training was to familiarise recruits with service life, and to this end there was a great deal of square bashing, learning how to march in step, how to salute properly and the like. A lot of people didn't enjoy this, but I rather did. I particularly liked some of the drill sergeant's repartee. "Swing those arms," he would scream. "Higher! Get them up! If you don't swing 'em properly, I'll rip 'em off and beat you about the head with the wet end." Or, coming up to you if you made a mistake, he'd look you squarely in the eye. "Airman Bell, you are depriving your village of an idiot." Or, equally amusing, "If your brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your bleeding nose." Another feature of service life was the weekly church parade. Later on, Sunday attendance was purely voluntary, but for recruits it was compulsory. In this connection, I shall always remember the occasion when one airman came racing up late, so much so that he'd forgotten to take off his bicycle clips. The corporal could not resist shouting at him from one of the rear pews, "And what do you think you are doing, you horrible little man? Profaning the house of God with your bloody cycle clips?" You couldn't help feeling this was a bit hypocritical of him. My time at Scarborough lasted all of 3 months, at the end of which there finally came the day when one of the sergeants came strutting into our room and told us that we needed to get our bags packed because we were being posted out tomorrow. "Where are we going, Sarge?" "You'll find out when you get there," he replied rather ominously. In my own case, I found that a certain well-placed American official, General Arnold, had offered the British Air Ministry the opportunity to train up to 4,000 military pilots in the United States alongside their own cadets, and it was there that I was being sent. Well, of course, this was extremely exciting, though it had the rather strange consequence that, having only just been recruited into the RAF, I suddenly found myself demobbed. The United States had not yet joined the war, ironically in no small part due to the efforts of my boyhood hero, Charles Lindbergh. It turns out he was a Nazi sympathizer, and in addition a leading light in the America First lobby, which was trying to keep the country out of the war. A condition of our training was that we had to become civilians again. Chapter 5. Stateside. How did you enjoy that? Having handed our uniforms back in, those of us going to America went north to Gourock on the Clyde, where we embarked on the Duchess of Atholl, a steam turbine ocean liner that had recently been reconfigured as a troop ship. There were several hundred of us, and we immediately renamed her the Duchess of Arsehole, because she was so filthy and foul-smelling. If this seems a bit puerile, it certainly was. Remember, though, that the average age of the many hundreds of cadets on that ship was not more than 20. Our destination was Halifax, in Nova Scotia, from where we would take the train to Toronto. In Toronto, we would be assigned to one of several USA AF stations where Arnold Scheme cadets were trained. Soon after setting off down the Clyde, the ship lost one of its engines and had to turn back. It was a good job this happened in the Clyde and not out in the Atlantic. We'd have been a sitting duck for any one of the many U-boats infesting the North Atlantic at that time. A day or two later, we were transferred to the Empress of Scotland, a larger, sleeker, faster vessel that had started life as a luxury liner called the Empress of Japan, but been renamed for obvious reasons. She still stank, but you could tell this was a much better vessel. On setting out across the ocean, we were initially escorted by 2 destroyers. However, the sea was extremely rough, and the destroyers, which were much smaller than us, had a hard time keeping up and coping with the huge waves. Great, towering cathedrals of water would come crashing down on deck in a highly worrisome fashion. We had been at sea for only 2 days, when on the 3rd we woke up to find the destroyers had abandoned us. Now we were completely on our own and at the mercy of the Kriegsmarine U-boats. In an effort to avoid them, our ship was routed as far north as was practical. We were faster than the German submarines, but they would lie in wait and pounce, to devastating effect. The threat was very real. The poor old Duchess of Arsehole was sunk in just this way less than a year later. Every so often, therefore, the crew would drop a depth charge over the side. Of course, one had no idea whether it hit anything, or whether there really was a target below, but the shock wave it caused on explosion would hit the side of the ship with an extremely loud and alarming bang. To add to our anxieties, we knew that there were no other ships in the vicinity to rescue us if we were sunk. Worse still, given the appalling weather conditions and perishing cold, we would not have lasted long even if we had made it into the lifeboats. It has to be said, though, that the Empress of Scotland rode the waves with ease. Quite quickly you got used to it all, and in fact I ended up spending most of my time up on deck and avoiding my fellow passengers. The reason for this was not so much my being antisocial, but had more to do with the fact that life below deck was almost as rough as the sea we were crossing. The one good thing was that I did not get seasick, but we cadets and other ranks lived in great discomfort. The food was awful, and the heads and washing facilities were primitive to say the least. If you didn't have special saltwater soap, as I didn't, you couldn't wash. My sleeping quarters consisted of a hammock hung in the hold, but the stench was so awful that I elected to stay up on deck and attempt to sleep there, wrapped in my greatcoat and taking shelter where I could find it. The whole experience was frankly bloody horrible. I remember being served some inedible pork that looked so revolting and smelled so evil that I am surprised nobody died of food poisoning. I do wonder how people would cope with war conditions today. I suppose they would adapt, but it would come as a hell of a shock. Yet, if life was murder for us other ranks, looking into the officers' quarters, I noticed that despite the foul weather conditions and the threat of the enemy, they were carrying on in fine style, enjoying excellent food and living in considerable comfort. I resolved to become an officer as soon as I could. Our arrival in Halifax, after 10 or 12 days at sea, did not come a moment too soon, nor could the contrast have been greater. We were immediately put on a warm train to Toronto, where we were served hot drinks and excellent food, and slept in bunk beds with clean sheets. Pure heaven! And the rails went clickety-click as we sped along, just like in the movies. More extraordinary still, everywhere we stopped, we were given a tremendous welcome by the local population. It was as if we were heroes, though I doubt a single one among us had heard a shot fired in anger. Soon after our arrival in Toronto, I made the sort of mistake that only a very green serviceman would make. We recruits were assembled in a classroom for a basic induction session when the sergeant in charge of us asked what seemed an innocent question. "Is there any one of you gents here who can type?" Unthinkingly, I put up my hand. "I can a bit," I said. This was on account of my work as a trainee surveyor. The result was that I was immediately thrown into a typing pool where I found myself typing out visa applications for people wanting to go to America. If I hadn't created a fuss, I might have ended up stuck there for a year. When, however, I finally extricated myself, I was put on a train to Lakeland in Florida, where I was to start flying training. The train journey down to Florida was, if anything, even more astonishing than the journey from Halifax to Toronto. Again, we were feted by the civilian population, but this time, whenever we stopped, they would offer sandwiches, fizzy drinks, and other goodies. It all seemed quite incredible, bearing in mind that in England food rationing had begun in early 1940. And by the time I left, rations of any sort were in very short supply. Among my travelling companions were a number of other recruits to the Arnold scheme. Evidently they had been in touch with some people who had already started their training, as they were full of tales of how bloody awful it was going to be. You put one foot wrong, and they chuck you out on your ear. Apparently, some people don't even make it as far as their first flying lesson, and they reckon only half make it beyond the first 3 weeks. This was rather dispiriting news. Up to that moment, I'd been really looking forward to the course. What they'd told me turned out not to be much of an exaggeration, however. Of the 7,885 cadets who eventually joined the scheme, roughly half made it through, while just over 10% were commissioned. As for the regime, it was much as they'd predicted. On arrival at Lakeland, life changed abruptly. Although technically we were civilians, we were treated just the same as the U.S. Army Air Corps cadets under training, and not to put too fine a point on it, we found ourselves being treated pretty much like dirt. We were the lowest of the low, if not quite as low as the American cadets themselves. It was a very strange experience. Their whole approach was totally different to ours. Discipline was extremely harsh, and the slightest misdemeanor was indeed treated with utmost seriousness. I recall hearing of one instructor who lined up his cadets. "I want you to take a good look now. First to your left." Everyone looked left. "And now to your right." Everyone looked right. "What you need to understand," he told his terrified cadets, "is that only one of you standing here is going to get his wings. The rest of you will be getting your marching orders. So you had better decide here and now if that one person is going to be you or not." In fact, this was sheer intimidation. No instructor that I am aware of ever failed 95% of their intake. But this kind of bullying was all of a piece with the so-called West Point Code that was rigidly enforced at Lakeland. This required that if you broke any of the rules, you were obliged to report yourself, and if you did not report yourself, it was incumbent on your fellow cadets to report you. Well, of course, in England, precisely the reverse was true. If you could break the rules and get away with it, hallelujah! And if anybody snitched on you, that person would be blasted so far into outer space that they would never be seen again. So this all took a bit of getting used to. Needless to say, I never did report myself for breaking any rule, and I certainly never snitched on anyone else who might have done. But it did turn out to be true that if you put a foot out of place, you got sent home without hesitation. Similarly, if you showed a lack of aptitude for flying, or even any hint of a lack of enthusiasm for flying, you would be sent on your way. In my estimation, at least a third of all those I had enrolled alongside really were gone within the matter of the first few weeks. No doubt, if their ejection was for lack of flying skill, most would have been retrained as either navigators or air gunners, but I dread to think what happened to anyone who fell foul of the West Point Code. On the plus side was the continued abundance of food. Because of rationing, there were not many fat people to be seen back home in those days. Here, though, the spread in the canteen was even more magnificent than it had been in Canada, where there was certainly no shortages. To my eye, the food counter looked 1/4 of a mile long, and it was piled high with everything imaginable. Sides of beef, legs of lamb, flitches of bacon, joints of ham, whole squadrons of southern fried chickens, not to mention unlimited butter, coffee, and fruit juice. The first time I went in, I looked on it in complete amazement. "What can I have?" said I to the chap behind the bar. "You can have anything you like and as much as you like," he replied. This seemed incredible. But bear in mind that the last meal I'd had in England would have been a doorstep of bread, a slab of floury margarine, and, if I'd been really lucky, a scoop of jam out of a tin, plus a mug of cocoa. But that would have been it. I found myself one of around 60 British cadets at Lakeland, among a total cohort of 300 or so. The training was all given by American service personnel, though there was an RAF liaison officer on Station 2. One of the first things I noticed was how well the Americans were resourced. They had excellent classroom facilities, including some very well-produced training films that introduced you to the aeroplane and to the various phases of flight. Alongside these, our lecturers introduced us to such mysteries as the primary and secondary effects of the controls. An instructor would hold up a model and point out the various control surfaces. The control surface on the wings are called ailerons. These are what control roll around the central axis. He would demonstrate this by tilting the wings. The control surface on the tailplane here is what controls your pitch. He tilted the nose up and down. And your rudder is here, he said, pointing to the back of the tail fin. This controls yaw. He moved the nose of the aircraft from side to side. Does everyone follow me? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I did not hear that. Louder. Yes, sir. I'm still not hearing you. Yes, sir, we all yelled. All right, that's better. Now we are going to look at the secondary effects of the controls. You will find that if you do not balance one control input with another, their secondary effects will come into play. The secondary effect of the aileron is yaw. He demonstrated the aircraft skidding in a turn. Of the elevator, the secondary effect is on your airspeed, which will either increase or decrease depending on whether you pitch up or down. The secondary effect of the rudder is roll. We were also given a basic introduction to aerodynamics and learned about how drag was our great enemy. When your airspeed falls, drag increases. That is why when you reach the stalling speed of the aircraft, the wing is no longer providing lift. You are no longer flying. As a result of all this classroom work in the few days before we actually got into the air, we had a pretty good idea of what to expect. Our basic flying training took place in the standard American primary trainer of the time, the Boeing P-17 Stearman. This aeroplane was a bit like our own Tiger Moth primary trainer, only considerably bigger and a lot more powerful, if hardly any faster. To my eye, it also had, dare I say, rather better lines than the Moth. Like the British trainer, it was a conventional biplane, with instructor and pupil seated in separate cockpits, one behind the other. But in place of the Moth's inline four-cylinder Gypsy Major engine, putting out 130 horsepower, the Stearman had a massive Continental radial engine up front, generating a whopping 220 horsepower. As a result, the view from the student's cockpit in the rear was possibly even worse than in a Tiger Moth. You could see absolutely nothing ahead of you when you were in the tail-down position on the ground. It was only later that I came to realize that one of the unique features of the American Basic Flying Training Program lay in the fact that, to start with, the student's airspeed indicator would be covered up, whereas in England, the novice was told to watch his airspeed like a hawk. In America, the reverse was the case. You were taught to fly literally by feel, or, as they say, by the seat of your pants. As a result, you became extremely sensitive to how the aeroplane behaved as it approached the stall, and you learned very quickly what to look out for. As your speed dropped, the aeroplane would start to shudder slightly. At that point, you had better push the nose down, or you'd lose it. If you were close to the ground, you'd better get some power on too. I suppose this feature of the American flight training system resulted in a somewhat higher attrition rate early on in the budding pilots' careers, but I suspect that, over the long term, it saved rather more lives than were lost as a result. I, for one, can think of several occasions when it saved mine and that of my crew. The large number of casualties sustained during military flying training at this time is often overlooked. I don't know exactly what the attrition rate was, but I do know that every so often we would parade for a funeral, with the traditional firing party as the coffin was lowered into the ground. It was a sombre reminder to us not to take liberties with our aircraft, an imperative that increased as the aircraft we flew grew more complex. On the plus side, however, was the fact that here in America you had much more stable weather systems than in England. You didn't have to contend with the shocking conditions we had to put up with back home. Also, at least in the case of Lakeland, Florida, the country was very flat. This meant that there was no danger of bumping into things apart from other aircraft, though it is true that we were told that if ever we were stupid enough to come down over the nearby Everglades, we should not expect anyone to come looking for us. The local alligator population would have enjoyed their dinner long before any rescue party would show up. Our first lesson outside the classroom consisted in learning how to do a pre-flight check. This involved looking over the aeroplane, starting on the port, left wingtip, and working your way around, checking for tears or ripples in the fabric. In the case of such ripples or bumps, this could be an indication of structural failure beneath. We also had impressed upon us the need to treat the propeller with extreme caution. "Many people call it a propeller," the instructor began, "but experienced pilots call it a meat axe. The reason it is called a meat axe is because, although it is made of wood, the Sansonage propeller is the most efficient beef cleaver on Earth." When the great day of my first flight finally arrived, on the 7th of October 1941, I was naturally quite excited to be taken to the air for the first time. To start with, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Seeing the Earth from up above was a revelation. But it was not very long before my instructor, Lieutenant Champagne, a rather short and unsmiling man who can hardly have been said to have lived up to his name, announced that he was going to roll the aeroplane upside down. "It'll give you a feel of what inverted flight is like," he announced over the intercom. "Make sure your lap strap is tight." On hearing this rather alarming news, I have to say that I literally wedged my feet into the sides of the footwell and grabbed the metal tubes that ran along the inside of the cockpit, locking myself in as best I could. The next thing I knew, we were upside down, and I was looking at Lakeland Village 1,000 feet above my head. For the following several minutes, my instructor put the aeroplane through a series of aerobatic maneuvers. "How do you enjoy that?" he demanded, as eventually we returned to level flight. I knew perfectly well what the answer was if I wanted ever to fly an aeroplane again. "I enjoyed every moment," I replied, lying through my teeth. I had been absolutely terrified. It didn't take long before I learned genuinely to like inverted maneuvers, but I can't say that first experience was in any way pleasant. Thereafter, the lessons consisted in seeing the primary and secondary effects of the controls for myself, learning how to recover from a stall, stick forward immediately and full power before easing back into the climb and levelling off, and to recognize the turning points in the circuit being the racetrack, so to speak, around which you fly when either approaching or departing from an airfield. After a below-average amount of time, I was judged ready for my first solo. The average was around 12 hours. I managed it in just under 8.5. The day had begun with some revision. We then did a circuit and landing. Assuming that I had at least another 2 hours instruction to go, I met Lieutenant Champagne's announcement that he was going to be getting out of the aeroplane now, with a mixture of surprise and, again, sheer terror. "Remember, don't let your speed get too low on the approach, and look out for other aeroplanes," he yelled above the roar of the engine. "Good luck!" Exactly 6 minutes later, I was back on the deck with perhaps the biggest smile on my face I'd ever had. In retrospect, I need not have worried. The Stearman is an extremely stable and predictable aeroplane, quite sluggish on the controls, unlike, for example, the Mosquito. I have always considered the Stearman as one of those aeroplanes that could fly itself better than any pilot. Although I was never exactly lonely during my time in America, I did very much miss Kath. It was difficult to imagine that she would still be there waiting for me when I got back. A girl as pretty as she was gets a lot of attention. I therefore kept in touch as best I could by post, and was always overjoyed to get a reply. Rather oddly, there was one occasion when, after reading through the very nice letter she had sent me, the chap in the bed next to mine in our dormitory block spoke up. "Do you mind if I read that letter?" he asked. "I never hear from home." This was true. He never seemed to get any post. Poor man. I felt rather sorry for him. "It's from my girlfriend," I said. "But I suppose so." It was a bit saucy, but there wasn't anything in it that I minded sharing. When he had finished reading it, he put it down and looked at me. "If I were you," he said, "I'd marry that girl as soon as you get home." These, I felt, were wise words, and I bore them in mind throughout my time in America. The only real question was whether she would still be there when I got back. In the meantime, there was a fair amount of socializing to be had, both on and off camp. For someone as unsophisticated as I was, these occasions were not without their pitfalls. It was in 1941 that the date of Thanksgiving was first fixed in law, the President deciding it would be celebrated on the now traditional last Thursday of November, which in that year was the 27th. Shortly beforehand, an invitation came in for one cadet to spend an evening with a local family. For some reason, my name was put forward, and I was duly collected by the head of said family, who picked me up in his Cadillac. "Before I take you home," he said, "we'll go down to my club and I'll introduce you to some of my business associates." So off we went, and we got to the club. As usual, there was an abundance of food. In addition, however, there were also vast quantities to drink. "Just help yourself to the eggnog," said my host, after introducing me to one or two people. "Go ahead, have as much as you like." I had no idea what eggnog was, but he pointed to a bowl about half the size of a kitchen table, so I happily helped myself. I have to say it was absolutely delicious, and I had a first one, and then another, and then another and another. Within less than 20 minutes I must have consumed at least 6 of them. Bear in mind that at the time I was barely more than 20 years old and had very little life experience, least of all of American hospitality. What I had not realized was that this was not just a nice creamy little drink. It was a lethal cocktail consisting of rum, Tennessee whiskey, gin, brandy, and God knows what else. In consequence, I was in no state to go on to dinner afterwards. My legs buckled, and it was all I could do to maintain an even keel. Although I did make it to the Thanksgiving dinner, it was only just. Fortunately, the family hosting me was incredibly kind and considerate, but I fear I was not a very good advertisement for my country on this occasion. It was not very long after Thanksgiving that Pearl Harbor was attacked. In the same way that every Englishman could remember where he was on that day that war was declared in 1939, so could every American remember where they were when they heard that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. In my own case, I had gone with some of my fellow cadets on a trip down to Tampa, a tremendous distance, something like 400 miles, which, having grown up in the huge open spaces of the USA, nobody thought anything of. We were in a Spanish restaurant, I recall, and there was a dance floor on which we were happily tripping the light fantastic when all of a sudden the music stopped. There would shortly be an announcement by the President of the United States, we were told. A few minutes later, we heard broadcast President Roosevelt's Day of Infamy speech. It was the 7th of December, 1941. For myself, I was overjoyed. Hitler would now definitely be defeated. From what I had seen of America, it was obvious to me, just as it must have been obvious to Churchill himself, that nobody takes on the manufacturing might of America and succeeds in winning a war against it. I had to conceal my jubilation, however, because of the ladies present. Naturally, they were concerned for their brothers and cousins, and even their fathers and uncles, but from that moment on there was a great outpouring of patriotism among ordinary Americans, and woe betide the man who failed to rise from his bar stool and put his hand to his heart on any occasion that the Star-Spangled Banner was played. The basic training course at Lakeland lasted about 10 weeks. Having successfully passed, I was posted to Cochrane Field near Macon, Georgia, in the Deep South. It was at Cochrane Field that I had the good fortune to be taken under the wing of an ex-Scottish pipe major who had at some point quit his infantry regiment and joined the RAF. He was quite a lot older than the rest of us and had been given a position of authority as cadet captain. I dare say it was my Scottish ancestry that caused him to take a friendly interest in me. I think the fact that I had the name Bell must have appealed to him. It is a lowland name with a reputation for warlike behaviour. The Bells were officially one of the unruly clans in a famous list drawn up by the English during the 16th century. Unfortunately, during my time at Lakeland, I had earned a bit of a reputation for being unruly myself. Probably a bit too quick to answer back and a bit too slow getting on parade. As a result, I had a rather poor record. I think the only thing that kept me from being thrown out was the aptitude I had shown for flying. My problem was that I rather despised the strictness of the regime. However, this pipe major was a first-class man, and I really looked up to him. He was easy to admire, totally straightforward, principled, and a man of his word, but also very entertaining. His boast was that he was such a good love-maker that down at the local brothel he could have any of the girls he liked for free. On top of that, he was tough, a very tough hombre. "Look, Colin," he said to me one day, rolling his R's in true Highland fashion, "you need to understand that there's no future rebelling against the system." I probably just shrugged my shoulders at this. "What you want to do is work with the system," he went on. "Well, I suppose you're right," I said. "Now you listen to me. If you'll agree to pull your finger out, I'm prepared to take a chance on you. I'll make you one of my cadet lieutenants." This rather took me aback. "Are you being serious?" "Well, if that's the case, I'll give it a go," I said. He didn't spell out the consequences I would face if I disagreed, but I didn't need much persuading. I changed my attitude completely in that instant, as a result of which, from that moment on, my life improved enormously. This second intermediate phase of training that I now embarked on at Cochrane Field was undertaken on an aeroplane called the WWII Valiant. It was a closed-cockpit monoplane fitted with a 9-cylinder, 450-horsepower Pratt & Whitney, and a big leap from the Stearman, which was basically just a string bag. It had twice the power and weighed about twice as much. It also introduced the cadet to various new systems. It had flaps and a variable pitch propeller, and was fitted with an air-to-ground radio and a comprehensive instrument panel. As a result, the WWII was considerably more demanding to fly than the Stearman, with much more responsive controls, but for all that, really it was a pussycat in the air. One unforgettable incident occurred during my time at Cochrane Field. I was in Macon, the local town, one evening when I ran into some American soldiers. We had a bit of a chat, and then one of them piped up, "Hey, you want to come with us tonight?" "Where are you going?" I wanted to know. "We're going to a honky-tonk." "A what?" I asked, uncertainly. I didn't want to show my ignorance, but on the other hand, I wanted some idea of what I might be letting myself in for. "A whorehouse! We're off to the whorehouse! You gotta see it! There's whores galore! Yeah! Whores galore! They'll do anything you want, literally anything. And if you don't find the girls pretty enough, they'll go find you some more. Come on, man, let's go." I didn't like the sound of it at all. However, I decided that it would be unfriendly of me not to go along. I had no intention of joining in after all, so We all jumped in a car and drove a great distance. The idea of travelling several hundred miles for a night out was really nothing to these people. On arrival, I discovered that a honky-tonk was essentially a cafe with a dance floor and a motel attached with rooms available for hire by the hour. I remember very clearly the scene as we entered. The dance floor was packed with women whirling around and twirling their skirts to reveal their knickers, or lack thereof. None of them appealed to me, even remotely, I have to say, and even if they had, I still would have nothing to do with any of them. I found the whole business rather sordid. One of my confederates nodded in the direction of the bar. "Hey, Colin, come on over. I'm going to show you how you get a bottle of whiskey for free." So saying, he went up to the bar and ordered a bottle. When, after some minutes had elapsed, one of the waiters demanded payment, my friend pulled the man over by his jacket lapels. "Listen to me," he began. "I'm not paying anything, see? And you can tell your boss that if he gives me any trouble, I shall report him to the police for running a bawdy house. You'd better believe it." Needless to say, this didn't go down too well with the management. At first, nothing happened. It was only some time later, when I noticed the barman talking on the telephone, that I realized there was about to be trouble. I retreated immediately to the taxi that we had waiting for us outside. Moments later, my fellow travellers came running out and piled in with me, shouting at the driver to go. "Step on the gas, man! We got to get out of here, fast!" Just as we roared off, another car pulled up, and out of it leapt a bunch of heavies armed with baseball bats. We escaped by the skin of our teeth. So far as the flying at Cochrane Field was concerned, our time was taken up mainly with navigation and radio telephony. We were also introduced to the joys of solo night flying. But it was what came next on the advanced course that made life really exciting. Chapter 6. The Guts of a British Lion. On successful completion of the intermediate training course, I was posted to Napier Field at Dothan, Alabama. Dothan itself being a small, rather unattractive settlement built by the military next to the airfield. Here I began the final advanced phase of flight training. The aeroplane that I flew now was the North American T-6 Harvard, or the Texan, as it was known by the Americans themselves. If the Vultee was not a difficult aeroplane to fly, this aeroplane was an altogether different kettle of fish. You could take liberties with the Vultee, just as you could with the Stearman, but if you took liberties with the Harvard, it would certainly kill you, though, as I came to see, it was a magnificent aeroplane for all that. Powered by a 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney radial, the Harvard was a noisy beast of a machine that demanded proper respect. You had to be extremely careful with your speeds. With the Stearman, the stall was almost a non-event. Properly balanced, it would just mush down. That's to say, although you were not flying, the aeroplane would still be erect, just going down rather quickly. It would only drop a wing if you were out of balance. More or less the same was true of the Vultee. Nothing alarming happened in the stall, but with the Harvard, if you stalled and were not ready to recover immediately, the wing would drop quite viciously, and you would quickly find yourself pointing down at a very steep angle. And, if you did nothing about that, you would go into an immediate spin. The spin, if you let it develop beyond 4 or 5 turns, would then tighten, and your rate of descent would get alarmingly high. If that wasn't enough, when you applied the appropriate recovery technique that you had learned on the Stearman and the Vultee, in other words, left rudder if the spin was to the right, and right rudder if the rotation of the spin was anti-clockwise, together with stick fully forward, lo and behold, the Harvard would snap into a spin in the opposite direction. And still you would be coming down at a tremendous rate of knots. Actually, the correct method of recovery from a fully developed spin in a Harvard is to use throttle, something you would not normally do. It was for this reason that, when I subsequently became an instructor, I never let my students practice aerobatics any lower than 5,000 feet. If you got into a spin at 2,000 feet, you might still be trying to get out of it when the ground arrived. Not to be recommended. Another quirk of the Harvard was a distinct tendency to chase its tail on landing. When you touched down, you had to be very careful to keep straight. The reason for this was that, in the fully stalled position with your tail on the ground, you had almost zero rudder authority. If, therefore, you saw yourself deviating to one side or the other, you had to be both extremely quick and utterly brutal with the rudder. If you were not, and you let it go more than about 15 degrees one way or the other, you would lose control and the aeroplane would ground loop. That's to say, it would swing right round through 180 degrees, wiping the undercarriage off in the process. Fortunately, this never happened to me, although from time to time I saw the unhappy result of other people getting caught out. Because of this lack of rudder authority at low speed, the Harvard was murder in a crosswind. Its narrow undercarriage and high centre of gravity were also of no help in this regard. It therefore took a fair bit of practice and a certain level of confidence before you started to test its limits. Of course, being young and foolish, that is exactly what one does do after a bit. On one occasion, I got into a discussion with some fellow cadets as to the crosswind capability of the aeroplane. Someone claimed that it would be impossible to land it in a 90-degree crosswind of more than 10 knots. I felt sure you could, and set out to prove it. This was foolhardy, of course, but as I have said before, I was young and quite full of myself, without a particularly well-developed imagination. Besides, at that age, one is inclined to take risks, even quite unnecessary ones. I was convinced that if you were careful, you could indeed get the aeroplane down safely in at least 15 knots of wind across, and so it proved, though I have to admit that it took a great deal of application. I only did it the once. One of the more entertaining exercises we did on the Harvard was gunnery practice. A small number of aeroplanes were fitted with a single Lewis gun or equivalent, and we spent a happy morning ground strafing at a place called Eglin Field. You could smell the cordite in the cockpit, and it was great fun to watch the dust being torn up from the ground where the bullets hit. The gun fired through the propeller by means of an interrupter gear. In my own case, however, I discovered, somewhat to my consternation on return to base, that the interrupter on my aeroplane had developed a fault. There were 2 neat holes bored in one of the propeller blades. It was a good thing it hadn't made 3 holes. Had it done so, there is no question that I would have shot the blade off. And had that happened, the resultant gyroscopic forces would have been enough to rip the engine from its mount. This would have done nothing at all to improve the flying characteristics of the aeroplane. Instead, it would be completely uncontrollable. And because we were practicing at heights under 100 feet, there would have been no possibility of bailing out. Another quite intense exercise we were introduced to at this time was formation flying. This was something our American instructors took very seriously. The idea was to fly with our wingtips almost touching, while the instructor would glare at us and shout obscenities if he thought we weren't concentrating. "Don't take your eyes off me," he would scream over the radio. "If you do, I'll see you. I don't care if you shit yourself. I just want you in close. Is that understood?" At this we would edge in a little more. "Closer! Closer!" he would yell. "Come on! Get right in there!" So we would come in even tighter, sometimes actually touching wings. Of course, as with so many things, practice makes it quite easy. I am aware, though, that some people never really take to formation flying. In my own case, I didn't find it particularly challenging or worrisome. Fortunately for me, it is not in my nature to frighten easily. I say this not to show off, but because that's the way it is. That's not to say I don't get frightened. I certainly do. I was terrified at being turned upside down on that first flight. It's just that not many things before or since have come close to what I felt then. It is often said that pilots are divided into two groups: those who have landed with their wheels up and those who are yet to do so. I'm pleased to say that I remain in the yet-to-do-so camp. To help minimize the likelihood of this happening, the Harvard was fitted with a klaxon that would sound whenever the throttle was fully closed, something that you would normally do only if you were intentionally stalling the aeroplane or just as you were coming into land. There was, however, one celebrated occasion when a student was coming into land with his undercarriage still retracted. The controller in the tower spotted this, as did the signaller on the ground, who flashed his Aldis lamp at the approaching aircraft, while the controller warned him repeatedly over the radio. Still, the silly fellow came on without doing anything. Sure enough, he landed with his wheels up and severely bent his aeroplane. When he was subsequently hauled over the coals, the controller pointed out that he had been warning him all the way in. "But I couldn't hear you," he said. "The klaxon was making so much noise." Despite its quirks, by the time my training course on the Harvard came to an end, I had come to think of it as a delightful and most enjoyable aeroplane to fly. When, on the final day of the course in the spring of 1942, we successful cadets were awarded our certificates, we were naturally all very happy. We had survived the rigours of what was arguably the best flying training anywhere in the world. We could fly aerobatics, we could fly in formation, we could fly blind on instruments. We had a good grasp of aerodynamics and could operate a radio with confidence, and from today we had the wings to prove it. We could now look forward to returning home and getting to grips with the enemy. This was a crucial moment in the war, and we were all keen to do our bit. We knew that the Germans had advanced deep into Russia and that Rommel had recently taken Benghazi in North Africa. The Battle of the Atlantic was in full swing, but we could see with our own eyes that the Americans were also cranking things up to a great degree. With their help, the outcome was in no doubt. We were therefore extremely excited at the prospect of proving our worth in the war in the air. In my case, however, elation at having passed turned to despair rather quickly. I have already mentioned how at Cochrane Field I was taken under the wing of a former Scottish pipe major. This stood me in very good stead when, after being awarded my wings, I was put forward with a recommendation for a commission. In fact, there were two levels of recommendation, ordinary and strong. I was fortunate enough to be strongly recommended. It was now that I went for the crucial interview, which was conducted by senior officers among the RAF personnel based in America at the time. The interview itself was long and probing, though reasonably friendly. To begin with, they quizzed me in great detail about my career to date. "We noticed that during your basic training your reports were very poor." "Yes, sir. Unfortunately, sir." "Yet somehow," the senior officer continued, "when you got to Cochrane Field it all changed and you got high marks across the board. Since then, all your reports have been very good or excellent. How come?" "Well, sir," I replied, "I suppose you could say that I saw the error of my ways." This seemed to go down well, as indeed did the fact that I had been a trainee chartered surveyor. It turned out that one of the commissioning board members had himself been a chartered surveyor before the war. What I didn't realize at the time, of course, was that one of the things they were considering during this interview was my suitability as an instructor of American cadets. To my very great delight, I was informed a few days later that I was to be commissioned as an officer. But it was then that I was called to the station commander's office. "I suppose you think you're going home now," he began. I don't remember exactly how I replied, but it was something along the lines of, "Well, I don't know quite what else we've been training for, sir." "The fact of the matter is that you are not," he began. "Following Pearl Harbor, the United States Army Air Force is in the process of rapid expansion. We have a requirement to train up a lot of people. Do you follow me?" "Yes, sir." "Well, then, we've looked after quite a lot of you fellows over the last 2 years. Now it's payback time. Tomorrow you will be starting as an instructor yourself." "But, sir," I protested, completely flabbergasted at the news, "that will be the blind leading the blind. I've only just qualified." It was no good, of course. "I don't care what you think. In the morning, you are going to go down to the flight line where you will find 6 American cadets waiting for you." And with that, he opened the door and kicked me out into the night. I decided that this was my fate, and I had better accept it. It was clearly the American way of doing things. Cadet today, instructor tomorrow. Perhaps I had impressed my hosts more than I realized. It would have been a bit surprising to learn that they didn't retain the people they thought most capable, I suppose. Perhaps, indeed, I should have been more grateful than I was, not least because staying back in America almost certainly saved my life. Although the training schools had, as I have mentioned, a significant attrition rate, it was nothing to what Bomber Command was enduring at the time. Had I been posted to a Sterling squadron, as I very likely would have been, my chances of survival would have been no more than 25%. It used to be said that if you had 4 Sterling pilots in a room, at the beginning, only one of them would be there at the end of a 3-month tour of 30 operations. Either they would be shot down by anti-aircraft fire, or they would have been machine-gunned to death by a night fighter. Although the Sterling was reasonably maneuverable, its pathetically low ceiling meant that the aeroplane was no match for either the Me-109 or the radar-guided anti-aircraft guns the Germans were already using. The odds were pretty daunting, to say the least. In contrast, life in America was extremely pleasant. I lived in bachelor officers' quarters. There was a very comfortable mess with a swimming pool outside. There was, of course, food in abundance, and there were frequent barbecues and other social events, including weekly dances on a Saturday night, well attended by the nurses who served on the base, and the whole show, the station itself, that is, was presided over by a very capable American colonel. So now I had a decision to make. As I mentioned, the American way of training was decidedly rigorous. This, it seemed to me, was probably all right for American cadets because they would have been brought up to expect it. But the question for me was whether to follow the American way or adopt the more relaxed British attitude. In the end, it was easy. I was quite clear from the outset that putting people under such intense pressure all the time was, in the end, likely to be detrimental to their performance. I could not bring myself to believe that a man works at his best if he is permanently stressed. When I went down to the flight line the following morning, I therefore told my students that, unless they did something absolutely diabolical, I would see to it that they got their wings. It was obvious they could hardly believe what they were hearing, and you could see the relief on their faces. At the same time, borrowing from old Mr. Marcy at his tutorial college, I told them what they could expect from me. "I may be half your size and half your weight," I began. This was true. Compared to them, I was a midget. Just as our fighter pilots all came off the playing fields of Eton, these chaps had all come straight off the American football pitch. They were huge, while I reckon I weighed hardly more than 7.5 stone at the time. But I continued boldly. "You'll see that I have the guts of a lion. A British lion." I should say that, As it turned out, my American students were just as hardworking and enthusiastic about getting their wings as their average British counterparts. I'm pleased to say I never did have a failure among the cadets under my charge during my time as an instructor at Dothan. I ended up staying a year, so must have trained something like 24 cadets in all. There was, however, one man who was back-termed on account of failing his ground school exams. I remember how, after the parade at which cadets were officially rewarded their wings, the newly minted pilot officers would all go with their instructors to the mess, where they were introduced to the station commander, and there would be drinks all round. On this occasion, I felt a bit sorry for the one cadet who hadn't made it, and thought I would take him a drop of Nelson's blood. Rum, that is, to cheer him up. When I got to the barrack block, I found this big fellow. He was a weightlifting enthusiast, sobbing like a baby, and evidently feeling extremely sorry for himself. A very, very sad sack, as the Americans used to say. "Look," I said, "you've just been sent back a term. You are a good pilot. All that's required is for you to get on top of your ground school, and you'll be up there with your friends in the officers' mess in no time. Take courage." It seems he did, because that was exactly what transpired. Life at Dothan was not without interest. The instructing day began at 7 a.m. However, for my own amusement, I liked to get to the flight line an hour early to go off and fly some aerobatics. One day, as I went out to my aeroplane, I overheard a conversation between two of my fitters. "I'd really like to fly with that little limey lieutenant one of these days." "You can come with me now if you like," I said. "Oh, really?" "Thanks, sir." We climbed aboard, and when he was strapped in and ready, his friend turned to me. "Give him hell, Lute." "Hey, give him hell, sir," yelled several others from the ground. This seemed a bit harsh. The poor man admitted that he'd never done any aeros before, so although I did do a full sequence of loops, rolls, stall turns and spins, I didn't exactly wring the aeroplane out. "How are you getting on?" I would ask every so often. "Just fine, sir," he replied. I did rather wonder whether he was lying, as I had on my first flight, especially when we got down. He looked a bit green as he climbed rather slowly out of the cockpit to the jeers of his fellow fitters. I thought nothing more of the incident until 2 or 3 days later another of the men came and asked whether I would take him up. Again, the airman with him made clear that I ought not to spare the man. "Go on, give him hell, Lute," they cried, so again I put the aeroplane through a sequence before bringing him back down. When this happened a third time, I realized that this was probably not just a matter of the men getting air experience. On further inquiry, I gathered that there was indeed something more to it than met the eye. They were actually putting money on the likelihood of the chap hanging on to his breakfast. That was one of the more amusing incidents. In the space of the year that I spent instructing at Dothan, I accumulated over 750 hours of flying time. This was on top of almost 200 hours in training, during the course of which I'm pleased to say I had no accidents. But I did have 1 or 2 near misses, and I certainly saw a few. One occasion I can never forget is the time when I was having a mock dogfight with one of my students, an exercise we used to practice quite regularly. On this occasion we found ourselves flying towards each other at exactly the same height and with a closing speed of something like 300 knots. The protocol in such circumstances is for both aircraft to brake left. Unfortunately, my student went right. I can find no words that could adequately convey my emotions in that instant. Suffice to say that the moment I realized what was happening, I shoved the stick forward, with the result that we missed each other by about 5 feet. As he passed overhead, there was a sound like a clap of thunder. Most accidents I did see were stupid ones. That doesn't mean to say that they were not unfortunate, but in almost every case they were avoidable. On one occasion, I was standing chatting with a fellow instructor next to the runway when we saw this Harvard coming in for a wheelie landing. You have two alternatives with a tailwheel aircraft: either to land fully stalled on all three wheels, what we call a pancake landing, or you can come in a bit faster and literally fly the aeroplane onto the ground with your tail up, touching down on your main wheels only, hence a wheelie. Of the two techniques, the pancake method is probably harder to judge perfectly, involving as it does precise judgment as to speed and height, but it has the advantage of using up less runway. In still air, you need to be about 5 or 10 miles an hour above stalling speed and about 10 feet or a bit less above the ground before you close the throttle fully and gradually start easing the stick back. If you are going too fast at this point, your angle of attack will increase. The drag coefficient will do likewise, and you will drop like a stone and either bounce or, if you've got it really wrong, break the undercarriage. The wheelie landing avoids either of these difficulties. When you feel your wheels touch, you keep some forward pressure on the stick to make sure you don't lift off again, at the same time as closing the throttle fully. But lots of things can go wrong. On this particular occasion, the aircraft touched down and promptly somersaulted onto its back before skidding the entire length of the runway upside down. We rushed over just as the ambulance got to him. Fortunately, the man on board was all right. Pulling him out, he was pretty shaken up, but otherwise unharmed. It transpired in due course that he'd had his feet on the brakes when he touched down, which meant his wheels were locked, hence the flip onto his back. There was also the rather alarming time when two students collided in mid-air. I happened to be above them at the time, and I watched in horror as it happened. I cannot say how relieved I was when I saw first one and then another parachute open as both bailed out to safety. Again, though, this was a stupid mistake, relatively easily avoided if at least one of them had had full situational awareness. I flew my last 3 sorties on the Harvard on the 21st of March 1943, almost exactly 18 months after I had arrived, a complete greenhorn in the United States. Looking back on my time there, I can only count my blessings. Although I still don't think the rigor of the regime brought out the best in people, I can certainly say that the training in the air was superb. I owe my life to it. On my final day, I was called into the station commander's office, where I had an amusing surprise. "Congratulations, young man," he began. "You have served here as a flying instructor for the past 12 months, and all your cadets won their wings. Your report gives you an A triple star for your performance here. Now you are going back to Britain to serve your king and country. It remains for me only to wish you luck and to present you with your certificate." With these words, he handed me a piece of paper announcing that I had taken and passed the relevant course of instruction and was now a qualified instructor. I managed to keep a straight face and thanked him profusely. It was complete nonsense, of course. I had undertaken no such training. I had just been told to do the job, and I'd done it. Chapter 7. She loves me not. Following a much more comfortable ocean crossing than the one that had taken me out to Canada, now that I was a commissioned officer, I arrived back in England in the spring of 1943. The voyage was also considerably less hazardous than the one on the way out. This was thanks to the code breakers at Bletchley, who had by now, unbeknown either to the enemy or to us, broken the German U-boat codes, enabling shipping to be routed away from their packs. On disembarkation, as per instruction, I made my way to the Queen's Hotel in Harrogate, which at the time was being used as a reception centre for returning flight crew such as myself. There I went before an interviewing board. "So," they began, "we see that you have been instructing in America. No doubt you would wish to continue instructing." "Actually, I'd rather not. I came back in the hope of getting to grips with the enemy," I replied, quite overlooking the fact that the enemy was probably just as keen to get to grips with me. "Well, in that case," began the senior officer present, "you have a number of options." These he proceeded to describe. One was to apply to a Beaufighter squadron of night fighters. The Beaufighter was a twin-engine strike aircraft powered by a pair of 1,600 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines. Like the Mosquito, it had a crew of 2. Unlike the de Havilland aeroplane, it had massive firepower with 4 20mm cannons in the fuselage and a pair of Browning .303 machine guns in each wing. Although not nearly as quick as a Mosquito, it packed a very satisfactory punch, or so I gathered. The thought of getting in among the bomber stream and coming up behind a German night fighter and blasting him into oblivion greatly appealed to me. I couldn't think of anything more satisfying. This was surely the next best thing to being a regular fighter pilot, so I put in an application to join a Beaufighter squadron there and then. In the meantime, I was granted a generous period of leave. The first thing I wanted to do was to see Kath. If all went well, I had decided that I would definitely take the advice of my fellow cadet and ask her to marry me. She was at this time stationed at Stanmore in Middlesex, where she was working within Balloon Command, the people responsible for the barrage balloons protecting London. Not knowing the rules of the game, I dressed myself in some very ill-fitting civilian clothing and made my way south by train. When I eventually reached Stanmore and banged on the guardroom door, the resident corporal looked at me with considerable suspicion. "Who are you?" he demanded. "And what do you want?" "I'm here to see aircraft woman Glass, Kathleen Glass," I replied, handing him my papers. When he saw that I was a flying officer in the RAF, his attitude changed immediately and he went off to find her. "Colin!" she exclaimed as soon as she set eyes on me. "What on earth are you doing dressed like that?" "Well, I'm off duty and it's all I had," I replied. "I'm sorry if none of it fits very well." "But you should be in uniform. It doesn't matter whether you are on duty or off duty. No one wears civvies now, not if you're in the services." "In that case, I'll change right now. I've got my uniform in my bag here." When I reappeared, Kath was wide-eyed. "Oh," she exclaimed, "I hadn't realized there was such a big difference between a pilot officer and a flying officer. Actually, the only real difference in terms of uniform is a slightly wider stripe on the sleeve. Nonetheless, it seemed to impress her. It was a very happy reunion. After we had spent some time together, Kath agreed that she would try to get a couple of days' leave, and we would go down and visit her parents in Claygate. This was duly arranged, and I received a warm welcome on arrival. I suppose everybody knew what was coming next. I proposed to Kath immediately. She quite rightly said she would think about it, though I felt reasonably confident of success. This was confirmed the following morning when Kath came into my room and kissed me. I was relieved and thrilled in equal measure. All that remained for us to do now was to fix a date. As soon as it became known among her WAF colleagues that she was due to marry an officer, Kath came under intense pressure to apply for a commission. They did not at all like the idea of an other rank being married to an officer. In fact, there's no doubt in my mind that she would have made a very good officer, but she preferred to stay with her mates and refused. When we got married, therefore, she was still a corporal, and she was in this uniform, looking extremely attractive, when I went to meet her off the train at Waterloo Station. This did not deter the officious service policewoman who bore down on her. "I'm putting you on a charge," she announced. "Those are not regulation stockings." The policewoman had spotted the fact that Kath was wearing some nylons that I had brought back from America. "You will do no such thing," I said. "This is my wife." I never liked to do it, and technically I was jumping the gun, but just occasionally. I found it necessary to pull rank, especially when defending my wife's stylish appearance. Before we were actually wed, I was required to return to the reception centre at Harrogate. There they sent me off on a staff navigation course. I turned out to be a hopeless candidate. In fact, not to put too fine a point on the matter, I was bloody useless. But this didn't bother me in the least. I only ever wanted to be a pilot. Kath and I married in Trinity Church, Claygate, Surrey, on the 11th of July, 1943. This was in spite of considerable opposition from the vicar, who gave me a lengthy and rather pompous lecture on the subject of responsibility, telling me that I ought to wait until the war was over. I gave him a rather frosty reply. Kath's elder brother was also against it, for similar reasons. "There's a good chance you'll be killed and leave Kath a widow." Of course he was quite right, but when you are young you don't think of these things, and neither Kath nor I ever had any doubt that we were doing the right thing. We were together for the next 73 years. The wedding itself, like most wartime weddings, was decidedly low-key. There were few guests, outside the family, and the spread at the reception afterwards was meagre. My sister-in-law had done her best, however. One thing that I was able to do was to help Kath buy a civilian outfit to wear on the day. When I came back from America, I was, for reasons that are still completely unclear to me, given a huge number of clothing coupons. This was one of those strange examples of British bureaucracy at work. Since I was going to be in uniform for the foreseeable future, there was no reason I could see for such generosity, but who was I to quibble? My bride looked indescribably beautiful. Not having to wear uniform, which she would otherwise have had to have done, enabled us to forget the war just momentarily. The 2 days we had for our honeymoon were likewise a blissful respite from the rather grim reality of what was going on all around us. We spent it at the Castle Hotel in Windsor, right opposite the gates to the castle, with, in place of a bottle of champagne, a bottle of cherry brandy as the next best thing. From Harrogate, I was posted to Spitalgate, near Grantham, and I reported for duty immediately after our wedding weekend. There I was introduced to the short-nosed Blenheim. Originally designed as a light bomber, it was a twin-engine, all-metal aeroplane, one of the first to be of stressed skin construction. It had a powered gun turret on top of the fuselage between the cockpit and the tail. But while it might have been faster than any British fighter when it was first introduced in the 1930s, that wasn't saying much. By the time war broke out, the Blenheim fleet was clapped out, not terribly reliable, massively underpowered, and frankly not fit for combat in any shape or form. When they went on raids over Europe during 1940, they were hacked down by German fighters in huge numbers. You would have a flight of perhaps 10 Blenheims going on a daylight raid to attack the German docks. Of the 10 that went out, 2 would come back. No aircraft suffered worse losses, but at the time, alongside the equally inferior Fairey Battle, the Blenheim was all we had. The Me-109s just played with them. It was a rotten aeroplane to fly, too. At the end of the year, I was sent on a continuation training course at Cranwell, which proved to be relatively luxurious and with very good food, though nowhere near as good or abundant as it had been in America. From Cranwell, I went back to Spitalgate for further training, mainly on the dreadful Blenheim, but also on the Airspeed Oxford, an equally ghastly crate, until such time as I could get a place on a Beaufighter squadron. Unfortunately, There were, at the time, very few openings on any of the night fighter squadrons, and those that did come up always seemed to go to other people, though I was not the only person to fail to find a position. It was all a bit depressing, and indeed morale at Spittlegate was pretty low all round. We all knew that our time was being wasted. A large part of this morale problem was due to the fact that the instructors themselves knew that they were in a dead-end job. But instead of trying to make it fun or interesting in any way, they were picky and rule-bound. The station commander in particular was not very popular. He had a habit of turning up unannounced among a group of people. "Show me something interesting," he would say. This did not impress one Cockney warrant officer of my acquaintance. "If he ever asks me to show him something interesting," he said, "I'll show him my bloody Hampton." The Hampton he was referring to was, for listeners unfamiliar with Cockney rhyming slang, an abbreviation of Hampton Wick. The same station commander also had a habit of surprising people during a gas drill. The idea was that when the siren went off, everybody was supposed to put on their masks. If they were inside at the time, people would, for the most part, do as they ought. If they were outside somewhere, they usually wouldn't bother. But then a jeep would suddenly appear with the station commander in it, accompanied by his adjutant. Both would be wearing their gas masks. "Take that man's name," he would say from somewhere inside. "He is incorrectly equipped." This sort of thing was by no means conducive to high morale, nor, I must say, was the difficulty we faced keeping warm. Although the winter of 1943-44 was not nearly so cold as the year following, you really felt the wind blowing down from the north. Yet all we had in the way of heating were stoves fueled by blocks of coke as large as your fist, so large, in fact, that it was almost impossible to light them. We used to use a mixture of oil and water to get them going, there being almost no kindling wood available. On one occasion I was so cold that I confessed to going into a senior officer's room and purlining his towel rail to feed the otherwise unlightable stove. I admit this was rather disgraceful of me, and I recall feeling rather awkward when he came into the mess complaining bitterly. "Some bugger's gone off with my towel rail." But at least the room was decently warm. The airmen were likewise clear about the necessity for strong measures in the face of the winter cold. When on one miserable and freezing cold day a lorry appeared carrying a telegraph pole that had been freshly painted with creosote, they moved swiftly into action. The pole was dumped next to an existing pole that needed replacing. Evidently, the plan was to come back the next day and erect it. At once, some of the airmen ran over with saws, and within a matter of minutes it had been cut into small pieces. A few moments after that it had entirely disappeared. Next day, of course, the crew tasked with erecting the wretched thing turned up and found no pole. There followed much scratching of heads before eventually they disappeared. Next day, a second telegraph pole was delivered. Unsurprisingly, this met the same fate as the first. When, therefore, the third pole was delivered, the powers responsible for it very sensibly took the precaution of supplying it with an armed guard. But amusements on the station were few and far between. I began to wonder if I would ever get away from the place. The RAF was apparently not expanding its night fighting capability, a mistake in my view. I thought so then, and I think so now. In fact, one other avenue opened up to us would-be night fighters. Some of those who had lower hours than me were sent to join anti-shipping squadrons operated by Coastal Command. Although these operated Mosquitoes at this stage, before they developed rockets for the role, the aeroplane was taking fearsome casualties, with an attrition rate of around 50%. The Germans had developed what were known as flat ships, basically floating anti-aircraft gun platforms, which were extremely effective even against the Mosquito. I remember we had an architect among us who was particularly nervous at the prospect of being transferred to one of these units, as he had good reason to be. Unlike me, he had a lively imagination and knew exactly what lay in store for any of us who were selected. Fortunately for me, and for Kath, who was by now expecting a baby, I managed to avoid this rather desperate business thanks to the appearance on the station during early spring 1944 of Group Captain Hamish Mahadi. This man turned out to be, in effect, the recruiting sergeant of the great Air Vice Marshal Bennett, the man who had established the Pathfinder Group. Mahadi, too, was a quite remarkable man. A Scotsman born into a poor family, he had risen from the rank of sergeant pilot to group captain in just 2 years at the beginning of the war. In fact, the moniker Hamish was a nickname. At one time before the war he had served in Egypt, where he had acquired an Arab horse of that name. When some of his fellow airmen remarked on the striking resemblance in looks between the two of them, Mahadi protested strongly that this was an insult to the horse. Inevitably, the name stuck. It transpired that Mahadi, a very persuasive man, had been sent on a tour of RAF training stations to recruit suitably qualified pilots to a relatively new unit within the Pathfinder Group, the Light Night Striking Force, LNSF. Not that I needed much persuading. My dream job might have been a position on an intruder squadron. Equipped with mosquitoes, these units flew mainly low-level raids on enemy territory and specialized in shooting down returning bombers, but the LNSF was a very close second. Equipped with mosquito bombers, the purpose of the LNSF was to conduct frequent low-impact but high-value raids on Germany. What Mahadi was looking for was underemployed pilots with a minimum of 1,000 hours experience. Having by now logged somewhat in excess of that number, I applied at once. Chapter 8. Light Night Striking Force. Air Vice Marshal Bennett was the tactical genius who had established the Pathfinder Force, PFF, and was now its inspirational leader. A legend among all who had the privilege of serving under him, Bennett was an Australian known for his outstanding competence in every sphere. He was the best pilot, the best navigator, and when he came down to the rifle butts on our station on one occasion, he proved himself to be the best shot too. He was reputed to be able to strip down and rebuild a wireless just as easily as he could strip down and rebuild a piston engine. As an indication of his commitment to his job, it was said of him that he took time during his honeymoon to write a chapter of his book, The Complete Air Navigator. Personally, I could think of better things to do on my honeymoon, but there you are. Another story told about him is of the occasion when he was interviewing a fellow Australian, a sergeant pilot, for a possible commission. "I see from your application that you were at Sydney Academy," he began. "Yes, sir," the sergeant replied. "Campbell was headmaster then, wasn't he?" "No, sir. It wasn't Campbell, it was Ellis." Bennett fixed the sergeant with a glare. "I think you'll find it was Campbell." "Sir," replied the exasperated sergeant pilot, "I was under the impression that I had come here today to be assessed for my suitability for a commission, not to argue about whether it was Ellis or Campbell who was headmaster at the time I was at the academy." "Get out!" Bennett yelled. The man duly came to attention, about turned, and went out. A moment later, Bennett's lady secretary came in and asked for the sergeant's papers, which Bennett threw at her. "So, is the sergeant going to get his commission?" she asked, fully expecting the answer to be no. "Of course he is," he told her. Bennett might have been furious at being shown up, but he could admire a man who stood his ground when he knew he was right. That shows you the sort of leader he was. And should any listener want to know the origin of that story, suffice to say that there is such a thing as pillow talk. Not that it was my head on that pillow, I hasten to add. How Bennett himself became involved with the Pathfinders is an old story. Early in the war, Bomber Command undertook a very thorough analysis of their effectiveness against the enemy. This was contained in the Butt Report. It concluded that less than 1/3 of all the munitions they dropped were getting within 3 miles of their intended target, and it became clear that something drastic needed to be done about the obvious lack of navigational skills of the crews. His idea was to create an elite force of the most experienced and able personnel within Bomber Command and put them onto Lancasters and Mosquitoes, whose sole task would be to mark navigational waypoints and targets with flares and incendiary devices, to guide the ordnance-carrying aircraft that followed them. Air Marshal Harris, who had been Commander-in-Chief of Bomber Command since 1942, was dead against the idea. He was convinced that the existence of such an elite force would undermine the morale of the squadrons if they lost their best men. Bennett, however, being both an extremely determined man and a shrewd operator, had the ear of Winston Churchill, who backed him. In fact, at the time, Harris was known to think more highly of Air Vice Marshal Cochrane of 5 Group, who was also against the Pathfinder concept. One rather unflattering anecdote told about Cochrane is the remark Bennett is supposed to have made to the effect that Cochrane would have been a better commander if he himself had been on a single bombing raid. This was a bit unfair, of course, as Cochrane proved with his planning and execution of the Dambusters raid. But in any case, Bennett won the argument, and the Pathfinders came into being in July 1942. Almost at a stroke, accuracy improved to devastating effect. But lest anyone think he was unmindful of Harris's concerns about elitism, I will always remember a particular saying of his. "If you join the Pathfinders in hopes of winning a VC, you might be lucky," he said, "but you can be damn sure it will be a posthumous one." By the time I joined, the Pathfinder force had established itself under Bennett as an indispensable part of Bomber Command. Equipped with a variety of aircraft, but mostly with Lancasters and Mosquitoes, it succeeded brilliantly in improving the accuracy of the bombing campaign. To do this, it used the latest navigational aids, starting with G and later with Lauren and Oboe, each of them progressively more sophisticated radio guidance systems, and the latest tactics. One innovation was the appointment of master bombers to fly above the target and direct operations using H-2S airborne radar and high-frequency radio. By 1943, a further development within the PFF was the establishment by Bennett of the Light Night Striking Force, LNSF. This was to be a bombing unit that would fulfill 3 distinct roles. First, as a bomber force, second, as spoof raiders, and third, to conduct what were known as siren raids. Spoof raids involved dropping flares on a target, together with large quantities of metal foil in strips, referred to by the code name Window. These would show up as multiple intruders on the enemy's radar screens and cause them to think they were about to receive a heavy attack. They would then scramble their night fighters and send them off in pursuit of the Mosquitoes, which of course they had no hope of catching, until they realized they had been spoofed. By this time, they would have used up a lot of fuel and would have to return to base before going after the main force, which would, if all had gone according to plan, be attacking a different city by now. So-called siren raids were a bit like spoof raids, but ones where the Mosquitoes would just show themselves above a target merely for the purpose of getting the air raid sirens to go off and the anti-aircraft batteries cranked up, but without actually dropping any bombs on them. The aircraft would then proceed to another target where they would deliver their ordnance. Alternatively, a siren raid might consist of just a few aircraft dropping bombs. The intention was that these would fool the enemy into thinking that the target could expect to be hit by waves of heavies soon after. In fact, the raids were just diversions, again designed to draw the night fighters away from the real target. In time, the LNSF was also developed into an effective bomber force in its own right. The Mark 16 Mosquito, with which some of its squadrons were equipped, was modified to carry a 4,000-pound load for delivery at maximum range, which included Berlin. This was the same load as a Flying Fortress at the same range, though to be fair, the Fortress could carry twice the load over shorter ranges. But in both cases, the American aeroplane required a crew of 9 men versus just 2 for the Mosquito, and was compelled to fly in daylight. Having decided at once that flying Mosquitoes as a member of the LNSF was just the job for me, and having sent in my application, I was called for an interview with the squadron adjutant at Spitalgate. I think he must have seen me as a potential Blenheim instructor. "We spent all this time training you," he complained, "and now you say you want to join Bennett's mob. Well, can you actually stop my transfer going through?" "No, I can't. In that case, there's nothing to talk about. It's my decision, and clearly there is nothing you can do to stop me." So that was that. As a result, I never got to fly a Beaufighter, though I would very much have liked to have done so, if only to see what it was like as a flying machine. But at last, after almost exactly a year, I was transferred from Spitalgate, with its dreadful Blenheims and Oxfords, to RAF Whiten, near Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire, to convert onto the Mosquito. I could not have been happier, given that the last 9 months had frankly been a nonsense. My logbook has page after page of endlessly repeated exercises. Steep turns, stalls, EFAT, engine failure after takeoff, navigational exercises using G and beam and DR, dead reckoning. I remain confident that I was no better equipped to fly the Mosquito after a year than I would have been after 3 months. The Mosquito Training Unit, MTU, at Whiten, lay just to the east of Huntingdon, in what was then Huntingdonshire, but is now Cambridgeshire. My start date was the 18th of July 1944, just over a year after our first wedding anniversary. For the next 6 weeks, I was to familiarise myself with the wooden wonder, following which I would be assigned to one of the LNSF squadrons for an operational tour. First, though, I had a period of leave during which I went down to London to be with Kath, who was, by now, back living with her parents, who had recently returned to Claygate from Wales. It was just at this moment that the Nazis started hitting London with the V1, the first drone bomb, you could say. Although Bomber Command had succeeded in delaying the programme with a devastating attack on the main facility at Peenemünde a year earlier, it was not enough to stop them entirely. I saw for myself the danger they posed one time when I was in a pub near where Kath's parents lived. Suddenly we became aware of an approaching V1. It sounded like an unsilenced and out-of-tune motorcycle engine. Then it stopped. Everyone froze. It was like a film stopping on a single frame. Some people were stopped in their tracks as they walked towards the bar. Others had their arms frozen as they raised a glass to their lips. Everyone was completely motionless, not knowing where the damn thing was going to land. There was an explosion in the distance, and everyone started drinking and chatting again as if nothing had happened. On another occasion, I watched as an anti-aircraft battery attempted to shoot down one of these things. A shell literally skimmed the roof of my parents-in-law's house, just missing the chimney. The V1s were soon joined by the V2, an even more fearsome weapon. As it happens, I actually saw a V2 in flight on one occasion. We were on our way back from a raid when we noticed this thing heading towards us from below, in a great shower of sparks and flame. Up and up it came at an incredible rate of knots. "Christ!" I exclaimed. "It's going to hit us." There was no time to manoeuvre, but fortunately it passed us by, and we watched it disappear into the night sky. Bastards, I thought. That could land on my wife and child. Given this new danger, and with Kath now heavily pregnant, we decided it was best she leave London and move in with my parents in Devon and have the baby there. After we had parted, and I was on my way up to Whiten, I had an unforgettable meeting with a young Polish man in London. At that time, there were quite a lot of Poles in circulation as members of various branches of the armed forces, many of whom made an outstanding contribution to the war effort and to the Battle of Britain in particular. "So, tell me," I said, "what did you do as a civilian in Poland? And how come you are over here now?" "Let me explain," he replied. "I was living a perfectly ordinary, quiet life on the outskirts of Warsaw, on the eastern side. I had a nice house, 2 very young children, a beautiful wife, and a few possessions that I had built up over the years. But then, out of nowhere, at 2 o'clock one morning, it was snowing, there came a knock on the door. I opened it to find a German officer there, accompanied by 4 troopers. 'Get out,' he said. 'I'm requisitioning this house.' I realized in the twinkling of an eye I had just lost everything. 'What am I supposed to do?' I said. 'I've got 2 young children, and it's snowing. I have nowhere to go.' To this the German officer replied, 'I am going away with my troopers for exactly half an hour. After that time I shall return. If you are still here, my troopers will shoot your children, then they'll shoot your wife, and finally I will shoot you.' At that point, the officer turned about and marched off. So, what did I do? I told my wife to gather up anything she could carry and take the children with her. We then went out into the night and found some kind neighbour who would put us up in the short term. Then I knew I must fight. That is why I have come here. Of course, I had to leave my wife and children behind. I have no idea where they are. I don't know what they're doing to survive, or even if they have survived. But I have come here in order to fight the Germans." It was stories like this one, and those of the airmen who had escaped and come back with tales of shocking brutality that told us the reality of what was going on and why we needed to fight the Nazis. This story convinced me that I too was doing the right thing, notwithstanding the imminent birth of my first child. The first thing that struck me on arrival at Whiten was the atmosphere, the overwhelming sense of purpose on the station. Morale was extremely high. There were what seemed to be thousands of people bustling round, while in the background there was the unceasing roar of engines being run up, whether for ground testing or as aircraft blasted off down the runway. It could not have been more different from the Blenheim station at Spitalgate. Chalk and cheese. Even among the heavies at Whiten, morale was high, despite the fact that the Lancaster crews took considerably higher casualties than the Mosquitoes. People were generally in a better frame of mind. By now, the tour of duty on a heavy bomber Pathfinder squadron was actually only slightly lower than on a Mosquito squadron. Heavy bomber crews of the PFF faced a tour of 45 missions, whereas if you were in one of the Mosquito squadrons, the tour was 50 operational missions. Yet every member of the group was a volunteer, whether as a member of a Mosquito or a heavy crew. Part of the reason for this extraordinary atmosphere was the presence among the PFF of men like Tubby Baker, who had flown exactly 100 raids on heavies, one of them on the Stirling. The short Stirling was, frankly, a death trap. Although reasonably manoeuvrable, it had a ceiling of just 16,000 feet, putting it at the mercy of pretty much anything the Luftwaffe had that could fly. Statistically speaking, Baker was dead several times over, yet when he came to his 98th raid and was promoted, although he could have stood down for the last 2 raids, he insisted on continuing to lead his squadron in order to reach his century. Having successfully delivered his bombs on his final raid, he and his second-in-command were said to have celebrated with a pint of beer in the air. By prior arrangement, they drew their Lancasters alongside one another, and the 2 men raised their glasses in celebration. Such bravery, such character. I was a bit disappointed to discover that, as a member of the new intake on the MTU, my first week was to be spent on the dreadful Airspeed Oxford, or Ox Crate as it was familiarly known. But all went well, and I had my first flight in the Wooden Wonder on the 15th of August, 1944. When I see a Mosquito today, I sometimes wonder if it is really true that I flew this extraordinary aeroplane all those years ago. But so it is. Climbing aboard the aeroplane on that occasion, specially modified with dual controls, I sat alongside my very capable instructor. He sat in the right-hand seat, I sat in the pilot-in-command seat on the left. This was the moment I'd been waiting for all this time. Normally, the way these things worked was the instructor would take you up and spend some time demonstrating the aeroplane in each phase of flight, including its engine-out capability. I was therefore anticipating a good 45 minutes or so in the local area before we came back and did some circuits and bumps, i.e. landings and takeoffs. "You must be familiar with most of the systems from the Blenheim," he began. I nodded. "And I take it you've read the flight manual?" he demanded. "I certainly have." "Good," he said. "In that case, let's go." So we fired up and climbed into the circuit. "Right, follow me through on the controls and I'll show you how it's done," he continued. My instructor took the aeroplane round the circuit and immediately brought it back in for a single touch and go, where you close the throttle fully and the wheels touch, but you don't actually land, instead putting on full throttle and rotating immediately. "Okay, you have it," he said, as soon as we were in the climb and the runway was disappearing beneath us. "I have control," I replied. "Okay, now you show me how it's done. Just bring her round and we'll land this time." "Righto," I said. So round we went, and I brought the aeroplane into land. "You'll do," he said, as I taxied back to the apron. And that was it. I was now fully qualified as a Mosquito pilot. My logbook shows that, just as on my first solo, we had been airborne for exactly 6 minutes. Of course, even just doing this was tremendous fun. If the Blenheim was the aerial equivalent of an overladen Bedford lorry, this was the equivalent of a racing car. The power from those 2 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines was phenomenal. When you pushed the throttle fully open, you got a tremendous punch in the back as you began hurtling down the runway. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. The tail came up at around 70 miles an hour, while rotation at about 125 miles an hour came very soon after. Yet for all its power in the air, the aeroplane was extremely stable, with no discernible faults at all. Really, the only thing you had to keep an eye on was the engine coolant temperature while you were still on the ground. You needed to get airborne before it rose too high. Not a problem for training flights such as this, but when you were one of a flight of a dozen aircraft all taking off one after another, you had to be quick if the chaps at the back were not to run into difficulty and start overheating. If that happened, they'd need to shut down and wait for the temperature to come back within limits. I suppose that if the aeroplane did have one vice, though it was more of a quirk than a vice, it was its marked tendency to swing to port as you opened up the throttle on takeoff. If you didn't watch out, because both propellers rotated in the same direction, there was downward pressure on the port wheel, which would push you to the left with considerable force. It could be corrected with full opposite rudder, but if you let a swing develop, even savage application of the rudder would not save you from ground looping. For this reason, the standing instruction was to fully close the throttle if ever the aeroplane went beyond about 15 degrees from the center line. So serious was this standing instruction that every trainee pilot was required to write out in longhand and sign a personal affidavit. In my own case, this was dated 17th of August, 1944, immediately prior to my first solo in the aircraft. This is to certify that I, the undersigned pilot, have been instructed to throttle back in the event of a swing. In other words, you were saying that if things started to go awry, you promised to abort the takeoff. It was, however, well known that to make life easier for yourself, you could, if you knew what you were doing, put greater power on the port engine to compensate for the tendency to swing to that side, adding in full power on the starboard side only when you had the tail up. If, on the other hand, you did not know what you were doing and tried this, you would end up in all kinds of trouble. The training course at Whiten was not merely for pilots. It was designed for navigators as well and for crews to start working together. To that end, a few days into the course, I and my fellow pilots under instruction were brought together with our prospective navigators. Who you actually crewed up with was a matter of personal choice. One day we received a visit from the station commander, a man by the name of Wing Commander G.H. Wormersley. There were about 50 of us pilots and 50 navigators in a classroom when we were called to order. Following a short talk, he addressed us in the following terms. "So, gentlemen," he began, "what is going to happen now is that I am going to leave the room. When I return in an hour's time, you will all have paired up and we will have 50 Mosquito crews ready for action." With that, he went out, slamming the door behind him. There was a lot of door slamming in those days. This was followed by a moment's silence, then by general uproar. One man climbed on the table and shouted at the top of his voice, "Who wants a drunken navigator?" Well, I thought to myself, I am one person who does not want a drunken navigator, thank you. Unsure how this was all going to turn out, I held back at first, while other people formed up in groups and got into animated discussions with one another. After a while, it became clear that nobody seemed particularly to want me, and I couldn't see anybody I particularly wanted either. That was until I looked across to the other side of the room and spotted this tall, rather elderly and miserable-looking chap with a Canada flash on his shoulder. He must have been all of 28. But I thought, at that age, he must have some experience, even if I could see that he wouldn't be much fun. It wasn't fun I was looking for anyway. I was looking for a shit-hot navigator. So I walked across to him and asked whether he had crewed up yet. "Nope," he said. "Not yet." "So, what's your experience?" "What's yours?" he replied. "Fair enough," I said. "The answer is I've got about 1,000 hours. I've been an instructor out in America, teaching American and Commonwealth cadets." This clearly pleased him. "So, what about you?" I wanted to know. "I was an instructor at the Air Observer School in Canada, before being appointed Station Navigation Officer." I subsequently discovered that he had also spent 6.5 hours in a dinghy in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, having bailed out of an Anson, and his radio operator having drowned. "Congratulations," I said. "You've just found yourself a pilot." As it turned out, I could not have found a better man than Doug Redmond. He was a complete expert. Not only did he turn out to be the best navigator on the squadron, he was probably the best navigator in the entire group. I once told him this to his face, saying that I felt very lucky to have him, though I have to admit that I added, somewhat immodestly, that he was lucky to have me too. We worked well together as a team. There wasn't much chat. He wasn't a very communicative fellow, and far from sociable. It turned out that prior to the war he had worked in forestry as a lumberjack. I don't know whether this was the reason for his somewhat solitary nature, or his rather noticeable lack of a sense of humour. He rarely laughed, but that didn't matter to me in the least. What mattered was that he was good at his job and that, like me, he took a keen interest in destroying the Germans' manufacturing capacity and in bringing this god-awful war to an end. As a result, we had little to do with each other, except when airborne. And even then we tended to just get on with our respective jobs. After I left the Pathfinder group, I had several much more entertaining navigators, but they were none of them anything like as good as Doug. From that day on, we always flew together. Our time was taken up with various familiarization exercises, including day and night cross-countries using both G and DR, but we also practiced things like engine failures after takeoff and loss of systems, as well as bombing runs and associated drills. 2 sorties in particular stand out in my memory. Both involved being incorrectly vectored towards a balloon barrage. This was extremely worrisome, as on both occasions the weather was foul. Fortunately, the balloons were equipped with a transmitter that made a particular bleeping sound which, if you ever heard it, meant you were in danger of running into them and needed to do an emergency high G 180, which of course we did, though not without me uttering a string of expletives. Had we carried on, we would undoubtedly have flown straight into the barrage with practically no chance of bailing out successfully. For this to have happened, not just once, but twice, was rather remarkable, it has to be said. Still, it was in some ways excellent preparation for what was to follow. Chapter 9. Downham Market. From Whiten, I finally joined 608 Squadron at Downham Market at the beginning of September 1944. That first raid on Hanover took place on the 5th of September. The day began with a night flying test, NFT, which, although conducted during the day, was designed to prove your aircraft was fit to fly at night. We did these quite regularly, especially following anything more than routine maintenance, to make sure everything was ship-shape. My logbook entry for that flight says, NFT OK. The weather on the way out to Hanover and back was, as in fact it was on most nights that winter, extremely bad, with a blanket of thick cloud covering much of our route. This meant flying on instruments without reference to the horizon. Cloud also made accurate bombing extremely challenging. In our own case, when we got to Hanover, Doug was unable to get a definite fix at first, so we aborted the run and I took the aeroplane round for a second attempt, this time successful. This gained us a reputation, not entirely deserved, for being a press-on crew. The day had begun as all raiding days began. The mess steward would come into the Nissen hut, where we junior officers were quartered, and wake us at around 7:30 a.m. with a pint mug of tea. Those who had been on a raid the previous night would be left until later. Even for those of us woken early, a wake-up call was a lot more civilized than the airman's reveille. They would invariably be wakened up by the duty corporal storming in and rousing them with the words, "Hands off, cocks, on with socks." This was the standard RAF wake-up, no bugles or anything like that. Because the winter of 1944-45 was such a cold one, and because the meagre heat of the stove would have long given out when the bad weather set in, you had to steel yourself to get out of bed and over to the shower block for the proverbial shit shower and shave. But at least the showers were warm. Most of the time. Then back to the hut, dress, and head over to the mess for breakfast. Having been so well looked after while in America, it had come as a bit of a shock to discover that we junior officers were to be accommodated in Nissen huts, 12 of us in each. Even at Spittlegate and Whiten, we'd had individual quarters. The huts were arranged in rows just behind the officers' mess, which was itself housed in what had been the vicarage, close to the village church. For those who don't know what they are, a Nissen hut, named after their inventor, Major Peter Nissen, is essentially a half-cylinder of corrugated iron of between 16 and 30 feet in length, usually clad with hardboard inside and closed at either end with a wooden frame. At one of these ends there would be a door and a pair of windows. In terms of the shelter they provided, Nissen huts were certainly a step up from canvas, but that isn't saying much. The insulation was minimal, and if they kept out the wet, they certainly did not keep out either the damp or the cold. As anyone alive at the time will tell you, that winter was a harsh one, and although the autumn weather was often fine, it quickly turned perishing cold. I'll always remember my first night on the station. To add to the surprise of finding ourselves accommodated in huts, I'd just fallen into a slumber when I felt something strange, as if my blanket had come alive. I realized at once that I was under siege from some local mice. They were in at least squadron strength and were having a high old time of things until I brushed them off. When I examined the evidence the following morning, I realized that the little buggers had been feasting off the crumbs dropped by my bed's previous occupant. I made sure to give the blankets an almighty shake outside. Breakfast in the mess was served at around 8 a.m. Needless to say, the menu was almost always identical. Large quantities of tea, accompanied usually by porridge, sometimes by cornflakes, always reconstituted milk, toast in large quantities, some floury margarine or, just occasionally, a little butter, jam out of a tin, reconstituted egg from America, quite often spam fritters, sometimes a sausage and generally baked beans. When the beans appeared, the response was invariable. "Oh, not bloody baked beans again." For some reason, baked beans seem to have been less popular then than they are today. I, though, have been a lifelong enthusiast. In fact, when I turned 100, I wrote to Heinz and told them so. They sent me a personalized can in return. This was a slight disappointment, as I had rather hoped for free beans to the end of my days. In the mess, I was always very willing to accept any leftovers from the doubters. It was generally at breakfast that you learned whether you would be going on a raid that night. As a member of the Light Night Striking Force, I only went on a daytime raid on 2 occasions, with at least 2 Australians, 2 New Zealanders, several Canadians, and a Dutchman on strength, as well as 1 or 2 Jewish crew members keen to hit back at the Nazis. 608 Squadron proved to be a very diverse group. Also stationed at Downham at the time was the recently formed 635 Squadron, similarly members of PFF who were equipped with Mark VI Lancasters. Already, one of their pilots, Ian Bazalgette, a Canadian, had won a famous Victoria Cross, albeit posthumously. On a raid over still-occupied France to take out a V1 site, his aeroplane was badly damaged and caught fire. In spite of this, he pressed on and successfully marked the target before ordering his crew to bail out. But then, realizing that 2 of his men had been wounded and were unable to jump, rather than save himself, he stayed with his Lancaster and attempted a forced landing. Tragically, although he brought it in safely, it exploded immediately after touchdown. The 2 squadrons, 608 and 635, did not have a great deal to do with each other, however. We might occasionally meet some of the others in the local pub, but even if we did, we tended not to socialize. The truth of the matter was that they somewhat sneered at us and looked on us mosquito pilots as a sort of gentleman's flying club, not quite the real thing. For our part, we kept our heads down and rather looked on them with pity. The Lancaster was in many ways a decent aeroplane. It could carry a far greater bomb load than anything else in the Allied infantry. On the other hand, compared with a Mosquito, it was very slow and ponderous, as well as difficult to escape from in an emergency, especially if you happened to be stuck in the back. To us, they were little better than flying coffins, and we didn't envy their crews one bit. The Lancaster also had a major vulnerability. In my opinion, and in the opinion of many others, it should have had a turret underneath, like the Fortress, which could direct fire downwards. As a result of not being able to defend itself against attack from below, it was wide open to German night fighters, just slipping in and firing up into the underside. The Luftwaffe exploited this vulnerability by equipping the Me-110 and other night fighters with a pair of Schreiger-Musik, meaning hit music, 20mm cannons. These were mounted on a platform enabling them to be fired upwards to devastating effect. I always felt that Harris should have done something about this. It was such an obvious modification to make, and in fact I heard that the crew of one Lancaster at Downham Market took out a section of fuselage and mounted a Lewis gun to fire down through it. They even went to the extent of removing the tracer from the ammunition belts so the Germans wouldn't know what was hitting them. I don't know what became of this aeroplane, nor why the idea was never developed further. True, it would have lowered the bomb load available, but it would have saved an awful lot of aeroplanes and the lives of an awful lot of brave airmen. Not pursuing it was an unforgivable failing in my view. My first station commander at Downham Market was an Australian by the name of Scott, known inevitably as Scotty. He was a real man's man, strong, upright, and powerful looking. Scotty was the sort of chap who took his stairs 6 at a time. He had a good sense of humour too, and you knew he would happily stand his round of drinks in the pub. And although he didn't exactly suffer fools gladly, in all things he was fair. One of his sayings was, "You should live each day as if it was your last. One day it will be." It's a maxim I've followed ever since. I liked Scotty a lot. There were limits to his sense of humour, however, as we discovered on one memorable occasion. This involved one of our foreign pilots who, on return from a raid, succeeded in damaging 4 of the squadron's Mosquitoes in one go. The man in question was Henry Tyrrell, a very popular figure on the squadron, whose nickname, and the name by which he was known universally, was Harry the Dutchman, which indeed he was. Harry was a real heartthrob for the women, a tallish, thin-faced man, kind, very brave, and also with a good sense of humour. He was much older than the rest of us, being at least 30 at the time. He was a very competent pilot and a good navigator too. All in all, Harry was an extremely good fellow and very well liked, which surely explains why, on the occasion that he parked his aeroplane in a space that was already taken, he didn't end up getting court-martialed. What happened was that, coming in from a raid in the dark, he headed to dispersal, saw what he assumed was a vacant place in the line, and headed into it. Unluckily, it was already occupied. The result was that not only did he damage his own aeroplane and the one parked there, but also the aeroplanes on either side, 4 in total. "Well, that was a bit unfortunate," he said as he climbed out. It certainly was, but the rest of us in the line were all in good spirits, and we actually carried him back to the mess, where we proceeded to have a decidedly rowdy evening, with Harry the centre of attention and the butt of every joke. It ended, as it often did, when we knew we weren't flying the following day, having undertaken 2 raids on the trot, with a sing-song. This entailed belting out our repertoire of mostly bawdy songs at the tops of our voices. "I don't want to join the Air Force. I don't want to go to war. I'd rather hang around Piccadilly Underground, living on the earnings of a high-born lady. I don't want to join the Air Force. I don't want to go to war. I'd rather stay in England. Jolly, jolly England. I don't want my bollocks shot away. Somehow we got it to rhyme. After about an hour of this appalling behaviour, the station commander, who lived with his wife in the flat above, could bear it no longer. He suddenly appeared at the door, wearing his dressing gown, and in a great rage. "I will not, and my wife certainly will not, be kept awake at night by you lot singing your filthy songs. You can all clear off out of here now and go to bed." At this, we all marched off, rather sheepishly. Next morning, we were called in by the squadron leader, who was in a foul temper, having presumably been hauled over the coals by Mrs. Scott. "Not only do you bring the station commander down from his room with your appalling singing of bawdy songs, but you," he yelled, pointing at Harry, "you damage not only your own airplane, but 3 others beside. I will not have these unavoidable accidents." At this rather drastic lapse in logic, Harry spoke up. "Well, sir, if it was unavoidable, I don't quite see how I could have avoided it," he said, rather dangerously. Scotty was nearly apoplectic. "That's the trouble with you bloody foreigners. You don't understand bloody English." And with that, he leapt up and stormed out of the room, slamming the door loudly behind him. I fear that Harry understood English rather better than Scotty, and we could only hope that the squadron leader didn't hear the sound of our laughter as he retreated. But Scotty was a very decent chap. He could well have had Harry court-martialed. Instead, he let it go. Harry's real name was Henry Wilhelm Geit. It was the RAF that gave him the name Tyrrell. The reason for this assumed name was that he had, in fact, been a full-time officer in the Royal Dutch Air Force, in which capacity he had been shot down during the invasion of Holland in May 1940. His Northrop 8A hopelessly outclassed by the ME 109. Although he bailed out successfully, he was immediately taken captive. The invaders eventually let him go on the basis that provided he didn't give them any trouble, they wouldn't give him any either. But Harry, being Harry, he was determined to carry on the fight, and he soon joined the resistance movement, with the intention of getting to England and volunteering for the RAF. Unfortunately, the Gestapo were quickly onto him, and they put him in one of their work camps back in Germany. This wasn't a work camp in the ordinary sense of the word, of course. It was one of those where basically they worked you to death. At this point, fate took a hand. Not far from the camp was a hospital where one of the doctors, it seems, had a Dutch wife. Somehow, through her and through his resistance connections, a message was sent to Harry to the effect that if he could get himself hospitalized, they would get him out of the country. All very dangerous, of course, because if a word of the plan had got out, all concerned would have been shot out of hand. His problem now was how to get himself sent to hospital. As he put it to us, he didn't really have much choice in the matter. "I knew I would be dead from malnutrition within a matter of weeks, so I had to do something drastic. One day I was working at a marshalling yard with a lot of lorries and locomotives coming and going, when I spotted a goods wagon rolling down the track all on its own. I realized this was my chance. Without a second thought, he put his foot on the rail, and it crushed all his toes. As a result, he was duly taken off to the hospital. Thereafter, the conspirators were as good as their word. First, the hospital treated his injured foot and fed him up. Then, somehow, they got him into the escape channels, and he made it through Belgium and France, over the Pyrenees and down into Spain, which he crossed before finally taking ship from Gibraltar. Having arrived in England at last, he was immediately taken on by the RAF. Because he had plenty of flying hours and lots of experience, he was an obvious candidate for one of the Mosquito squadrons. The reason they gave him an assumed name was, of course, that if they didn't, and he was shot down again, the Germans would quickly realize he was an escapee, and he would have been executed there and then. Another notable member of the squadron, and also a beneficiary of the French resistance, was an Australian we all knew as Smithy. He had been shot down over occupied France in 1942, where, luckily for him, he had been collared by the Marquis, the resistance, before the Germans could find him. They told him that they would get him over the Pyrenees, after which he should make his way south to Gibraltar. Again, he was passed from place to place until eventually they got him to the foot of the mountains, where he was handed over to 2 shepherds. It was explained to him that all he needed to do was to follow them, as they knew where all the German checkpoints were and all the routes round them. So off they went, making good progress, until, rounding a corner, they walked straight into a German patrol. Well, the Germans knew the 2 shepherds, but demanded to know who was this person with them. When one of the shepherds started to reply, they interrupted him. "No, no," said one of the Germans. "Let him speak for himself." But the shepherd carried on, explaining that the man couldn't speak. He was deaf and dumb and as thick as mince into the bargain. At which point, to demonstrate his nonchalance, Smithy took out a cigarette and lit it. "Of course, I was completely bloody terrified," he told us. "I just hoped they wouldn't see my hand shaking." Apparently they didn't, and the Germans waved them through. One other mess character I cannot overlook was Jasper the cat. He was the most disgraceful individual. Black as the devil himself, and quite the most promiscuous creature I have ever encountered in all my long life. I don't know if it is still well known, but there was a very vulgar ditty we used to sing that might have been written specially about Jasper. Cats on the rooftops, cats on the tiles, cats with syphilis, cats with piles, cats with their arseholes all wreathed in smiles, as they revel in the joys of fornication. He was at it day and night. Where he got his lady friends from we never knew, but not a day went by when he was not seen to be mounting some unfortunate moggy in a corner of the mess. One evening, however, the PMC, President of the Mess Committee, and the Mess Secretary decided that enough was enough and it was time for Jasper to be neutered, and went to the kitchen demanding to borrow a sharp knife. The kitchen staff were up in arms and refused. For a short while he survived. But one evening, after a certain amount of liquor had been consumed, the PMC got hold of a suitable instrument and leapt on the unfortunate creature. Jasper, sensing danger, was having nothing to do with this and gave the man a fearful scratch on his arm as a souvenir before running off into the night. The last we saw of Jasper, he was disappearing over the fields, but I don't doubt that somewhere out there he found another lady cat, and that even now his remote heirs and successors populate the environs of Downham Market. Good old Jasper. Let this be his memorial for the important contribution he made to the entertainment of the officers of 608 Squadron. Chapter 10. You weren't frightened, were you? I don't often look at my logbook. In fact, before starting work on this book it had been years, decades even, since I last did so. It doesn't make particularly interesting listening. The only thing to distinguish the raids I went on is the fact that I recorded the target name and a few details in red ink. Just occasionally, and more at the beginning of going on operations than at the end, perhaps because I started to get used to the whole business, I set down a few personal observations in the column headed Duty, including comments and remarks. Date, September the 5th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito Mark 20, KB265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks. Target Hanover. Heavy flak, bombed TIs, i.e. on-target indicators, with satisfactory results. 4 hours 15 minutes, of which 3 hours in cloud on instruments. There is no word about going round a second time because of bad weather, and for which we got a reputation for being a press-on crew. Nor does it mention Doug's mistake, and mistake it certainly was, is only one, of routing us straight over the top of Emden on our way back, nor of the intensity of fire coming up at us. No mention either of my mistake in putting the aeroplane into a full-powered dive from which we nearly didn't make it out. The next day, we were out again. Date, September the 6th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito Mark 20, KB265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks. Target Hamburg. Flak and searchlights. Bombed. Time departure 2045. 3 hours 35 minutes, of which 1 hour 5 minutes in cloud on instruments. You might wonder why I didn't keep a separate diary. There are two answers to that. The first is that actually you were just doing a job, nothing more. So why would you? The other is you would not particularly want to be reminded in any detail. It is enough to say that it was all a bit bloody worrisome. On the 7th of September, we had a day off. Then, date, September the 8th, 1944. Aircraft Mosquito Mark 20, KB265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks. Target Nuremberg. Arrived early. Natives hostile. Low cloud. Time, departure 2045. 4 hours 35 minutes. A clear night. None on instruments. Date, September the 9th, 1944. Aircraft. Mosquito Mark 20, KB265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks. Target Brunswick. Heavy flak, coned by SLs, searchlights. Pretty grim. Time, departure, 21:20. 3 hours 30 minutes, of which 45 minutes on instruments. Nothing, of course, can prepare you for the sheer hell of flying into a flak barrage, and certainly nothing anyone ever said about what was in store for us gave us the slightest indication of the reality. In fact, in some ways, it wasn't the anti-aircraft fire that was the worst of it. One of the biggest horrors was getting coned by searchlights. Remarkably, nobody ever warned us to expect this, and I do feel, in retrospect, that it was something we could have been briefed on. If I'd been flight commander, I'd certainly have encouraged people to talk about their experiences, but so far as I know, nobody ever was, or did. Perhaps the powers that be didn't want to frighten us. Perhaps, too, it reflected the fact that we were all pretty tired most of the time, if not actually exhausted, and nobody wanted to talk about operations. They'd rather forget. Even so, I can't help feeling that a few words of warning would have been worthwhile. One thing you need to be aware of is getting coned. Don't let it take you by surprise. Just keep calm and carry on. Just a few simple words along those lines so that it didn't come as a complete shock. The first time it happens to you is appalling beyond words. Suddenly, instead of looking out onto the beams playing across the sky around and in front of you, The cockpit is flooded with light. You can see nothing. You are paralyzed by the brightness, a brightness tinged with a kind of electric blue-violet color. You don't know what's happening. You are completely bewildered. Nobody has warned you to expect this. In the glare, you can no longer see your instrument panel. You are blind. You forget the poor sod beside you. Your whole being is concentrated into a single thought. Keep flying the aeroplane. Gradually, after what seems like half a lifetime, your eyes acclimatize and you can make out the instrument panel. Outside, it is as if you are flying through the heart of the sun. The heart of hell, more like. Hell because you know what's coming. Every ounce of the anti-aircraft effort is now focused on destroying you. But there is nothing you can do except hold your height and your heading and your nerve. Because, you see, you have a job to do. You are on a mission to destroy these bastards, and you'll do it even at the cost of your life. Not that I personally had any hatred for the Germans. I think that probably went for most people. So far as I was concerned, it wasn't the German people that had to be destroyed. The Nazis were the enemy. They were the bastards who shot and killed Roger Bushell for organizing the Great Escape. The bastards who pulled out the fingernails of the French resistance members they captured. The bastards who were after good old Harry and good old Smithy. The bastards who wanted to enslave one half of Europe and kill the other half. And, as we discovered in early 1945, those unspeakable monsters who had been gassing and burning Jews by the million. Date, September the 11th, 1944. Aircraft. Mosquito Mark 20, KB 265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks, target Berlin. 2 interceptions by fighters. Fired on by first, coned by SLs. Time, departure 21:35. 4 hours, 35 minutes. If you want to know who really hated the Germans, it was the Poles. That much was clear from my meeting with the man while on leave. Another, more amusing story I heard was of the occasion when a Polish pilot ran out of ammunition pursuing an Me-109. Rather than give up, he deliberately kept after it and chopped its tail off with his propeller. This did his own machine no good at all, of course, and as a result both aeroplanes came down. This was not universally approved on his squadron, and he wasn't exactly flavour of the month when he reappeared on his station some weeks later, thanks to the good offices of the Marquis in Belgium and France. He was informed that, ideally, the RAF wanted pilots who brought down enemy planes, not pilots who brought down enemy planes and destroyed their own in the process. But the Poles were an extremely doughty bunch, and I, for one, had tremendous respect for them. Date, September the 12th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito Mark 20. KB 265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks, target Berlin. Coned by SLs. Flak too close. Time, departure, 21:45. 4 hours, 40 minutes. Date, September the 15th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito Mark 20, KB 265. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including comments and remarks, target Berlin. Coned by SLs. Heavy, accurate flak. Starboard petrol tank, hold. Camera shot out. Tail elevator damaged. Numerous holes in fuselage. Time, departure, 23:45. 4 hours, 35 minutes, of which 40 minutes in cloud on instruments. Those were my first 7 raids. Even from the rather brief descriptions in the comments, you can see they were quite exciting. But it's the first and 7th that really stick out in my mind. The first to Hanover, where we were shot up on our return, I have already described. The one on the 15th of September 1944 was one of the most memorable of my career, and certainly one of the least pleasant. There is no mention in the logbook of the fact that the anti-aircraft fire we took must have missed knocking us out of the sky by a matter of inches. Even now, I can't find the words to describe what this felt like. The thing is, you would sometimes see the shells exploding nearby, and within the flash of light, a dark core. On this occasion, that dark core must have been what threw the aeroplane up so violently that it hurled us up at least 100 feet. Anyone who has been in an aeroplane when it has hit severe turbulence will have some idea of what this was like. There was a violent, precipitous lurch, except that, in this case, it had the bizarre effect of making you feel like you were falling up a cliff, not down it. The cockpit filled with the stench of cordite, and then both engines lost power. "Christ!" yelled Doug. "What do we do now?" The propellers continued to windmill silently, and we began rapidly losing height. I've always wondered what Doug was expecting me to say. I thought it a bloody stupid question then, and I still do. We wait, of course. What else was there to do? What else was there to say? About 6 months passed, rather slowly, when without so much as a cough, "Hallelujah!" the reassuring thrum of the engines as they came back to life. "The Lord be praised!" Discussing the incident with my ground crew later, we decided that the cutout must have been due to fuel starvation caused by the sudden jolt of the explosion. At once I put the aeroplane into a steep diving turn to get out of the cone. As I did so, I turned to my navigator. "You weren't frightened, were you, Doug?" "No," he said after a pause. Then very deliberately, "I wasn't frightened. I was bloody terrified. Well, of course, so was I. And I remained pretty terrified until we were well clear of Berlin. Things eased off a bit on the way home. It was just as well we were unaware of the damage to the aeroplane, or we'd have been a lot more frightened still. The next morning, before showing me round the aeroplane, one of the fitters announced that he had something for me. "Would you like a memento of last night, sir?" "What have you got there?" I said. He held out 2 slivers of shrapnel, each several inches long. "Where did you get them?" "They were embedded in the parachute you were sitting on, sir." My cushion, in other words, and uncomfortably close to my vital assets. When I saw Doug later, he told me that his battle dress had a pair of burn marks too, one in his trouser leg and another in the lapel of his jacket, though how they'd got there he had no idea. As for the aeroplane itself, not only had the camera, fitted about 4 feet aft of the bomb bay, been shot away, and not only were there holes in the starboard fuel tank, but, as the logbook entry shows, the tail and the whole of the rear fuselage were a mass of holes and splinters. It looked like a colander. I was reminded of a story about 2 Hurricane pilots drawing alongside one another following a dogfight during the Battle of Britain. "Good God, Roger," says one to the other, "what's that you're flying? A piece of lace?" We were extremely lucky, too, that none of the flying controls were damaged. An aileron or an elevator cable snapping would have made life decidedly interesting. Of course, if you lose an elevator, it's down the escape hatch we go, Again, a theory that I was glad never to have to test. Given that Doug was rather on the large side and a bit slow with it, he might have needed some assistance in the form of an almighty shove from my boot. Chapter 11. Prior Planning and Preparation. Our daughter, Vivian, was born on the 12th of September 1944, during the turbulence of those first 7 ops. I was given leave to visit them in hospital a few days later. What joy it was to see them both. It was torture, having to leave them almost immediately and go back to war. But there you are. That was what we had to do. Not long afterwards, I received a letter from Kath, who had gone back to my parents' house on being discharged. Unfortunately, my mother was not a tall and easy person to live with, and Kath was writing to say she could stand it no longer. Could she not come and join me? This would involve me finding somewhere nearby and living off station, something that, happily for me, the authorities were content to turn a blind eye to if I could find anywhere suitable. To my great relief, I found the perfect place a short distance away, the top-floor flat in a house that looked directly onto the main runway. My only concern was that the family who lived there might not like the idea of a newborn baby in the house. I therefore told our prospective landlady that Vivian was 6 months old, and not, as the truth was, hardly more than 6 weeks. My suspicion was that on meeting the baby, her maternal instincts would take over. "Your little girl is never 6 months old," she exclaimed on first setting eyes on Vivian, just as I had feared. Luckily, it worked out as I had hoped, and the landlady fell in love with her at once. We moved in there and then. Luckily, too, her husband, a chartered surveyor, did not disagree. This poor man had a large metal plate screwed to the top of his skull, following an injury during the First War. It literally covered half of his head. Apparently, a piece of shrapnel had sliced his skull open, but he could still walk and talk and function normally, and he must have survived for over 25 years like that, though I gather that he died not long after we left in 1945. Our new quarters were situated on the top floor of a large house close to the perimeter of the station, no more than a mile cycle ride there and back. Before winter set in, I found the commute very enjoyable, the rabbits in the fields, getting on with their lives with no thought of war. As for the flat itself, it happened that there was one room that had a small window in it from which you could look out onto the main runway. So every time I went on a raid, Kath would watch as we took off, joined not usually by the baby, who would be in bed by that time, but by the teenage son of the house, who professed to be interested in seeing me go, but who was, in reality, I am quite sure, even more interested in squeezing up close to the gorgeous Kath, as she peered nervously out of the small aperture. Every raid was, of course, awful for Kath, because when the aeroplane started coming back in, she would not know which one was mine, and would just have to hope that I was among them. To make matters worse, there were a number of occasions when I was diverted away from Downham Market. When this happened, a messenger would be sent to the house to inform and reassure my wife and the family we were staying with. That raid on Berlin, when we were nearly shot down, was a close call. There were to be a few more, but unlikely as it may seem, we had by now fallen into a routine. Same bollocks, different day. So let me try to give you a flavour of a typical raid as the day unfolds. It starts, as I mentioned earlier, at breakfast, where you see the notice pinned up on the board outside, giving the squadron leaders daily orders. Tonight, it turns out, we are indeed on a raid. Berlin again. Every time you hear that the German capital is your destination, you can't help but feel a little more nervous than usual. You now have first-hand experience of the fact that it is the most heavily defended place on Earth. From many miles out, it is ringed with deadly accurate radar-controlled 88mm anti-aircraft guns. It has banks of searchlights, also radar-controlled. It has reporting stations that will pick you up from more than 100 miles out. From the moment they detect you, the whole effort of the Nazi war machine is focused on your destruction. Your obliteration is their sole concern. So it's not surprising that you are a bit more anxious than usual, a little less chatty. The first item on the agenda after breakfast is a visit to the flight line to look over your aeroplane. Mostly it will be the same one you usually fly. In my case, this was K for King, though I also flew L for Leather and one or two others from time to time, but today it is, in fact, K for King, a portrait of which hangs today in the RAF Club in Piccadilly. I must confess to some pride in showing it to guests if they are visiting for the first time. Actually, this morning check on the aeroplane is a bit of a formality. I trust my fitters to ensure that the aeroplane is in top condition. This isn't just laziness. If they know you trust them, they are likely to take a greater interest in your welfare. All the same, I do always take a quick walk round, in case there is anything they might have missed or anything they need to alert me to. On this occasion, I have no concerns with the airframe. Climbing aboard now for the engine, radio and instrument checks entails ascending the telescopic ladder which the fitters have taken out of its stowage locker and set up ready for me to access the cockpit by climbing in from underneath. On other marks of Mosquito, entry is via a door to the side, but on the bombing versions, the bomb-aiming nacelle to the front of and beneath the flight deck necessitates entry and exit through the floor. To get into my seat, I have to be careful to avoid banging my head on the canopy. Easier for me than for my navigator, who is 6'2" to my 5'6". There is, it should be noted, a panel in the perspex above the navigator's head for emergency egress should you come down on water. There is also a small inflatable dinghy to cover that eventuality. When flying, I have my parachute for a cushion, but while doing these checks I use a small pillow that I keep stowed in the locker behind my seat. As is conventional in all aircraft, the pilot sits on the left, while the navigator's seat is set a few inches back behind the floor hatch. In front of him is the narrow opening to the bomb-aiming position, which he has to crawl into when the time comes. The layout of the instrument panel in front of me conforms to the standard RAF wartime pattern. In the centre, at the top, there is my single most important instrument, the artificial horizon. This shows not only whether or not my wings are level relative to the horizon, but also whether we are ascending or descending. Directly beneath is the DI, or direction indicator. This tells me my heading. To the left side at the top there is the airspeed indicator, and on the right at the top is the rate of climb indicator. Below left is the altimeter to tell me our height, while below right is the turn and bank indicator, which tells me whether we are in balance in terms of bank and yaw. Those are the basic instruments and what I rely on when we are flying blind. In addition, the various engine temperature and pressure gauges are to be found further down on the left, with the manifold pressure gauges directly above the RPM indicators. The pilot's duplicate compass is positioned just up in front of me by my left knee, while the throttle quadrant is above it and closer to me on the cockpit wall to my left. The very first thing to check is the trim wheel. Make sure that it runs freely in both directions. Although one rarely needs full aft or full forward trim, it is a vital control, not least when you are in a nosedive, as I discovered on that first raid. Its normal use is to take the load off the elevator so that the pilot isn't constantly having to pull back on the control column to keep the nose up, or push forward on it to keep it down. On that occasion, I was using it to force the elevator to move down. The next thing to satisfy myself of is that all the other manual controls are working properly. I need to ascertain, for example, that the flight control cables, as well as running smoothly, work in the correct sense. Stick to the left, port aileron moves up. Starboard aileron moves down. Stick aft, elevator down. Stick forward, elevator up. It has been known for a tired ground crew to accidentally cross them over. If I didn't spot this on the ground, the consequences could be fatal. My control input demands a bank to the left, but the aeroplane banks to the right. Confusion and death to follow, unless the pilot is very switched on indeed. After this, I check the electrical system. Are the radios working? Assuming all is satisfactory, it is time to start the engines and run them up. This involves the fitters priming the engines from outside while I engage the starter and boost buttons. In the sort of weather we have got today, with the temperature at 0 degrees or below, it takes anywhere between 10 and 20 pumps by hand to properly prime the fuel lines. As soon as they are primed, the engine will usually fire up after a couple of turns of the propeller on the starter, although when it's really cold, the fitter may need to keep priming even though the engine is running until the carburetor takes over, otherwise it will just die. This takes a degree of courage on his part, as whirling propellers have an unpleasant tendency to dismember anyone who gets closer than they ought. Once started, the Merlin is run until the oil temperature comes up to 15 degrees C. At this point, the oil pressure needs to be somewhere between 45 and 60 pounds per square inch, while the coolant should not go above 60 degrees C, which it will do quite quickly on the ground. It is important, therefore, that the whole exercise only takes a matter of minutes, just long enough to check that both magnetos on each engine are working. Assuming I am satisfied, I bring the power back up, glance once more at the temperature and pressures before shutting down by fully retarding the mixture and then opening the throttles wide. This ensures that the fuel lines are completely empty, at which point the propellers will stop turning. I now switch off the electrical system and take one last look round before contorting myself and climbing back down the ladder. Thereafter, it is a question of handing the aircraft back to the ground crew, who will be responsible for bombing it up and fueling it in preparation for the night's activities. The whole process will have taken around half an hour, with perhaps another quarter of an hour or so at either end on the ground. It's a good way to use up the time between breakfast and the briefing that follows. My navigator, meanwhile, will have been getting a weather briefing from the station Met officer. Of course, forecasting conditions, even 12 hours ahead, is hampered by the fact that the easternmost Allied weather reporting station, in Holland, is still a long way from Berlin. The Low Countries have been liberated, but Germany is yet to be invaded. There are also intermittent weather reports from aircraft at very high altitude, but these are of limited value. Following the navigator's weather briefing, there is a general briefing for all of us, where we are told the target. Those of us who have been picked for that night's operation cram into the briefing room. When we enter, mostly in silence, the wall chart at the far end is covered up with a sheet of cloth. This is dropped rather theatrically, after the squadron leader has called for everyone's attention. The raid's target is revealed marked on a large map of Western Europe. Those of us hoping it might not be Berlin are disappointed. That is to say, we are all disappointed. Our target tonight, gentlemen, is once again the German capital, he begins. On this occasion we shall be hitting... A groan goes up. Oh, not bloody Berlin again. The operations officer then gives details of precisely where we are to drop our bombs. Then the squadron navigation officer takes over. He describes our route in and our route out, indicating the various waypoints to be marked by the lead aircraft, which will drop flares. Of course, we never fly direct to a target, as we want to keep the opposition guessing for as long as possible, so several turns are always built into the raiding plan. Tonight, the flares will be red. It used to be the case that these waypoints were marked with ordinary white flares, but when the Germans realized that this is what we were doing, they tried to confuse us by letting off their own flares. So now they are color-coded. Once the technical part of the briefing is over, the station commander puts in an appearance to give us a pep talk and encourage us in our mission. He reminds us how we are taking the fight to the enemy in support of our gallant ground forces, who are striking deep into Europe. The destruction of the Third Reich can't be far off now, and our role in ending the war has never been more important. So go and give 'em hell, he exclaims. It's all very gung-ho. There are strict rules about keeping the contents of the briefing to ourselves. That said, I reckon that if I were to go down to the Crown Inn in Downham Market Village, I wouldn't have to wait too long before hearing where we are off to. It shocks me how lax security on the base is, and I often wonder why the police never seem to interview the publican or his staff. It would be no surprise to me to learn that information is being sent over to the enemy by local spies on a daily basis. Speaking of lax security, there was even one occasion when I came across the adjutant using a megaphone out of the window of his office to instruct some men about something they were supposed to be doing. "The squadron is off to Bremen tonight at 10 o'clock, so you'll need to be quick." I remonstrated with him, but this is a terrible breach of security. He just glared at me. Nobody else seemed to take any notice, so I left it at that. But it's little things like this that add to your anxiety. You push them to the back of your mind, of course, and you certainly don't give in to any feelings of fear you might have. As is well understood, fear kills. I came across a very clear example of this when, to my amazement, a chap arrived on our squadron whom I'd last seen on the boat back from Canada. I won't mention his name, but suffice to say that I hadn't taken to him at that time. When he joined the squadron, the first occasion on which he was put down for a raid, he found a reason not to go. You had the opportunity to do this if you had any doubts about the aeroplane, something not working to your satisfaction, for example, or if you had a medical condition, perhaps a bad cold. Well, on this day, the squadron leader accepted his explanation, and he didn't go. The same thing happened again the next night. Well, maybe that was just a coincidence. Again, he was let off, but he was told in no uncertain terms that if he failed another time he would be accused of LMF, lack of moral fibre. This is a very serious matter, which, quite apart from social ostracization, can lead to demotion, loss of flying wings, and your service records being stamped with a large red W for waverer. That night I saw him in the mess in a dreadful funk. Realizing this, I went over and tried to talk to him, but nothing I could say made a difference. "I'm not coming back tonight," he kept saying. "I just know it, I'm not coming back." Others joined in, and we all did our best to tell him otherwise, but you could see he was in the grip of terrible fear. This was just one of many examples I have seen of fear, leading, if not directly to death, almost always to disastrous situations. It was particularly dangerous when a crew was going out on its first operation, a view that is reinforced by my own experience of going on a first raid, when, to be frank, I panicked and damn nearly wrote off myself, my navigator, and our aeroplane by putting it into that dangerous dive. The man in question finally went out all right, but he crashed on landing back, killing both himself and his navigator. It was almost as if he had had a death wish, as if he wanted to prove that his fear had been justified. It was such a bloody shame. Following the general briefing, we are free until the lorry comes to pick us up from the mess at the agreed time. Meanwhile, we occupy ourselves as best we can. You might go to the mess and read the papers or look at a magazine. After lunch, you might go for a nap. Occasionally, if the weather is fine and it's warm enough, someone will get up a game of cricket. In the winter months, it's football or rugby, neither of which I'm much interested in. I don't mind running. I'm quite good over a distance. I can run a mile in about 5 minutes, 10 seconds, but I could never seem to get the seconds off. I think my lifetime best was 5 minutes 3. As a teenager, I had tried and tried to get it under 5 minutes, running round the track at Tooting Common. In any case, today the weather is foul, so most of us stay in the mess playing poker or dice, especially liar's dice. This is probably our most popular form of recreation. We invariably play for money, and each game is treated with the utmost seriousness, with blood every time. One of our chaps, Jack Connors, a hard man, is extremely good at reading people's eyes, and he wins most of his games. Though I'm not bad myself. I can lie with the best of them, and in fact make a fair bit of money this way. Poker, on the other hand, I can never really get on with. Doug is a very good poker player. He doesn't play often, but when he does, he is usually successful. Actually, Doug is a brilliant man, and like most brilliant men, he is a bit unpredictable. He keeps himself to himself. As to his opinions about other people, he is completely impenetrable. On the odd occasion when we go for a drink together at the Crown, he just sits there, smiling, an enigmatic smile, but saying nothing. He is one of those people who most of the time just seems to be slumbering. He only really comes to life when someone wants to discuss something technical with him, a new piece of navigational equipment or the merits of oboe, for example, at which point he is wide awake. As a unit, we get on well for the most part, but it is camaraderie rather than what you might call proper friendship. You can be sitting down in the mess, reading a magazine, and some chap might come up to you and you'll have a chat. But it is all pretty surface stuff. There is quite a lot of black humour. We make deals with each other. You can have my eggs if I don't make it back tonight, and I'll have yours if you don't. That sort of thing. And if it isn't black, it is bawdy. But I can't say I expect to make any lifelong friends on this tour, and I doubt if anyone else does either. Our friendships are light. You could even say defensive. Even on the odd occasion, we go down to Cambridge for a slap-up meal and plenty to drink at one of the Greek black market restaurants. All the talk is completely superficial. You have a job to do, and you just want to get on with it. What you don't want to do is to go harping on about it. So, no shop. Chapter 12. Bombs Gone. On the afternoon of a raid, we all go to the mess for a decent meal, usually bacon and real eggs. It is at this point that Doug hands me a card on which he has drawn the course I would need to take to get back home in the event that he gets hit. I still have one of these cards, which I keep as a memento of Doug's thoroughness and selflessness. We are then left to our own devices until, on this occasion, at 8:30 p.m., the unmistakable sound of a lorry can be heard, pulling up outside the entrance to the mess. In the interim, the air has been filled with the sound of the heavies taking off. Their missions average 8 hours, whereas ours are only 4 or, at most, 5 if it's Berlin. The lorry sits there, engine ticking over far longer than it needs to, but that is service life for you. Hurry up and wait. Its headlights are masked, save for a narrow slit. A few minutes before 9 p.m, the squadron leader appears to wish us all good luck. "I trust the air defence won't be too efficient this time," he says, or some such word of encouragement. Then we load up, and just after that the vehicle takes us from the mess down to dispersal. There is not much talk. The usual black humour or bawdy remark, but nothing about what lies ahead of us. First stop on arrival is the store, where we pick up our chutes and helmets and a snack for the trip. Cocoa in a thermos and some sandwiches. "Not bloody spam again," is the invariable cry. I have a bit of a crush on one of the waifs who works in the store and hope she is on duty this evening. She once showed me how to pack a Mae West. "You hold it like this," she said, grasping it tightly in one hand, "and you push the gas cylinder in like this. But you need to lubricate it properly first," she said, spitting on it. Sheer pornography. Sadly, she's not on tonight, and we collect our kit from one of the storemen. Not that it's clear how much use the wretched parachute is likely to be in the event of a disaster. The pilot is in one way in a slightly better position than the navigator, as the pilot is strapped into his and uses it as a cushion, while the navigator's is stowed on a shelf in front of him. This is because he needs to be unencumbered when he goes down into the bomb-aiming position. On the other hand, the navigator jumps first. The hatch is directly under his feet. But while he is getting himself sorted, and the pair of you are trying not to panic, your stricken aircraft, possibly on fire by now, is plunging to the ground at several hundred miles an hour. Your chances of making a safe exit before the ground arrives will depend on how clearly you can think and how quickly you can act. Success also depends on you being reasonably slim. There is an appalling story of a crew that had to bail out somewhere over the UK. The navigator was rather fat and he got stuck. Presumably his parachute webbing or that of his Mae West got caught on something. The pilot tried to help, but to no avail. With his navigator still stuck, he ended up escaping by the skin of his teeth, by going through the hatch in the canopy, by which time they were down to 1,500 feet. He then had the unenviable task of informing the family of the dead man what had happened. A very sad story. But in wartime, there's inevitably a lot of sadness. The story of Guy Gibson, hero of the Dambusters raid, is another case in point. For reasons that are unclear, he was unable to bail out of his Mosquito when it was hit following an unsuccessful raid. Perhaps he was already dead. From the parachute store, we walk over to our aircraft. Where we are in the lineup is determined by our call sign. The aeroplanes are lined up alphabetically. As always, the first thing the pilot does is to take a quick look round his machine from the outside before glancing at its Form 700, carried by a member of the ground crew. This is the maintenance log that keeps track of all work done to the aeroplane. Having done a thorough check earlier in the day, this is a formality. Assuming I am happy, I sign it by torchlight before going up the steps and into the cockpit. Often at this time of year it is raining. Invariably it is cold, and I am glad of my gloves, which I pull on before mounting the steps up into the cockpit. Inside, as soon as I am in my seat and the navigator who follows is in his, I put the master switch up to on. At this, the various electrically powered instruments come to life. We then put our oxygen masks on. It was understood that breathing compressed oxygen improved your night vision. At a signal, the fitters start to prime the engines. My navigator, meanwhile, is setting up the nav aids and testing the intercom. Can you hear me all right? 5s. This refers to a scale of clarity ranging from 1 to 5. Aside from that, we do not speak. He is in his world, I am in mine. From the moment that the first engine on the line fires up to the moment the last man is airborne, we work silently. Because of the necessity to keep coolant temperature within acceptable limits, we have only a matter of minutes to complete our startup checks. Engine, verify temperatures and pressures within limits. Oxygen system, working at the correct pressure. Cockpit heating, functioning. Mechanical controls, operating fully and free running. Next, I run the engine up to 2000 RPM and check the magnetos, 2 for each engine. Throttle back and check the engines don't cut out. Now taxi out, checking the differential brakes individually as we do. I note occasional flashes of flame from the exhaust. Line up, final checks. Throttle friction, tight. Trim, the aeroplane is at max weight, so set this 1.5 notches to the rear. Flaps, set to 15 degrees. Fuel, ensure auxiliary tanks are selected. These are carried under each wing to extend our range. Mixture, ensure fully rich. Propellers, both to fully fine. Hoods and hatches, verify closed and locked securely. Harness, your harness tight? Harness tight. Mine too. Now line up. Give the man ahead a second or two, so as not to be directly in his slipstream. I have heard of people being turned upside down from getting too close to a Lancaster. Then advance the throttles, favouring the port engine. Watch the RPM indicators. You are looking for 3000 RPM. Glance at the boost. This needs to be held at 18 pound for takeoff, as it does at the start of the bombing run itself. Keeping the aeroplane straight, continue observing pressures and temperatures as the speed builds. I am at maximum alert now, watching, listening, feeling for the slightest sign of trouble. I feed in greater power on the port engine to avoid the tendency to swing. The tail comes up at around 75 mph. At around 125 mph, I ease back on the control column while keeping my left hand on the throttles. Satisfied that we are climbing, I check forward slightly on the control column, then swap hands so that the yoke is in my left hand, while I select landing gear up with my right. Watch for the light to show it fully retracted and locked. We are now established in the climb. At this time, we are both pretty keyed up, no question. There are quite a few things playing on our mind. Apart from being a bit nervous about the reception we are likely to receive from the local anti-aircraft batteries when we arrive over our target, there is also the awareness that our particular aeroplanes, the aeroplanes belonging to 608 Squadron itself, have a known fault. Most of our Mosquitoes, Mark 25s, are Canadian-built. As such, they are fitted with the Packard Merlin engine, the same engine that is used to power the P-51 Mustang. Now, the Packard Merlin is exactly the same engine as any other Merlin, built to the same specification and standard as those fitted to the Spitfire and the Lancaster. The only difference is that Packard, being an American company, builds them under license in North America. There is, however, a problem. A batch of these engines has recently been discovered to have been fitted with weak conrods, and some of these have found their way onto the Canadian-built Mosquito. When this became known, a representative of Packard came up to the squadron to discuss the matter with the engineers. Their proposal was to ground the aircraft until they could all be retrofitted with new conrods. When the squadron leader was informed, he hit the roof. "And how long will this take?" Scotty demanded. "About 6 weeks," he was told. "But this is an operational squadron. There can be no question of grounding aircraft, not for 6 days, let alone 6 weeks. He dismissed the idea out of hand. When someone subsequently asked him what we were supposed to do when we had an engine failure on takeoff, Scotty's reply was unequivocal. "You die like an officer and a gentleman." And die you certainly would. A fully bombed and fueled-up Mosquito with wheels down and flaps down stands no chance of recovery if it loses an engine on takeoff. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened to one of our Canadian pilots, a very capable man by the name of Webb. At first, we only knew that he didn't come back from a raid, so we assumed that he had been shot down. Next morning, however, the station received a call from a local farmer. "I've got one of your Mosquitoes upside down in my field." In point of fact, the poor man might have survived except that he cracked his head open on the instrument panel. His navigator did come through all right, though he lost an eye and had to spend the night upside down, trapped in the wreckage. He was lucky the aircraft didn't burn. The knowledge that this could happen to any one of us certainly does nothing to reduce our anxiety as we set off into the night. Once we reach a safe height, at least 700 or 800 feet, the tension eases a bit. Now it is just a case of getting up to altitude and then onto the target, through anti-aircraft barrage and back in one piece. Of course, there are plenty of other things that can go wrong, many of them necessitating a hasty exit which, even if successful, is at best going to land you in a prison camp. Not that I am ever actually relaxed. Nothing like. I try not to think of those conrods. I try not to think of the dozens, hundreds, thousands of things that can go wrong. Just one valve spring disintegrating under pressure would be enough. Just one piston ring failure, just one fuel line rupturing. At best, we would be flying a single-engined aeroplane. At worst, a glider. On one engine, we'd be okay so long as we had a bit of height and I could get the propeller on the dead engine feathered smartly. On one, you could certainly maintain your altitude, even fully loaded, but with both engines out, well, it would depend on your altitude and position. Ideally, we'd be well up, in which case I would trim for best glide speed, around 80 mph, before bailing out. Unless, of course, we are over the North Sea, in which case I might consider ditching. But you have to be resolute. You simply have to try to put all these possibilities out of your mind. I suppose most people do this by chatting. In one way, going on operations is made a bit harder because of Doug Redman's taciturnity. He is a man of very few words. On the other hand, I am blessed with not too much imagination. That helps. Here, it is worth emphasizing that once you are airborne, as a crew, you are completely alone. The fact that we observe total radio silence throughout the operation increases the awareness that this is your own mission. From the moment we get airborne, each operation is ours to fulfill and ours only. We do not fly in formation. As a raiding party, we all fly at the same height and on the same heading, but the seconds we are apart on takeoff translate into a considerable distance in the air. So while we alter course at turning points, with flares dropped for us by the lead aircraft, each individual aeroplane flies to the target and back under nobody's control but its pilots. Even on the return to base, we keep radio silence. It is well known that German night fighters patrol in the vicinity of active airfields. A radio transmission could alert them to incoming traffic and bring about an attack on you in the most vulnerable phase of flight. In such circumstances, there is nothing you could do. You would be knocked out as easy as anything. For this reason, if ever you notice that the runway lights suddenly go dark, you know that there are night fighters in the vicinity. Usually, you would then divert elsewhere. You carry enough fuel to cover the eventuality. Unlike him, the enemy has only a relatively short time before shortage of fuel forces him home. The only exception to this rule of radio silence is on those occasions when the airfield is closed due to bad weather. In such cases, the station will make intermittent broadcasts indicating in code which is the alternative. I do recall one other exception to the rule, however. It occurred on a raid to Berlin, when one of the other crews went on permanent send. Somehow, one or other of them must have accidentally hit the press to transmit button, which then failed to cut off. Perhaps it got stuck. In any case, the result was that every word spoken in the cockpit was broadcast to the world. There was no way of alerting them to the problem. The point is that when one person transmits on a given frequency, you cannot speak over them. You can sometimes attract their attention by attempting to do so. This causes interference. In this case, however, they failed to notice, as a result of which the only remedy was for the remainder of us to hold down our transmission buttons throughout the flight. Doing so prevented what they were saying from being broadcast, even though the Germans would have detected the signal. We kept this up until on the approach back to Downham, when they broke through again as other people landed. The expletives were quite entertaining to listen to, as was the roasting they were given back on the ground. It was a timely reminder always to check your radio. They should have noticed. Generally speaking, so far as other aircraft are concerned, the only time you are aware of them is if one is hit somewhere in your vicinity. This happened to me on a number of occasions, unfortunately. You would see an explosion in the sky, which told you that someone had been taken down. We were fed a fair bit of propaganda about this. Today, it would be called misinformation. The Air Ministry put out a lot of nonsense about so-called scarecrows. These were supposedly a kind of shell designed to explode like a giant firework in order to cause you to think that an aircraft had been hit, whereas in reality, or so they said, it was just a spoof. But we knew that this was untrue, and the explosions we saw were the real thing, whether as a result of anti-aircraft fire from below or from night fighters operating above. On only very few occasions did I see aircraft other than when they had been hit. The first occurred when we were mistakenly vectored through a heavy bomber stream. This was possible because the heavies, being slower, would take off considerably before us. Following later, we would in due course overtake them, though not usually by flying anywhere near them. On this occasion, however, the Group Navigation Officer comprehensively ballsed up. He gave both the heavies and the Mosquitoes exactly the same height and heading to follow, thereby putting the lives of an awful lot of people in severe danger. I shall never forget the shock of realizing what was happening as we flashed past first one, then two, then three and more Lancasters. You could just make them out in the rain and cloud, no more than a matter of yards away. Remember, too, that it was night, so there was no chance of taking avoiding action in advance. It was a complete miracle there was no collision. When we got back, the mess was in complete and unflattering agreement. It was one thing to risk your life attacking an enemy target. It was something else to find yourself and your comrades in arms in double jeopardy because of some idiot's mistake. "That officer is a fucking disaster," said the first man. "A total and utter cunt," said the second. "Stupid, stupid bastard," said the third. We all agreed heartily. In truth, it was a disgraceful lapse. The man in question should certainly have been court-martialed. Alas, he was not. I think the only other times I saw other aircraft when on a raid were the two occasions on the 30th of November and the 8th of December 1944, when 608 Squadron was involved in daylight raids on Duisburg. But that is another story, which we'll get into later. The first half of the flight out to Berlin is straightforward. We simply have to look out for the flares dropped by the lead aircraft and turn as specified in the briefing. We can be sure of pinpoint accuracy from this aircraft on account of its advanced nav aids. By the time I joined 608 Squadron, all our aircraft were fitted with G and LORAN. G was the first system to become widely available. It used a series of radio masts transmitting signals at a particular frequency to enable the navigator to fix his position with good accuracy up to a distance of around 200 miles at our usual altitude of 25,000 feet, or somewhat further at lower altitudes. This helped greatly to mitigate the problem of drift due to variable wind speeds. You could be flying a perfectly straight course on a bearing that was correct on takeoff, but if you encountered a strong wind at 90 degrees to your direction of travel, it would not be long before you'd have been blown many miles off course. With only dead reckoning to guide you, it was then almost impossible to find your way to your intended destination. One blacked-out city is very much like another blacked-out city at night from that height. Things improved somewhat if there wasn't too much cloud. Rivers in particular show up well in moonlight, but even so, without guidance at the height and speed we are travelling, it is not easy to fix your position accurately. Of course, these nav aids were by no means foolproof. They would quite often go US, unserviceable. In addition, the enemy did their best to throw them off. Besides finding ways to jam our systems, they would send up flares in the hope of luring the bomber stream off course. This is why we use different colours. One night they might be red, another night they might be green, another night they might be white, or there might be an agreed combination of colours. This greatly reduced the chances of ourselves being spoofed. But they had other ruses too. Occasionally, they would put someone with an impeccable English accent on the radio, telling you that you had been recalled or diverted. We did the same. I heard of female German speakers being taken up in a Lancaster who would broadcast to the enemy telling them to disregard the radar returns they were getting. They were just diversions. The main force was actually going somewhere else. Then the Germans would say that this broadcast should be disregarded, to which our lot would again reply with the result that in the end no one knew what the hell was going on. I also heard of a story about one crew broadcasting one of Hitler's famous rants. When the target is Berlin, the last 200 miles or so have to be by dead reckoning because even Lauren cannot get us that far. Not that we are likely to miss the place on account of the searchlights and anti-aircraft fire. The problem comes trying to orientate ourselves once we are overhead and while we are being coned and shot at and possibly pursued by night fighters into the bargain. It requires careful work by the navigator and steady work by the pilot. The procedure is as follows. As you get to within, say, 50 miles of the target, you increase your speed to 400 miles per hour indicated, while your navigator comes out of his seat and squeezes through the opening to the bomb-aiming nacelle. At the same time, using his template, he guides us in. When we are about 2 minutes out, he calls for me to slow down. I throttle back and hold the nose up until we are doing something like 150 to 200 miles an hour. This is the worst bit, because not only are we travelling slowly, but we are now committed. I cannot weave to dodge the lights even if we get coned. From now on, it is Doug who is in charge. It is he who is in command of the actual jettisoning of our munitions. "Bomb doors open," he begins. I select open on the panel controlling bomb doors, being careful to see that the light comes on to confirm that they really are. "Doors open," I shout in acknowledgement. Now it's over to him. He, meanwhile, is looking for the TIs, target indicators, usually Wanganui flares, which look a bit like airborne Christmas tree lights that have been dropped by the lead aircraft. As soon as he sees them, he calls out his instructions. Right a bit more, steady. All the time, the sky is lit up with roaming searchlights, and you feel slight shudders from the shells exploding nearby. Christ, you think, can't he bloody hurry up? This is awful. Then it happens. The cockpit fills with that familiar bluish light. You can see nothing. We are being coned. Okay, watch those instruments. Keep the wings level. Concentrate. Now. Left, steady, steady. Do as the man says. Bomb's going. Bomb's gone. As soon as I hear these words, I press my own fail-safe jettison button and repeat them. Bombs gone. I have no time to register relief and instead concentrate on selecting the door's close switch to shut the bomb doors. While I am doing this, still holding the course for a moment while the camera is taking photographs to confirm whether or not the bombs have hit their target, it is a matter of putting the aeroplane into a steep turn, opening the throttles wide and heading for home. This is the idea, anyway. Sometimes, though, things happen. Because of the weather, your bomb aimer fails to identify the target, as occurred when we were over Hanover that first time. Or there is a mechanical problem. There is a story about a New Zealander pilot flying a Mark 16 Mosquito and carrying a 4,000-pound cookie, who found himself unable to release his load. Presumably, the mechanism had frozen, so he went round a second time. It still didn't work. So, with great bravery, he went back for a third run. When it again failed to release, his crewman threatened mutiny if he dared another. At this, the pilot agreed he'd just have to set off back home with their load and hope he could release the thing harmlessly somewhere along the way. He was sure that the mechanism had frozen, so if he came down into warmer air, it should unstick. Well, he had indeed come down to about 10,000 feet, when all of a sudden he found himself picked up by a searchlight. Bugger this, he thought, and sure that it must have been unfrozen by now, he told his crewman he was going to line up on the searchlight, and, at the appropriate moment, he should press the button. This they did. There was a god-awful flash as the thing hit the ground, and the searchlight went out. Marvellous. If there's a survivor from that, he can tell his friends that the Brits are dropping cookies on anti-aircraft positions now. That'll put the wind up them. These cookies, or blockbusters as they are also known, are fearsome weapons. They are usually deployed on the toughest targets, such as blowing the roofs off things like factory buildings. The idea is that the next wave of bombers will drop incendiary devices inside to finish the job. For my own part, I am quite glad to be on the Mark 25 Mosquito, rather than the Mark 16, which carries these things. They have a nasty habit of arming themselves in flight due to the airflow over the arming devices. If this happens, your aeroplane is literally a flying bomb. Not ideal. Chapter 13. Back to base. On returning from a raid, we might get in somewhere between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., obviously depending on what time we set out. Sometimes, though, we would get back from a raid only to find that Downham Market was closed. This could be for a variety of reasons, usually weather-related, so you might be redirected somewhere else, to Wyton or Scampton, for example. There were, however, times, especially during the winter of 1944-45, when the entire country was blanketed with fog, or, if not the whole country, at least those bits of it that were in range of our limited remaining fuel. In such cases, we had recourse to FIDO, Fog Intensive Dispersal of. The military had a strange way of listing things. At the quartermaster's stores, for example, you would indent for gloves, flying officers for the use of, or boots, aircrew for the use of. FIDO was the fog clearance system developed by some boffins in the Petroleum Warfare Department and heavily supported by Pathfinder Bennett. By laying fuel lines down each side of the runway and igniting the pressurized vapor, it was found to be possible to heat the air sufficiently to give pilots visibility to land from 100 feet, or a bit less. Because FIDO used vast quantities of fuel, it was only deployed in cases when the weather was completely socked in. But it was very effective. It took a bit of getting used to. You had to get yourself close to the airfield by following its glow, which you could see from as far out as the North Sea. As you approached, you would be guided by radio, which produced a noise in your headset. A sort of zing noise if your heading was putting you out to one side of the centre line, and a zong noise if you were out on the other side. It gave a steady hum if you were on track. When you got to within 200 or 300 yards of the threshold, you got a boop-boop noise, which told you that you were passing the outer marker. As you went over the inner marker, it would give a beep-beep signal. Making sure you were at the right speed and height, you then had a second or two before, all of a sudden, you found yourself bursting out of the gloom into a tunnel of clear air running the length of the runway. In my own case, I made 3 FIDO landings, and can safely say it saved my bacon on each occasion. Before it became operational at a select few stations, the protocol for returning aircraft unable to land was to execute a 180-degree turn, and for the crew to evacuate over the North Sea. The idea being that there was little or no danger of the aircraft causing casualties if it came down in the water. But given the temperature of the sea, it was most unlikely you would be rescued before you died of exposure, so ditching was never a popular option. The Germans, of course, came to hear about FIDO soon enough, and there was a story that did the rounds late in 1944 of a pilot who was captured and interrogated by an officer of the Luftwaffe. They urgently wanted to find out more about the system. The airman, knowing that the Germans were by this time desperately short of fuel, didn't see any harm in telling them that it used anywhere between 100,000 and 250,000 gallons an hour. This completely shattered the German. By this time, they were using horses to tow aircraft out to the runway in order to save fuel. "Unglaublich!" Unbelievable, he said, shaking his head. "Unglaublich!" Despite the presence of FIDO at Downham Market, there were still occasions when the weather was so diabolical that we would be diverted elsewhere. FIDO worked well when there was fog, but it was no help when there was heavy rain and cloud on the deck, or when it was snowing. Wherever you landed, however, the procedure was the same. A few miles out, you would do your pre-landing checks. Brakes off. On a Mosquito, these were activated by a lever on the control column, so there was no real possibility of accidentally landing with them on. Nevertheless, out of habit, one mentally reminded oneself of the fact, out of reluctance to repeat the performance of the Harvard at Dothan, which ended with the aeroplane on its back. Undercarriage down. This to avoid repeating the performance of the other Harvard at Dothan. Pitch fine. This was to ensure that maximum thrust was available in the case of needing to go around, for example, if you noticed an obstruction on the runway. Mixture, fully rich. Fuel, both tanks selected. By this time you would already have transferred onto the main tanks, but one always double-checked the position of the fuel cock to make sure you would get a response in the event of a go-around. Flaps down. At about 500 feet, half down. On final approach, fully down. The purpose of flaps is to increase the camber of the wing, thereby increasing its lift. The secondary effect of increasing the lift is to increase the drag. In combination, these effects reduce the stalling and touchdown speed, thereby reducing the amount of runway needed. Touchdown speed on the Mosquito is around 115 miles an hour. Depending on wind speed and direction, I would therefore approach at around 135 to 140 miles an hour. If the wind was strong, I might come in a bit faster. Remember, you always land and take off into the wind, or as nearly into the wind as the runway configuration allows. At Downham, there are 3 runways arranged in a triangle to give 6 possible landing directions. The main runway is laid out almost exactly east-west, while the others are 0321, roughly northeast-southwest, and 1634, roughly northwest-southeast. As a result, You never have wind at more than 45 degrees across, meaning it was very unusual to have to divert due to adverse wind conditions, though a gusting gale could cause you to do so. But there are things that can complicate the landing. If you are on one engine, you would want to be sure not to undershoot the runway. That is to say, you did not want to get too low on the approach so that you needed anything more than a trickle of power to get in. In such circumstances, close to the stall, there is a chance that a sudden burst of high power would cause the aeroplane to flip on its back. I heard of one case where exactly this happened to an extremely experienced pilot. He was coming in on one engine and, realizing he was not going to make it onto the runway, gave his live engine full throttle. The sudden rush of asymmetric power coming in turned the aeroplane upside down. At 150 feet, he had no possible hope of recovery.
Another possible complication would arise if you saw amber lights on the runway while on the approach to land. In such circumstances, you would know that there had been a pile-up, which was in the process of being bulldozed to one side. You would therefore have to orbit until such time as the runway was clear and the usual green light showed. If they were red, it meant the runway was out of service altogether, perhaps having been cratered or because of severe ice, and you would have to divert. Yet another possible complicating factor was if enemy night fighters were known to be operating in the area. In such circumstances, ATC, Air Traffic Control, would switch the lights off altogether to warn against landing. There would be absolutely nothing you could do if you came under fire just as you were crossing the runway threshold to land. By coincidence, the night of our very last operation, our 50th raid, was the first of 2 successive nights during which the Luftwaffe made a last-ditch attempt to disrupt the activities of Bomber Command. With the Nazis' backs now firmly up against the wall, Göring executed a plan that attempted to bring the fight back in our direction. Conducted by experienced night fighter crews in Junkers 88s, large formations of aircraft flying at 150 feet over the channel in order to avoid radar detection attacked several airfields. Luckily for us, Downham Market was right at the limit of their range, and they concentrated their efforts on airfields closer to them. That first night they succeeded in shooting down a considerable number of returning aircraft, 28 in all. The next day they tried again, but with fewer Allied losses and fewer raiders. Although I never actually encountered night fighters on landing, I did come back to red runway lights more than once. Back on the deck, relieved that you'd got to where you had been and back in one piece, you would taxi to dispersal and, unlike Harry the Dutchman, find an empty space along the line in which to park. A fitter then came over, opened the crew hatch and extended the ladder. Meanwhile, you noted down on your log the time of engine shutdown and any observations you needed to make. Obviously, things like engine failures, oxygen failure, heating system failure, or inoperative pitot head heating all needed to be recorded and investigated further. Meanwhile, Doug would gather up his charts and notes and climb out. As soon as I am on the ground, and having invariably emptied my bladder over one of the wheels, an engineer would come and take the aircraft log from me. We would have a brief discussion about any faults. After him came one of the station's spies, as we called them, intelligence officers whose job is to debrief us on the flight. Had we noticed any unusual activity? Were there more or fewer searchlights than the last time we had been over this particular target? Had we encountered night fighters? Could we actually see the target? How well had the nav aids worked? These were all routine questions, the answers to which gave a first impression of the success of the raid and also helped to build the general intelligence picture of how the war was progressing. Not that most of us took much interest in what was going on in the wider world. We knew that France had been freed and that Holland and parts of Belgium had been liberated by the end of 1944. We knew that the Germans were putting up a serious fight around Luxembourg. But more than that, not much. As Bomber Command aircrew, we lived very much in our own world. Our job was to do everything we could to bring about the end of the war. This we did by dropping bombs as accurately as we could, mainly on the enemy's manufacturing facilities. As far as we were concerned, there was no question that we were going to win. It was just a question of when. We sincerely hoped, and indeed were fully confident, that our ground forces were also doing their bit. But that was pretty much the extent of our interest. While the debrief was going on, a pretty WAF officer would appear with a ginger beer barrel that had been repurposed to contain rum. The debrief was one of the few times that Doug really opened up, and I was always very happy to let him get on with it while enjoying the company of the WAF. I always took my rum ration, but actually, instead of drinking it, I generally put it into a bottle and took it down to the ground crew the next morning. It was a good way of showing my appreciation for their endeavours on my behalf. There was, however, one occasion when I did stay to talk to the intelligence officer. This was the time when we were almost shot down on our way back one night. We had been on a raid and were at our usual cruising height of around 25,000 feet, well on our way home, and flying over blacked-out countryside. Completely out of nowhere, a single shell exploded in a burst of phosphorescent light uncomfortably close to our starboard wingtip. "Bloody hell! Where did that come from?" Doug exclaimed as I put the aeroplane into a steep turn away from the trouble. We flew on in anxious silence. Would there be more? Was it a one-off? Fortunately, it proved to be a one-off. Having described what happened to the station intelligence officer, we were quite amused to hear that we had inadvertently flown directly overhead a Luftwaffe Helferinnen training establishment where female recruits were being trained as anti-aircraft gunners. They were known to be very short of ammunition and allowed to fire only one shell per night, thus were not thought to pose a threat. Had they succeeded in bringing us down, I dare say we would have been their one success of the war, and there would have been medals all round. When everyone was back, when everyone who was coming back was back, that is, we would be taken in the lorry for a formal debriefing, during which there would be some discussion on how successful the raid had been, or if not, why not. This usually lasted about half an hour. Then it was up to the mess where some food would be provided, and after a quick meal we'd go and hit the sack. During these meals we mostly sat in silence, but on one occasion the mess brightened up considerably when an American crew joined us, together with some senior generals accompanied by some surprisingly young nurses. "What brings you to a sleepy little station like Downham Market?" we wanted to know. It turned out that they were rather badly shaken up, having just flown non-stop from the United States via still-occupied Belgium in their Douglas C-54 Skymaster. This last leg of their journey was due to a navigational error which had caused them to miss the British Isles entirely. For their part, the Germans, not respecting the high rank of the aeroplane's passengers, had opened up with a fearsome anti-aircraft barrage. This caused the pilot to do an abrupt 180-degree turn, which he followed up with a mayday call, saying they were lost. Downham, having picked them up on the radio, responded with a QDM being the bearing they needed to fly to get back to Downham. This in itself was lucky, as ATC had been known on occasion to give the reciprocal, that is to say, the exact opposite of the heading required. In fact, it has to be admitted that besides ATC making mistakes, some of our squadron navigators were not all that good either. One of our overseas crewmen was notorious for breaking radio silence coming back from a raid to ask for a QDM. In the ordinary scheme of things, no competent navigator would ever do such a thing. But, quite frankly, this man didn't have a clue. In the case of the Skymaster, however, what we did not know until later was that the navigator had actually left the flight deck and confessed his error to the passengers with the advice that, if they had any religion, they should start praying now. This seemed extraordinary to us, but evidently their prayers had a favourable reception, as here they all were, safe and sound, if rather badly shaken up. The really miraculous part, though, was that the aeroplane was found to have just about enough fuel left in it to fill a cigarette lighter, but not a drop more. That gave us the biggest laugh of all. After the post-raid meal, I was in the fortunate position of being able to go home and fall into the arms of my wife. I often thought to myself that if you had to go to war in the air, this was the best way to do it. How unlike the experience of most people during the First World War. Chapter 14. A Job of Work. I have mentioned that the length of a tour as a member of a PFF Mosquito squadron was 50 raids. Normally, these would take place over a 6-month period. Within this, you would generally have raids on consecutive nights, followed by 2 nights off over the course of a fortnight, after which you would have a week off. Very occasionally, however, we would fly 2 missions on a single day. Occasionally, too, we would fly missions every other day, but without a break. What determined the actual length of the tour was how long it took to get to the requisite total of 50. Following our lucky escape over Berlin, we had 2 weeks off before our next mission. In the meantime, I spent some time on the Link trainer. This was an early and very successful flight simulator. The idea was to give pilots continuation training in instrument flying without the expense and trouble of actually taking to the skies. The next time I flew was on the morning of the 2nd of October, when I conducted an NFT. That night, the target was Brunswick. My logbook has the following entry. Date, October 2nd, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito Mach 20. KB 360. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks. Target, Brunswick. Clear night, heavy flak. Time, 3 hours, 35 minutes. Clear nights were to be feared more than those when the weather was bad. When the weather was bad, you had slightly less chance of being blown out of the sky, though, of course, it did not preclude the enemy from trying. It meant you didn't have to worry quite so much about the non-radar-controlled batteries, which would literally have to shoot in the dark. But for those that were radar-controlled, it made no difference, of course. On the 5th of October, the target was the railway terminal at Saarbrücken. Unusually, this was a low-level raid, conducted as part of a major exercise that saw the squadron join forces with more than 500 Lancasters at the request of the American Third Army under command of General Patton. He was at the time engaged in the Lorraine campaign and encountering strong resistance from the Germans. The bombing raid was successful and did much to hamper the German effort to resupply their ground forces. The next night we were back to Berlin. Bloody Berlin. Date, October the 6th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito. KB 441. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger. Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks. Target Berlin. Coned. Shot at too damn much. Time, departure 1740. 4 hours 55 minutes, of which 3 hours and 10 minutes in cloud on instruments. I was never much good at spelling, but I think I can forgive my 23-year-old self for not caring. Getting coned by searchlights and shot at a lot makes the question of spelling seem rather unimportant. Date, October the 10th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito, KB235. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks, target Cologne. Bad weather, thank God. Time, departure, 18:15. 2 hours 50 minutes, of which 2 hours 20 in cloud on instruments. Even so, it was still very uncomfortable, knowing that you were being targeted not just by radar-guided anti-aircraft batteries, but by everyone who had so much as a pea shooter. Date, October the 14th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito, KB235. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks, target Cologne. G and VHF US. Time, departure 23:50. 3 hours, of which 1 hour 55 minutes in cloud on instruments. When your G packed up, it was down to your navigator to get you onto the target and back. It certainly was not sufficient reason to abort the mission. Only engine failure was. On this occasion, it turned out that our electrical systems people back on the station lacked the spares needed to get it going again. So I was sent to one of the nearby USA AF bases, of which there were several in East Anglia, to get it repaired by them. They told me they wouldn't bother. I could take a new one. So what will you do with the faulty one? I wanted to know. We'll just put it in the ground, they said. This reminded me of being in America myself, when I'd tried to get some shoes repaired. Again, rather than resole the old ones, I was just issued with a brand new pair. This was quite shocking to me as someone who had been brought up to be reasonably thrifty, but it served to show just how wealthy our American cousins were. While I was still on the British USA AF base, I took the opportunity to have a look over one of the fortresses they had there. I'd seen plenty from the outside, but never on the inside. It was all very impressive, though my clearest memory is of a sticker I saw above one of the aircrew stations. The busy bee is an industrious soul. He has no time for birth control, which is why, in times like these, the world is so full of sons of bees. With the aircraft fixed, we were sent back to Cologne again on the 16th, before being rested for a week. My logbook entry for this raid has a note. Good show, it reads, suggesting successful obliteration of our target. This was followed by 2 more raids on Berlin on the 23rd and 27th respectively. On the 29th it was Cologne yet again. Having rested the day before, we would have expected to go out again on the 30th, but my logbook records a likely reason for not doing so. Date, October the 30th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito, KB360. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flight Lieutenant Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks, NFT, UC, US. Time, departure 18:30. 4 hours 15 minutes, of which 2 hours 20 minutes in cloud on instruments. A fairly common problem on the Mosquito, as on most other aircraft with retracting gear, was failure of the wheels to retract, hence UC, US. Undercarriage unserviceable, or sometimes one wheel would retract but not the other. This was usually remedied quite easily, but I note that on this occasion I conducted a second test on the aeroplane later that same day before going on a raid the day after. The raid, however, was using a different aeroplane, suggesting that the undercarriage problem on KB369 was a more major fault. The beginning of the following month was considerably cheered up by the accident that occurred to one of the 608 crews when an engine failure just before takeoff caused the machine to leave the runway and take out the Met Officer's hut halfway down it. We heard subsequently that the poor man inside, when he realized that he was about to be run over by 10 tons of out-of-control aeroplane, calmly pulled down the blind and took refuge under his desk. I could understand getting under the desk, but quite why he thought it a good idea to pull the blind down is beyond me. Fortunately, everyone survived, with only the pilot sustaining a minor injury in the form of some missing teeth. This caused him to develop a pronounced lisp, which everyone, especially the female air traffic controllers, took great delight in teasing him about. It didn't help that his call sign was S for sugar. November 1944 was another extremely busy month for me, with 40 hours and 55 minutes spent on combat missions. It would have been more, save for the fact that on 2 occasions I was compelled to abort the mission. Date, November the 9th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito, KB-347. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flight Lieutenant Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks, target Hanover. Oxygen failure. Time, departure, 0200 hours. 2 hours, 10 minutes, of which 1 hour, 5 minutes in cloud on instruments. This occurred about an hour after we had left Downham. I remember clearly what happened. At least, I remember clearly what happened a moment before it happened, and what happened immediately afterwards. Before, I had just been telling Doug that I was feeling rather sleepy. The next thing I knew, he was leaning over me and trying frantically to revive me with the emergency oxygen bottle, while the aeroplane was hurtling earthwards in a spiral dive at a colossal rate. And when I say that Doug was frantic, I can safely say that I never saw him more animated in all our time together, nor have I ever seen a man more relieved than he was when I brought the aeroplane back under control. In one of Doug's rare attempts at humour, he had once said that he reckoned he could fly the aeroplane just as well as me. It was on this occasion that he found he could not. With order restored, we aborted the mission. Our instructions were to fly at 25,000 feet, and this was now impossible. We therefore dropped our bomb load over the North Sea and returned to base. It was just as well that my oxygen failed on the way out to Hanover rather than on the way back. Had that happened, Doug might easily not have noticed that anything was amiss. On returning from a raid, I had got into the habit of taking a cat nap. I am one of those fortunate people, like Winston Churchill and, I believe, Margaret Thatcher too, who is able to take 40 winks whenever the occasion presents itself. I suspect that is the only thing I had in common with either Prime Minister, apart from a fondness for drinking Paul Roger champagne in the case of the former. The point is, the Mosquito was so well balanced that when you set it up correctly, with the elevator and rudder trim exactly right, the aeroplane would happily fly itself all day and all night long. The only limiting factor was fuel. Following a raid, I would therefore take out the small pillow I kept in the locker behind my seat and have a snooze. I found it a good way to unwind. When Doug needed me to alter course, he would give me a nudge. Otherwise, he would wake me only when we were within, say, 100 miles of home. But had my oxygen failed in such circumstances, there is every chance I'd have been dead for half an hour before Doug realized I wasn't merely sleeping. Strangely enough, I don't recall ever talking to Doug about what might happen if I was wounded and unable to fly. I think the truth of the matter is that, like practically everyone else, we were utterly convinced we were going to survive. It therefore never occurred to us to make contingency plans. This, of course, was completely mad. It was purely a matter of luck that ours wasn't one of the 8 aeroplanes lost during our tour, or the 9th, but that is the irrational confidence of youth. Oddly enough, the next mission we flew, 12 days after the aborted Hanover mission, confronted us with another insuperable problem. Date, November the 21st, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito KB-406. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flight Lieutenant Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks. Target, Hanover. Starboard engine, US. Early return. Time, departure, 0230. 15 minutes. Again we were lucky. Had the engine failed on takeoff or at any time before we achieved the asymmetric speed of around 200 miles an hour, the speed below which, climbing out, you are in danger of losing directional control, we would likely have ended up like poor Webb, dead in a cowfield. On this occasion, because we had been airborne for such a short time and the mission to Hanover had taken off at 2:30 in the morning, we were able to be rebriefed and to join a raid on a synthetic oil plant at Castrop-Rauxel in the eastern Ruhr later that same day. Ours was to be the sole Mosquito, flying ahead of a large formation of Halifaxes. This time our task was to deploy window with the intention of diverting the air defences away from the Halifax's target. It was deployed by the bomb aimer via a chute in the nose of the aircraft. Each time this opened, a blast of well below zero air would surge through the cockpit, meaning that we were quite glad when the last of them had gone down the chute. Also, knowing that we alone would be the target of every anti-aircraft battery for miles around definitely added to the anxiety we felt, and I was glad to be able to get the hell out of there. Apparently, though, the ruse worked. We were subsequently informed that the Halifaxes had severely damaged the plant. As for ourselves, having departed in the late afternoon, we were back soon after 8 p.m. On the 23rd, we were back to Hanover, this time without encountering any problems other than those the enemy served up in the form of heavy anti-aircraft fire. On the 25th, and again on the 28th, we hit Nuremberg. On the 30th, we undertook the first of two unusual missions to Duisburg. Date, November the 30th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito. KB-406. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flight Lieutenant Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks. Target, Duisburg. Time, departure, 10:15. 3 hours, 35 minutes. Clear. Date, December the 8th, 1944. Aircraft, Mosquito, KB-350. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flight Lieutenant Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks. Target, Duisburg. Diverted, upward. Time, departure, 12:45. 3 hours, 35 minutes. These raids were unusual in that they were both flown during daytime and at low level. Because of this, the two periods of around half an hour each that we were in the vicinity of the target were among the most uncomfortable episodes of my flying career. The squadron was in tight formation at just 10,000 feet in broad daylight. We had been ordered to attack a vital engineering works, and success was considered so important that to be 100% certain of hitting it, we would have to stay at this altitude in order to be able to follow G the whole way. Any higher than this, and we would have lost its guidance. The lower altitude would also help ensure the accuracy of our bombing. G itself was a radio navigation system designed by boffins in the radar lab at RAF Bordsey in Suffolk. It worked by measuring the time delay between two radio signals to provide a fix which could then be plotted on a chart. On both occasions that we hit Duisburg, the anti-aircraft barrage was intense. They gave us one hell of a pounding. The fact that it was broad daylight and we were at such a low level was a gift to them, and they responded accordingly. If I can make a comparison, it was a bit like flying into the New Year's firework display over London, something that no sane person would willingly do without very good reason. The difference being, of course, that these were 88mm shells carrying around 10 kilos of high explosive, detonating all around us. It only had to get within about 20 yards of you for its blast to be fatal. Not only were shells bursting all around us, but because at the height we were flying the range was much shorter, they had an even greater chance of hitting us than usual. But what to do? In such cases, you don't pray. At least, I didn't. I would describe myself as a member of the C&E, a Christmas and Easter churchgoer, and possibly not even then, though I do attend baptisms, weddings, funerals, and remembrance. So, instead of praying, I concentrated all my powers on keeping the aeroplane straight, on target, at the right height, and as steady as I could get it. It was a matter of focusing single-mindedly on giving your navigator, come bomb aimer, the best possible chance of dropping the aeroplane's bomb load on target as precisely as travelling through flak at 200 miles an hour will allow. We were fortunate on both occasions not to have been pounced on by fighters from above. Why I was diverted to upward on returning from the second raid on Duisburg, I have no recollection. It is unlikely to have been because of the weather, as Downham is barely 25 miles away, unless perhaps there was driving snow at the one but not the other. That is plausible. But what I do well remember is that it was on this occasion that there was a cock-up, and the message to say I had returned safely was not conveyed to my wife. Quite unnecessarily, she had suffered an anguished night, and half the following morning until I turned up at home on my bicycle, having flown the aeroplane back into Downham Market first thing. All the other raids that I participated in were conducted at night. For these, the operational altitude was 25,000 feet. Still well within the range of anti-aircraft fire, of course, but a bit harder to hit. Consider the varying wind speed, air pressure, and density over the 10 seconds or so that elapsed over the course of its flight up to altitude. Very small differences, when cumulative, will have a significant effect over a given time and distance. You were therefore a bit better off higher up than lower down. Not that it felt that way. When your aeroplane is being rocked by shells exploding nearby, you know it's only a matter of luck that you haven't been hit. To add to the worry, you could actually hear the dull thud of the shells exploding. It is no surprise, really, that of the 14 mosquitoes lost during the 6 months I was with 608 Squadron, 6 went down over Berlin itself, while 2 more crashed on the way home, both having sustained damage over the German capital. It is only when I stop to think about this that I realize how lucky I was to have come through unscathed. It means that of the 30-odd aircrew that I shared the mess with at Downham Market, 30-odd men with whom I sang those bawdy songs, to Scotty's great dismay, 13 of them were dead by the time I left. Half the aircraft lost involved fatalities, among them just one survivor, the man who lost an eye. Bloody hell. Of course, those of us directly involved didn't spend a lot of time thinking about this sort of thing. The people that did were the women. As I often say, if anyone deserved a medal for their service during the war, it was my wife, not me. And I suppose that goes for any woman whose husband or son goes off to war. The waiting and the uncertainty must have been hell. But I say this with hindsight. My focus was on doing the job to the best of my ability and hopefully surviving to tell the tale. Chapter 15. Station Life.
In November 1944, we had a change of squadron leader when the much-admired Scotty was replaced by Wing Commander R.C. Alabaster. A thin-faced, unsmiling and slightly built man, our new boss came to us with a bit of a black mark against his name. This may have accounted for him being rather less approachable than Scotty. Unfortunately for him, he had lost his previous command as a result of a friendly fire incident in which some of his squadron had accidentally bombed a Canadian unit in France, killing more than a dozen men. Harris was furious. Bennett was too. It did the PFF's reputation no good at all. So while it was not his fault, Alabaster was the fall guy and he lost his command. Luckily for him, Bennett held him in very high regard and protected Alabaster. He certainly was a highly experienced operator. He had survived a tour on the dreadful Armstrong-Whitley earlier in the war, which would have been more or less a suicide mission from start to finish. What was more, strange to say, he had himself been hit by friendly fire and forced to bail out when a hurricane attacked him on his way to a raid on the German battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, lying in Brest at the time. He subsequently commanded a PFF Lancaster squadron, again completing a full tour. Statistically speaking, he must have been dead at least 3 times by the time he came to us. Yet, while he applied repeatedly for flying training, he was turned down each time on account of his brilliance as a navigator. It wasn't until shortly before being appointed to command 608 Squadron that he had completed his flying training. He didn't have much experience as a flying officer, therefore, but in terms of professionalism and bravery, this was a man you could not fault. He was of the highest caliber. It was a pity, then, that we couldn't stand each other. I have often wondered about this. In the end, I think it wasn't anything more than chemistry. We simply did not click. I suppose, though, that if there is one incident involving Alabaster that sticks in my mind, it is the occasion when he brought his aeroplane into land and accidentally selected gear up rather than flaps up. This was not an unheard-of mistake, as the gear lever and the flap actuating lever were adjacent to each other, in front of and below your right knee. It was considered bad form to taxi with your flaps hanging down, so you tended to retract them as soon as you had come to the end of your landing run. Since you still needed to watch where you were going, you might well not look down to check that you had actuated the correct lever. Even so, you would have to be reasonably determined to make the mistake, as the gear lever had a locking mechanism that you had to override. But again, after the stress of a raid, errors like this did very occasionally get made, even if they were unusual in a squadron leader. Fortunately, for any who did make this error, the Mosquito main gear was designed in such a way that it was in fact impossible to retract it when you were on the ground. The wheels were ahead of the centre of gravity. As a result, only the tail wheel would actually retract, and the damage would be nothing more than a badly scuffed rear end. No serious harm done. For that reason, on the occasion when Alabaster made this mistake, he might have hoped to get away with it, as it was night and only the fitters would have noticed. But of course, word gets round very fast. By the time he got to the mess later, everybody knew. Realizing this, Alabaster stood up and admitted his error. "But let that be a warning to you all," he said. "It just shows that mistakes can happen to anyone." Well, actually, no. If you do your job properly, you don't make mistakes like that. I can't help thinking that if Scotty had done the same thing, he would have put it differently. "Listen, chaps, I've pulled a boner," he'd have said. "My fault entirely. Drink's on me." Perhaps Alabaster realized instinctively that this was how I felt. Despite the change of squadron leader, life at Downham continued in much the same way. It was now dead of winter and extremely cold.
Fortunately for me, as a married officer, I didn't have to put up with the Nissen huts and now lived at a slight remove from the mess. This did not mean that I did not participate fully in the life of the station itself. I had the same duties as my unmarried colleagues, and I took part in exactly the same activities as they did. An example of this was the court-martial I attended on one occasion as a junior officer under instruction. There was a young airman who had absconded and gone absent without leave for 10 days, when his leave slip was only for 2, and he had been arrested. I was there together with another junior officer. When the case had been proven, the judge advocate, having sent the guilty party out of the room, turned to us and asked me what I thought the sentence should be. "I don't exactly know," I said. "I suppose I'd send him to a house of correction for about a month." Turning to the other junior officer, the judge put the same question to him. "I'd probably go along with what Colin Bell said," he replied. "I'd give him a month." The young airman's commanding officer, a squadron leader, was also in the room. "And what about you?" the judge wanted to know. "I'd have him shot." The judge advocate shook his head disbelievingly at this. "That sounds a bit extreme to me. Would you like to tell the court why you think Airman so-and-so should be shot?" "My pilots are going out facing death and destruction every night, and at least a third of them have been lost on these raids. By this chap not coming back and doing his duty, he's putting them at greater risk," said the squadron leader. "Well, I really don't think I can go along with that," the judge advocate replied. When the airman was brought back in, he was given a month. I tell this story to show that even officers who attain high rank can be complete nutcases. On a more serious note, I should say something about our ground crews. They were the unsung members of the squadron, who made just as much of a contribution to the war effort as we aircrew. I refer especially to the engineers and fitters who worked so hard to keep us in the air. They did a magnificent job. But because we all operated in our different worlds, with not much crossover, there was a big danger on the part of aircrew of taking them for granted. Poor devils. The fitters, for example, were tasked with getting your aeroplane ready for when it was needed. So far as we knew, they did a very decent job, but the truth is you never knew what they had to contend with. If ever they ran into difficulty, they wouldn't be telling you, the aircrew, they'd be telling the engineering officer. So you would be in the dark about any problems until you turned up on the flight line to discover that you were not flying your usual machine, but another one. Usually the problem would be lack of availability of a particular spare part, or it might be its fitting had taken longer than anticipated. Often these people worked in miserable conditions. The hangars were unheated, and because it was winter, extremely cold. In spite of this, and in spite of the fact that they had to work under blackout conditions and therefore in very poor light, there were many occasions when they worked right through the night and into the day. Furthermore, they did all this on considerably worse rations than we aircrew had. Given the relative low quality of ours, except on raiding days, that is saying something. We must remember, too, that most of them would have had very little training. The senior man among them would have been on a string of courses, but most of the lads would have been messenger boys, farm workers or such like in civilian life, and here they were, suddenly responsible for maintaining a highly complex aeroplane. And let's not forget that there were quite a few women among them too. You could say that the station at Downham Market was a collection of parallel worlds. There was a lot of overlap, but if you were a pilot, you inhabited one world. If a navigator, another. If an engineer, still another, and so on. You might have thought that some big event would bring everyone together, something like the loss of an aeroplane, but if anything, the opposite was true. In the case of a loss, the whole thing would be more or less hushed up. Within a short while of confirmation that a crew had gone MIA, missing in action, The military police would appear to collect the men's belongings. But nobody said much. It was almost as if they had never existed. Life would just close up round them. It was much the same if a Lancaster came back having been hit. The blood wagon would turn up and carry off the injured crew, but nobody said anything much. In really bad cases, there would be a fire truck, not necessarily to put out a fire, more often to hose down the inside of a turret, but you just ignored that sort of thing and carried on in your own world. Chapter 16. Hell and Other Destinations. In between the two low-level raids on Duisburg, there were raids on Hagen on the 2nd of December and Nuremberg on the 5th of December. On the 11th of December we were back to Hanover, following which we were again diverted to Wyton. On the 16th of December we went on a raid to Wiesbaden, when less than 10 minutes into the flight we were recalled. I do not know, and probably never did know, why the operation was called off, but I do know that that day marked the beginning of the Ardennes offensive, also called the Battle of the Bulge. This was when the German army mounted its final counterattack, hoping to deny use of the port at Antwerp to the Allies, after which they intended to split up the British and American armies and attempt to encircle them separately. The German advance through the Ardennes forest that day took the Americans, who were resting to the west of it, completely by surprise. We took off at 5:20 p.m. and were back on the base soon after past. This coincided with a rest period for Doug and myself. For a time, however, it did look as though we might be called upon to do more low-level raids, again in support of the Americans. The plan was that we would be used to block up some railways and canal tunnels, and to that end we did a number of low-level bombing exercises that were rather good fun. Apparently, 1 or 2 people on operations had succeeded in blocking up both ends of a tunnel with a train inside, and we were all determined to do the same. In the end, though, that operation was scrubbed. Our next raid to Frankfurt took place on the 28th, followed by Hanover again on the 30th. People quite often ask me whether I used to carry a mascot in the aeroplane, a teddy bear or something. The answer is that, yes, I did carry a mascot. It was a Smith & Wesson revolver with 20 rounds of ammunition. I chose this because, at the time, Hitler and Goebbels were encouraging the German population to lynch any downed airman. My intention, if I saw a mob approaching, was to shoot at least 6 of them before blowing my brains out, rather than give them the satisfaction of hauling me up a tree by the neck. I was mindful of what the great General Patton said about one's job not actually being to die for one's country, but to make sure that the other man died for his. If I could, my plan was to run and hide, and hope to meet up with either the resistance or with Allied ground forces. By now, most of France and Belgium were free, and increasing numbers of Allied troops were moving north into Germany itself, so this seemed a reasonable scheme. But I was in no doubt that if I had to fight, I would. My model SKP was a PFF pilot by the name of Basil Embry, later knighted and raised to the rank of Air Chief Marshal. It was he who subsequently led the Mosquito raids on Amiens prison and the Gestapo headquarters in Aarhus. Early on in the war, however, he had been shot down while flying a Blenheim and captured. An immensely brave man, he had by this time flown dozens of missions. On one of them, 7 of his flight of 24 aircraft were destroyed, and every single one of the others that made it back had sustained serious damage. He was finally ordered to take operational rest prior to being promoted to group captain. Unfortunately, it was during his final sortie over France, immediately before his rest period was due to begin, that his aircraft was brought down, and he found himself in the hands of the advancing German army. He managed to give them the slip as he was being marched in a column over a railway siding by rolling down the embankment. Having hidden up until it was safe, he found a scarecrow and took its clothing, hoping to pass as a tramp. But then he was captured again. That night, he overheard the Germans speaking about him, typical corner boy types, and realized that they planned to knock him off the following morning. With great initiative, he managed to coax one of them into the room where they were keeping him. Grabbing the man's rifle, he bashed his brains out and bludgeoned the man to death. Amazingly, he managed to take out the other 3 of them in the same way before making good his escape. He eventually made it back to England with the help of the French resistance, who got him into Spain, which he crossed from north to south, before finally embarking from Gibraltar. It was stories like this, and those told by Smithy and Harry the Dutchman, that convinced me, if I ever did get shot down, I should try to follow their example. I would use the compass, concealed in my fly button, to navigate. I hoped also to get hold of one of those silk maps of Western Europe concealed in an ordinary-looking pencil, which some of our crews had, but I unfortunately never did. In any case, if ever I was forced to bail out, I was determined to fight. But for me, the situation never arose. Astonishingly, though, it did for Harry, as if having to bail out once wasn't enough. There is an amusing side to this story. I had once warned him that he would regret not wearing the new flying boots with which we had been issued, and sticking instead to the old kind. The difference between them was that the old ones, although comfortable, were floppy, with a marked tendency to detach themselves from pilots who found themselves having to bail out. Perhaps he found them easier on his bad foot. He was adamant in any case. "I have no intention of bailing out," said Harry. Famous last words. On this occasion, his aeroplane came down over a forest in Germany on the way back from a raid over Berlin. He duly jumped, and his boots duly came off. Because he spoke fluent German, he was in little danger of lynching, and he found a forester's house and knocked on the door. Although they didn't string him up, they did hand him over to some local soldiers who put him in a prison camp. Luckily, this was liberated by the Americans within a week, and within hardly more than that he was back on the squadron. Good old Harry. I should have liked to have seen him again, but he died quite young, having joined KLM as an airline pilot after the war. December 1944 and January 1945 were slightly quieter months in terms of actual numbers of raids. I took part in a total of 6 in December and 7 in January. The January raids were on Hanau, New Year's Day, Hanover on the 7th, Berlin on the 14th, when we were again diverted into Whiten, Magdeburg on the 18th, Kassel on the 21st, Hanover on the 22nd, and Berlin on the 28th. It is important to realize, however, that just because there were fewer raids, they were no less intense. Each time we took off, it was with the same anxiety. Would the bloody conrods break up? What kind of reception were we going to get at the other end? Would we have to contend with night fighters? Was our luck going to hold? Over Christmas, I had a short spell of leave, part of which we spent with my parents down in Devon. Again, it was a few days of respite when we could pretend that the war wasn't happening. But I knew that the pace of life on my return would be furious. The Americans were under severe pressure at Bastogne, where bad weather prevented the RAF and USAAF from giving the air support the ground forces desperately needed. As it turned out, the German counterattack was effectively thwarted with the relief of Bastogne, and by the new year the tide had turned, so the low-level bombing we had practiced was not in the end called upon, and the squadron's focus remained on Germany's industrial heartland. On New Year's Day, we participated in a raid on Hanau, an important supply hub for reinforcing Wehrmacht troops in the Ardennes region. This was the one time when the target was tactical rather than strategic. We were back to Hanover a few days later. Date, January the 7th, 1945. Aircraft, Mosquito Mark 26. KB 406. Pilot, self. Second pilot, pupil or passenger, Flying Officer Redmond. Duty, including results and remarks, target Hanover. Time, departure 2040. 3 hours 15 minutes, of which 1 hour 10 minutes in cloud on instruments. Of this raid I have no distinct memory, but I do know that this was the night on which my friend Basil Bonakis was shot down in his Mosquito on a raid to Munich as a member of 169 Squadron. We had got to know each other in America and had been instructors together at Dothan. Of Greek extraction, he was from an acting family, and a most entertaining man, with a highly expressive face. His party trick consisted in him making a short announcement. My father and mother were first cousins. When he had got the attention of the room, he would continue, "But I'm all right," he'd say, pulling a hilarious face to gales of laughter from the assembled company. On one occasion, when we were at some posh do in America, he launched into his usual routine, but was stopped in his tracks when our hostess remarked that she and her husband were first cousins too. Unable to finish, he just opened and closed his mouth like a codfish. Poor chap. On the 14th of January, we were back to bloody Berlin. On the 18th to Magdeburg, on the 21st to Kassel, and on the 22nd to Hanover again, and on the 29th, Berlin. By this stage of things, I had ceased writing comments on the flak or other aspects of our reception in the relevant column. It is amazing how quickly one gets used to even the most unpleasant experiences. I can safely say, though, that each was thoroughly unnerving. There is nothing good that can be said about being shot at. It isn't exhilarating. It is not exciting. It is not fun in any way. Just ask any bloody pheasant. February was considerably busier. Although we were off for the first week, not going out until the 10th, we went on 11 raids in the space of just 18 days. Hanover that first night, then Magdeburg on the 14th and Erfurt on the 19th. This last raid, I noted, was flown at 12,000 feet. This was again for the purpose of absolute precision. On returning that night, we made use of Fido on landing. On the 21st and 22nd, we were back over Berlin. By this time, Berlin was getting hit either by us or by one of the other LNSF Mosquito squadrons practically every night. We called it the Milk Run. On the 24th, we hit Neuss, and on the 25th, the target was again Erfurt. On the occasion of this raid, we suffered a failure of the port engine not long after crossing the North Sea and aborted the mission, landing back at Ford on the south coast, after dropping our bombs in the Solent. Having dealt with the aeroplane, we went up to the mess for an early breakfast and had just sat down to our bacon and eggs when an orderly came running in. "Mr. Bell, sir?" "That's me." "There's an aeroplane waiting for you." I gathered that an Oxford had appeared and was proposing to take us back to Downham Market. "Tell whoever it is to bugger off. I'm not interrupting my breakfast for anyone. I don't care if it's the wing commander." "Right, sir," he said, and disappeared. A short while later he was back again. "Oh, for God's sake, what now?" "The pilot's getting increasingly irate, sir." "Well, tell him that's his bad luck. He'll just have to wait." He disappeared again, only to come running back a third time. "Now what?" "He says he is the wing commander, sir." "Ah, that did alter things a bit. Tell him I'm coming right away." When we got to the aeroplane, the man made a great deal of noise, but it seemed prudent just to keep my head down and offer neither apology nor explanation. Apart from the 2 in-flight engine failures, there were also several times when I experienced engine problems on the ground. 3 to be exact. Astonishingly, they each occurred on consecutive days. On the first 2 occasions, the problem was with the engine coolant. Glycol was streaming out from under the cowling. It was obvious to all that we would have to pull out of the raid. When, on the 3rd day, I saw that the oil pressure on one side was barely above 0, I was dumbfounded. Was I imagining things? "Take a look at this, will you?" I said to Doug. He did, and agreed with my view that it wasn't worth risking. Even so, it was only with great reluctance that for the 3rd time running I aborted the mission. I knew that some people might have pressed on regardless, assuming that it was not actually an engine problem, just a problem with the gauge itself. Problems with needles sticking were fairly frequent. I also knew that not going would put me under immediate suspicion, like the chap who was eventually killed returning from his first raid. Pull out once, no problem, quite understood. Twice, strange. A coincidence, no doubt. But a 3rd time, this raised the very serious question of possible LMF. I remember not sleeping at all well that night. It was therefore a great relief when the following morning I went down to the hangar to meet with the ground crew. "Just as well you didn't go out last night, sir." The chief engineer held out his hand to me. "Have a look here." In his palm was a pile of shavings of white metal. Found this in the oil filter. Another 5 minutes and the engine would have seized. This was a great relief because LMF was an exceedingly dangerous thing to have attached to your name. On the 26th of February, we hit Berlin again, and on the 28th, Munich. Both targets, it should be noted, were quite close to the maximum range of our aircraft, so there was the added interest of wondering whether you were going to make it back the whole way. You desperately did not want to be caused to make any lengthy diversion for any reason, such as needing to evade night fighters, or if there was fog and FIDO was not working for some reason. It wasn't only engine stoppages we had to worry about, however. There was one time when the cockpit heating system began to fail as we neared the target. The controls that managed this system were one of the few poorly designed components on the aeroplane. Located behind the pilot seat, there was a butterfly switch that had to be turned in order for it to come on. Reaching behind, the damn thing sheared and fell on the floor. Bearing in mind that the temperature outside was somewhere around -30 degrees at 25,000 feet, and we were wearing nothing but ordinary battle dress, it wasn't long before we were feeling decidedly chilly. But there was no question of turning back. Of course, that was always an option, but not one that we seriously entertained. Quite how we made it to the target and home without succumbing to exposure, I'm not entirely sure. On our way back, we were able to come down lower, but, being winter, even below 10,000 feet, it was still well below freezing. It was an altogether diabolical experience. We had to be lifted out of the aeroplane when we finally taxied back in, and to this day I'm not at all sure how I managed to get the aeroplane down safely. Thank God it had been to one of the nearer targets. Another incident, unrelated to enemy action that might have ended badly, occurred on our way back from another raid. We were flying on instruments in very bad weather over Germany. "Shouldn't we try to get out of this muck?" Doug inquired, after some time of being thrown around in cloud. "I suppose we could give it a try," I said. We were at the height at which we had been instructed to fly, but as we were highly unlikely to run into anyone, I saw no harm in climbing. Then a strange thing happened. As I pulled back on the control column to climb, I noticed the airspeed increasing. "This is Of course, exactly the opposite of what should have happened. Doug noticed, too. "What the hell's going on?" he demanded. Perplexed, I pushed the stick forward. Our speed decreased. Again, the exact opposite of what should be happening. Given that the instruments, the airspeed indicator was duplicated in case one failed, and we both agreed, I was momentarily bewildered. But then, and I firmly believe this was thanks to my American training, it came to me in a flash. These readings could mean only one thing: ice. It struck me suddenly as obvious that the pitot tube heater had gone on the blink. As a result, some moisture had got into the system and it had frozen, hence the counterintuitive readings. "Ice," I said. "Don't pay any attention to the ASI. It's a classic case of pitot head freezing. We need to reduce altitude and get into some warmer air." "Well, you can give it a go, I guess." Doug was often not easy to convince. Sure enough, when we had come down to around 15,000 feet for a few minutes, harmony was restored. I thanked God for sending me on that Arnold scheme. It had been rigorous in the extreme, but it had taught me to remain cool-headed in stressful situations. And thanks to having the ASI covered up in the Stearman, it had taught me to fly by the seat of my pants. Otherwise, what happened to an Airbus not many years ago could well have been our fate. The crew were still arguing about why the ASI readings were the reverse of what they should have been when they plunged into the Atlantic Ocean. My last two raids, on the 1st and 3rd of March, were both on Berlin. One of them, I cannot tell which, contained what was without question the most alarming 15 minutes of my whole time with Bomber Command. Chapter 17. Achtung, Messerschmitt 262. The great sailor Milan, the South African fighter race, credited with the highest number of kills in the Battle of Britain, used to say that those who survived in aerial combat were the ones who didn't have too much imagination. I survived. I have never thought of myself as having much imagination. My wife certainly had more than me. I found it difficult to picture all the different possible outcomes of each raid. You just got on with it. So far as I was concerned, they were all bloody dangerous and all pretty terrifying. But there is one that stands out above them all, so I shall try to describe it. It was over Berlin, and as I say, it was perhaps our last, or if not our last, our penultimate visit. Berlin, with its banks and banks of searchlights and battery after battery of radar-guided anti-aircraft guns. What was in store for us this time? We'd been shot at from the ground, shot at from the air. We'd been inches from oblivion on numerous occasions. We saw the searchlights roaming the sky ahead of us and then beside us. Were they going to get lucky today? They were quite often lucky. Probably most days, though it was more often one of the heavies that came down, one of the Lancasters, slower-moving, easier targets. Poor bastards. When the master bomber dropped his target indicators, the enemy would know what the target was. At that point, all the anti-aircraft batteries would direct their fire at you. As you got closer in, the red light in the cockpit that told you had been picked up by enemy radar would invariably come on. This increased the anxiety level somewhat. Next, you began to feel buffeting from the radar-guided 88mm shells exploding. These had a fuse set to detonate when it reached the top of its trajectory at 25,000 feet, precisely the height at which we were flying. As soon as you saw it, knowing that it was predicted, that is to say, the radar calculated your speed and direction and laid off, you would bank away. It laid off. That is to say, it pointed not where you were at that moment, but where it calculated you would be, in order to compensate for the fact that it took several seconds for the shell to reach your height. It was therefore eminently sensible to arrange to be somewhere else. You would weave and dodge as hard as you could, but when you were on your actual bombing run, there was nothing you could do. You had to hold a steady course and take your chance. This meant that for roughly the last 10 miles you had to take whatever they were throwing at you. Slowed to around 200 miles an hour, this translates into about 3 minutes, during which you run the gauntlet. Not long if you were waiting for a bus, but a bloody lifetime when you know that you are in somebody's sights and all they need is that little bit of luck. Never mind the fact that there were very likely night fighters above, waiting for their moment to pounce. At that point, your navigator got off his seat and squeezed through to the bomb-aiming position. The forward section of the nose was formed of a series of perspex panels, and it was the central one of these that was used for sighting. I opened the bomb doors in anticipation. Again, Doug guided us in. Now I really had to concentrate. I needed to fly the aeroplane, of course, but I was also mindful of those night fighters. I knew they were out there, and I knew that some of them were a lot faster than me. For the past several weeks, there had been reports of a new machine in the Luftwaffe's inventory. We didn't know much about it. We just knew that it had at least 100 miles an hour on us, and we knew that they would attack just when you were at your most vulnerable, when you were committed to your bombing run, when you were doing your damnedest to follow your navigator's instructions. In such circumstances, it was very easy to overlook the little white light that would come on when your equipment detected an intercept. You had rearward-facing air-to-air radar that alerted you when someone was closing in behind. But this was easy not to notice because of the searchlights and other distractions. Now I was lining up. "Bomb doors open," came a voice from below. "Bomb doors open," I replied. A pause. "Okay, go left. Left a bit. Steady, steady. Left. Steady. Right. Right a bit. Steady, steady. Bomb's going. Bomb's gone." "Bomb's gone," I said before closing the doors. And now it was that other light that I was keeping an eye out for. Maintaining height, I banked away sharply. Now home. But that white light. It was on. Not flashing, unambiguously on. "Christ!" yelled Doug, startled as I stood the aeroplane on its wing and shoved the nose down. "What's that all about?" "Intercept! Intercept!" I shouted as I slammed the throttles wide and threw the aeroplane into a steep descent. If it was an WW190, he had only one chance of hitting us. He'd aim to dive below and behind us, and then fire as he zoomed back up. That gave him about a 2-second window. If it was a jet, it was a different story. You had to hope that because he was going so fast he'd overshoot. The light went out. It stayed out. But hang on, it was on again. Christ! The FW190 would have been miles behind by now at our speed. ME-262 jet, for sure. Christ! And those bastards were armed with deadly lethal guns and rockets. We knew they were deadly because there had been confirmed reports of fortresses being turned into confetti by them. Okay, so keep turning and continue the downward dive. The light went out again. That was our advantage. Our turning circle was thought likely to be better than theirs. The ME-262 was small and hellish fast, but that meant a high wing loading and a large turning radius. That didn't mean he'd give up, though. I knew he'd have me back on his radar screen, and so, in all probability, would his ground controllers. On again! Jesus! There was no point trying to climb. That would offer him the perfect target. There was only one thing for it, a banking dive as low as I dared go. You might wonder why. The fact is, we didn't know much about jet engines. We'd heard about the Gloucester Meteor, which had just started coming into service with the RAF. We knew that jets were very fast. But we also knew that the turbine engines powering them were extremely thirsty at low level. The Meteor had an endurance of about 40 minutes, no more, and we surmised that the Messerschmitt must have similar endurance. But that would have assumed that most of the sortie was flown above 20,000 feet. So, having given the matter some thought, when I'd first heard about these machines, my idea was to get him to run low on fuel by taking him down as low as I dared while weaving in tight, high-speed, high-G turns. Down we went. The light went out. Would it stay out? The seconds ticked by, agonizingly slowly. I guess that in the end he must have decided to go home rather than risk having to put down somewhere in the dark. Unadvisable given his landing speed of well over 100 miles an hour. So ended one of the most sustained episodes of terror I have ever experienced. Being upside down over Lakeland was bad, but it only lasted a few minutes. Flying in and out of flak over Berlin was diabolical too, but being hunted like this was 10 minutes of the most intense fear. Pity the poor bloody fox. What a huge pleasure it was, therefore, to meet, quite recently, another senior veteran of the air war over Berlin, Colonel Joe Peterburs of the USAAF. On one occasion, he had been flying a P-51 Mustang on a daylight raid, providing part of the escort to some flying fortresses. Because it was daylight, he could see all too clearly as one of these German jets attacked a pair of fortresses and literally blew the tail off one of them. Of course, the Mustang, even now that it had been re-engined with Merlins, was still much slower than a 262. It was a much better aeroplane than it had been when fitted with the original Allison V-12, but in terms of out-and-out performance, still no match for the Messerschmitt jet. In this instance, however, he was several thousand feet above. Taking advantage of this, Peterburs was able to swoop down beneath the Messerschmitt 262 and pull up and shoot him from behind and below at 6 o'clock. He told me of the huge satisfaction he had as he watched the port wing of the jet peeling back while the rest of it caught fire. As it turned out, the pilot managed to bail out, and they met up many years later. Joe Peterburs was himself subsequently shot down over Germany and captured, but he succeeded in escaping and joining up with some Russians with whom he fought on the ground until the end of the war a few weeks later. Having managed to get repatriated to the United States, he remained in the United States Air Force, and then saw service first in Korea, then in Vietnam. A true American hero, and my personal hero too. After the hell of being chased by one, the man who shot down an ME-262 will always be a hero to me. I might mention that Doug always doubted that it really was an ME-262 jet chasing us. He thought the warning light coming on could just as easily have been due to ghosting, where electrical disturbance causes false activation of the sensor. But the fact that it came on and went out several times and then stayed out convinced me that it could only have been a jet. Many years later, I had a conversation with Captain Winkle Brown, the great naval test pilot who flew more different aircraft types than any man in history, and also made the highest number of successful deck landings on aircraft carriers. His opinion was that it was certainly an ME-262. Some time after that, I had another conversation with a man who had been in the Air Ministry at the time. He likewise told me it would certainly have been an ME-262, and that I was jolly lucky to be alive. But because Doug doubted it at the time, and would not record it in his logbook, I did not mention it in mine either. Chapter 18. Bugger your bloody glee club. My last raid over Germany to Berlin took place on the 3rd of March 1945, 2 days before my 24th birthday. On the 5th, the Mosquito I had flown on a raid on the city on the 2nd was shot down over Berlin, with the loss of both crew members. One of them, a Canadian officer, was a very likeable fellow by the name of McLean. My most frequently used aeroplane, K for King, was damaged over Berlin and came down 3 days after that. Fortunately, both crewmen were able to bail out safely. They had in fact tried to find somewhere to land, but finding nowhere suitable, had elected to leave the aeroplane up where it was and jump. These losses reminded me just how bloody lucky I had been. At the end of a tour, one had the option of signing up for another one or applying for other duties. Doug was clear that he'd done his bit for Britain and the Empire and was going back to Canada. Initially, I had intended to put myself forward for a second one, but faced with the prospect of flying with a new and untested navigator in place of the man who was certainly the best on the squadron and quite possibly in the whole group, I signed up to be a pilot on Ferry Command to bring Canadian-built Mosquitoes over from London, Ontario, and deliver them to Britain. Had I gone on another tour, I might well have been present at the last raid of the war, conducted by 608 Squadron and others, when we hit Kiel on the 2nd of May 1945. As it was, I had just arrived at North Bay Air Force Base in Canada, where I undertook a short period of training before my first ferry flight. I remembered the journey out to Canada very well. On board ship there was a man by the name of Huey Green, who subsequently became famous for presenting a television program called Opportunity Knocks. He was, it has to be said, very full of himself. "Come and join my glee club," he used to say. "You'll find it's the best glee club going. I used to do this professionally before the war, you know." I'm afraid I didn't join his bloody glee club, and in fact, to this day I have no idea what a glee club is, or what people get up to in glee clubs. Perhaps this just tells you that at heart I am a miserable so-and-so. Or perhaps it tells you that it took a bit of time adjusting to normal life after a 6-month bombing tour. Oddly enough, I also bumped into Doug, who, unbeknown to me, was on the same voyage. He was playing poker on deck. We didn't have a lot to say to each other, however, and that was the last time I saw him. After the war, he went on to have a highly distinguished career, leading the Canadian Forestry Service. Also playing poker at that time was a group of female American ferry pilots. They were a tough bunch, sitting there smoking their lucky strikes and huddled in their cloaks. "Raise you 50, they'd say between turns. "Raise you 100, you son of a bitch." They reminded me of an extremely well-built female calisthenics instructor we had when I was a cadet in America. When she took a shine to one of the other cadets and invited him over one weekend, the rest of us were very concerned that he might not come back to us alive. He did, though he looked considerably paler. As I was to discover, being tough was an essential attribute of the successful ferry pilot. Surprising as it may seem, one's chances of coming to grief as a pilot on ferry command were, statistically speaking, considerably higher than flying as a member of bomber command. The main reason for this was that the aeroplanes we were to fly were brand new, and brand new aeroplanes are not always the most reliable. They often have teething troubles. Another reason for the high loss rate was that, at the time, transatlantic air travel was still in its infancy. Probably fewer than a couple of hundred flights had actually been completed before the end of the war, and search and rescue operations were in their infancy. If you went down, you would be going out, in about 10 minutes flat. Hypothermia would see to that. There was another rather unexpected reason for the high casualty rates among ferry pilots, and that was the presence on the aircraft production line of at least one saboteur. They never caught him, but his speciality was clamping down the safety valves in the hydraulic system. There was a pump that kept the system pressurized that relied on a safety valve to prevent the pressure getting too high. If this valve ever failed, the whole thing could explode. Of course, it will never be known how many aircraft were lost in this way, but I do know that once, when I was at Prestwick Airport, having flown the last leg from Reykjavik in Iceland, I saw an aircraft with half its side blown off. Fortunately, the explosion occurred on touchdown.
I also recall an occasion when a man flying out of London, Ontario, found himself unable to throttle his engines back.
There he was, powering on at full bore, unable to do anything about it. The strong likelihood was that either his engines would blow up or he would run out of fuel. Luckily for him, he was at the time flying over the frozen tundra, and by leaning the mixture fully, he managed to starve the engines and make a safe landing. He was also very fortunate to be found. When the authorities subsequently examined the throttle cables, it was discovered that they had been tampered with. Another hazard I personally faced was one or two rather ineffective navigators. One in particular was a drunk. Fortunately, I flew with him only once, and I decided right at the outset that I certainly wasn't going to rely on him to get me safely to the west coast of Greenland, which was where I was aiming for. I therefore completely disregarded his instructions, and instead of heading directly to the airfield at WWI, as it was then known, now Narsarsuaq Airport, took a different route that would take us up towards the Arctic Circle so that I could follow the coast down. By using this version of offset navigation, I could be sure that when I hit the coast, I would be to the north of our intended destination. Had I followed his course, I would not have known whether we were to north or south of it, unless by some miracle we could get a visual. But that seemed most unlikely. This being my second visit, I was pretty sure I would recognize the place if I flew south along the coast. Fortunately, I did. Even when I was confident in my navigator, these trips always seemed to throw up one or two nasty surprises. There was one occasion when I had to let down through cloud over the sea. I came down, and still we were in cloud. I knew for sure that it would not extend right to the surface of the sea, so I wasn't too concerned. But when I finally did break through, we were down to a couple of 100 feet. The next thing I knew, an iceberg towering above us was right on my wingtip as we whistled past at 350 miles an hour, with no more than a few yards to spare. That was a bit of a hairy moment, to be sure. One other potential hazard worth mentioning concerns the auxiliary fuel tank that we carried in the bomb bay. There was a small electric motor inside the tank which pumped fuel into the wing tank. It was rather important that you switched the thing off as soon as the tank was empty, because if you didn't, there was a good chance the pump would seize, and then there would be sparks, followed in short order by an almighty explosion. When it got down to the last 6 gallons or so, my fingers used to hover over the pump, so that as soon as the red light indicating empty came on, I was ready to pounce and switch it off. There was also the unforgettable matter of the small m mosquitoes that populate the coast of Greenland in their hundreds of billions. On my first trip, we were completely unaware of the little blighters, as a result of which my navigator and I woke up with great wheals all over our faces, our necks, our arms, and our hands. It was essential that you came properly prepared. I remember someone saying later that he had overheard 2 mosquitoes debating with one another. Should we eat him where he is, or do we call in reinforcements and take him down to the coast to eat him there? The first leg of our route involved flying from London, Ontario to Goose Bay in the Canadian province of Labrador, where we would stay overnight. From there we would fly over the Arctic Ocean to WWI, At the time, this was under the command of the Americans, who had a rather restrictive view of the meteorological conditions required before they would let you proceed. Unless they were just about perfect, you had to stay put. This was a bit tiresome, as being well used to flying in bad to appalling weather over Europe in winter, my threshold for what I considered viable was a lot higher than theirs. Even now, I consider they were a bit overcautious. This was frustrating because, apart from anything else, we would get a short period of leave after each trip, and I was keen to get home to see Kath and our daughter Vivienne. The final stop was Reykjavik in Iceland, where on one occasion I ran into a large number of Russians taking delivery of a flight of Catalina flying boats. Whether due to inexperience or excessive vodka consumption, this did not go very smoothly. On at least 2 occasions I witnessed an aeroplane being dropped from a good 30 feet onto the sea. They would practically disappear under the water before popping up again. No harm done. The Catalina was, fortunately, an immensely strong aeroplane. As the war drew to a close, the need for mosquito ferrying decreased, and sometime towards the end of the summer of 1945, I found myself in an office in Twickenham, where a female flight lieutenant informed me that I was being posted to Black Bush. I complained bitterly. "Look," I said, "I've spent 18 months in America. I've done a 50-mission tour on mosquitoes. I've been ferrying them across the Atlantic for the past 6 months. The last thing I want is a posting to bloody Australia. I've got a wife and a child to think about." "What on earth are you talking about?" she replied, pointing to a wall chart. "Black Bush is down near Camberley, in Surrey." This came as a very welcome surprise. So, too, was the news that I would be flying mosquitoes to deliver diplomatic mail. By now, the war in Europe was over, the Nazis having surrendered on the 8th of May. Contrary to expectations, perhaps, I have no special memories of the great day itself. For me, the word that best sums up the end of the war is relief. Relief that it was all over. Relief that I wouldn't be called on to go on any more bombing missions. Relief that there would be no more transatlantic flights. Relief also that I could hope to see more of Kath and look forward to a normal family life. We were already thinking about having another child, but while the war in the Pacific was still going on, I couldn't help feeling some anxiety for my American students. Almost certainly, some of them would have ended up out there, and I wondered then, as I have often wondered since, what became of them. After the extreme worry of flying bombing raids over Germany and the steady anxiety of spending long periods of time over frozen land and freezing water, I found my new role as postman an extremely enjoyable way of passing time and getting paid for it. Apart from the opportunity to fly around Europe and even further afield, mostly in daylight and while the weather was still reasonable in parts of it, there was the benefit of being an extremely popular person in the mess. The reason for this was that I would invariably be carrying copies of that day's Times newspaper with me. That's not today's paper you've got there, by any chance?" some senior officer would ask diffidently. "It is, actually." "I don't suppose you'd let me take a look at it when you're finished with it, would you? Here, let me buy you a drink. What will you have?" Or someone would ask if perhaps I had a spare copy. "You'd be most welcome to join us for lunch." I couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for these chaps. Many of them had been away from home for years and were starved of up-to-date news. My navigator at this time was a very entertaining man whose company I enjoyed greatly, but while he was much more fun than Doug, he was nowhere near as good a navigator. I well remember one occasion when we were flying out to Malta and I asked him how many minutes we had to run. "We're there already," he announced, pointing out of the window. I was a bit taken aback at this. "Really?" I said. I think you'll find that's not Malta. That's Sicily. He was about 80 miles out. On another occasion, having delivered the mail in Malta, I discovered that my aeroplane had developed a problem with its compressor. This was part of the supercharging system, whereby air is forced into the engine at high pressure in order to improve its performance at altitude. I duly reported the problem to the engineering officer, who told me that he would order a new one from England. How long will that take? About a week. So what's wrong with this other aeroplane? I wanted to know. There was a second Mosquito parked on the apron outside the maintenance hangar. Has it got a compressor problem too? No, he said. It's got a problem with the landing gear actuator. We're waiting for a part for that one too. Well, I said, if that's the case, why don't we just take the compressor out of it and put it in mine? That way, at least one of us can get home. We can't start cannibalizing other aeroplanes for parts, he said. Once you go down that route, you get into no end of trouble. You will just have to wait here. Relax and enjoy yourselves. So that was the end of the matter. He was senior to me, so I couldn't pull rank on him much as I might have liked to, in order to get back to my wife and daughter. My navigator and I had a pleasant enough stay, visiting all the local sites, with the exception of Lucca, that is, the village right next to the airfield. As we were approaching, we saw a large sign with the word plague written on it, at which point we did an abrupt 180-degree turn. I did experience a couple of anxiety-inducing incidents while flying the diplomatic mail. The first entailed an inadvertent brush with the law. The second involved the nearest thing I ever had to a crash. My run-in with the authorities occurred as a result of wanting to help out a friend. There was a man at Blackbush who went by the name of Smithy, not to be confused with the Australian Smithy on 608 Squadron, with whom I used to have a drink occasionally. On one occasion we were chatting in the mess, and he told me that, before the war, he had lived with an Austrian family as a student in Vienna. They were very good people, very kind, he said. I recently got in touch with them, and it turns out that the husband was killed on the Eastern Front, leaving his wife to bring up 2 teenage children in a partly bombed-out house. They've got no heating, only intermittent electricity and very little food. So I asked if there was anything I could do to help. Well, she said, if you could bring me out a bag of cocoa or coffee, I could swap it on the black market for food. So I told her, I'll do better than that. I'll bring you a kit bag full. Of course, she was overjoyed. She said she could set up a business with that. At this point, while we were swigging our brandy, he looked across at me. I suppose you wouldn't be prepared to take a kit bag out, would you? I don't see why not, I replied without hesitation. Oh, that would be marvellous. I'll get one over to your aircraft tonight. The usual mail run from Blackbush left in the dark at around 4 o'clock in the morning. I had just climbed aboard and was getting ready to start the engines when a jeep pulled up. There was much waving of torches as one of its occupants jumped out and shouted up the ladder to me, "I've got a kit bag for you, Captain." "That's okay," I said. "I was expecting it. Push it up the ladder." This he did, and my navigator shoved it down into the bomb-aiming position in the nose. The jeep, meanwhile, roared off into the night, to be followed not many seconds later by another. The weather was appalling, I recall. Again, there was much waving of torches as this rather burly chap clambered out and poked his head up into the cockpit. "Special police," he announced. "I've been told you would have room for me. I need to get down to Vienna." "There isn't much room, I'm afraid," I said. "We've already got a kit bag in the nose." "Oh, that'll be all right. It's only a couple of hours, isn't it?" And without waiting for an answer, he climbed aboard. "So, what takes you to Vienna?" I wanted to know. "I'm on my way to arrest a young officer who's been engaged in black market activities." "Right-o," I said, rather nervously. I was quite sure Smithy wasn't getting paid for these kit bag runs, and that he was genuinely just helping out an old friend. But it did occur to me that the authorities might have some hard questions to ask if they knew what was in the kit bag. Fortunately, it must have been cocoa and not coffee this time, otherwise my unexpected passenger would have been sure to smell it. Even so, I must admit that I did not breathe easily until after we had landed at Vienna and the special constable had gone off into the night. After that, I decided that I had probably done people enough good turns and told Smithy that I was afraid he'd have to find another way of helping his friends. The near crash came at the conclusion of an excursion to Cairo, where I had delivered some diplomatic mail. Coming back, I landed for lunch and to refuel at a place called Istres, a town on the French coast not far from Marseille. We went up to the mess for our meal, and on the way back to the aeroplane I was accosted by a warrant officer in uniform. "I know you're going back to Black Bush, Captain," he began. "Is there a chance you could give me a lift?" "I suppose I could, in theory, but what's your hurry?" I wanted to know. "I've got woman trouble," he said. Who hasn't had woman trouble? I said to myself before turning to my navigator. "What do you reckon? Shall we take him?" "If we do, he'll be an unauthorized passenger." Well, that didn't really bother me, so in the end I agreed to take him. "You'll have to travel in the nose, in the bomb-aiming compartment, which you'll find a bit of a squeeze," I said. "But once we get there, you're on your own. You'll have to vanish pretty sharpish and make sure no one sees you." "I reckon I can take care of that," he replied. With this assurance, we all climbed aboard and I got the engines fired up. All went well until we were about halfway down the runway on our takeoff run. We had just about reached flying speed when there was a sudden loud bang and the cockpit filled with dust. What the hell was that? I wanted to know. At first I thought we had lost an engine, but then I saw that the revs on both sides were the same, and the temperatures and pressures were all fine. So I rotated and continued into the climb. Neither my navigator nor I could see anything untoward. "Any idea what that was?" I shouted down to our stowaway. "It's the port wheel," he shouted back. "The tyres burst." Just as was to happen to the Air France Concorde, we had obviously hit some debris on the runway. This information put me in a bit of a quandary. According to standing instructions, in a situation like this, the aeroplane had to be belly-landed with both wheels up. That way, you could at least ensure the safety of the crew. My problem was that it had been known, when Mosquitoes landed wheels up, for the nose section to cave in. And of course, if that happened, I would be left to explain why there was a corpse in the front of my aeroplane. I concluded that really there was only one solution to this. I would keep going and on arrival would have to try to land the aircraft on its one good wheel. My plan was to use the brake on the starboard side, while on the port side I would use the engine to try to keep the aeroplane straight. Well, that was the theory. In the meantime, I took the precaution of jettisoning our long-range fuel tanks in the sea. If we did end up on our belly, I did not want the prospect of these exploding to add to my worries. In all other respects, the flight went normally. Only on landing did things not go quite to plan. As soon as I touched down, I found myself at the controls of a wild animal. Straight away, the aeroplane started careering at 45 degrees off the runway onto the adjacent grass. This was extremely concerning because if we hit one of the many rabbit holes that littered the grass, we'd end up cartwheeling straight onto our back. That would probably be the end of me, my navigator, and quite possibly our illegal passenger too. But every time I applied the engine to try to straighten the aircraft, it would lift the port wing. Then, when I tried using the brake on our good wheel, I could feel the back of the aircraft lifting preparatory to somersaulting upside down. All in all, It was a rather hairy experience that went on, I should say, for a minute and more, before I was finally successful in getting the aeroplane under control. Eventually, we came to a stop, and within moments both a blood wagon and a fire tender came racing up. Fortunately, they weren't needed, and so they returned to base. Meanwhile, my illegal passenger climbed over me without so much as a word and exited through the hatch. The last I saw of him, he was disappearing into the gloom with his haversack swinging behind him. I have often wondered since then what he said to his lady friend when he finally got home. My navigator, for one, was in total shock. "You bloody lunatic! You could have killed all of us!" "Well, I didn't, did I?" I replied, with what I still consider to be irrefutable logic. I like to think, in any case, I cured him of any constipation that he might have been suffering. The aeroplane was subsequently towed back to the maintenance hangar, after which I set off home. We were at that time living not far from Blackbush, Kath having long been demobbed, and Vivienne now being an energetic toddler. My assumption was that although, incredibly, the undercarriage had not collapsed, it would most likely need replacing, and I judged it would take at least a few days for the aircraft to be operational again. There was also a good chance that I would be in serious trouble for having disobeyed standing instructions, so I might as well enjoy some time with my family while the aeroplane was being repaired. When I finally went back to the airfield, I was greeted by my navigator with an outstretched hand. "We're heroes," he announced, having evidently recovered from his shock. "Oh," I said, "that's nice." "But you're in trouble," he went on. "Why am I in trouble if I'm a hero?" I wanted to know. "The thing is," he began, "later that evening a call went out from the control tower telling you to report to the station commander. I went to his office and explained to the adjutant that you had gone home. So he told me that when you came back, I should inform you that you were to go and see him. You're a hero with the ground crew, but it doesn't look too good with the powers that be." I duly presented myself at the station commander's office, where the adjutant fixed me with a beady eye. "You're in the shit," he announced, with an unpleasant air of satisfaction. "So I've heard. You'd better take me in." This he did, and the station commander similarly fixed his eye on me. "Where have you been?" he wanted to know. "Well, on the assumption that it would take at least a couple of days to repair the aeroplane, I'm afraid I went home to see my wife and young daughter, sir." "Well, it might surprise you to learn that once we had taken the aircraft into the hangar and put it on supports, we found that we could lower and retract the undercarriage without any problem. There was no damage whatever. All that was required was another tyre." I was astounded to hear this. "In that case, it's just as well I didn't do a belly landing," I said, "or I'd definitely have wrecked the aeroplane." "Indeed," he replied. "But as a matter of interest, why did you not land with your wheels up as per standing instructions?" Of course, I couldn't tell him the real answer. "I was fairly certain I could get away with it," I replied. "It's just as well you did. I had orders from Group that if there was any damage to the aircraft, you were to be court-martialed." "Well, sir," I replied, "if I hadn't got away with it, I rather think there wouldn't have been anyone left to court-martial." At this he laughed, and as we all know, when the wing commander laughs, everyone laughs. "So, as it is," he went on, "I am instead going to enter a commendatory endorsement in your logbook. Congratulations." And with that he shook me warmly by the hand and sent me on my way. I suppose in the eyes of some I was a hero after all, but I tell the story not to show off. To the contrary, I had done something quite foolish and was extremely lucky not to have got into serious trouble, either as the result of a crash or as the result of a run-in with the authorities. I tell it rather as a tribute to the extraordinary strength of the wooden wonder and the geniuses who designed it. That was my last flight in a mosquito. Chapter 19. Farewell to Wings. I should perhaps say that my one-wheel landing of a mosquito was my last as a pilot in command of the type, rather than my last ever flight on the type. In 2019, I had the great privilege of flying a recently restored mosquito, put back in the air by its owner, Rod Lewis, who kindly invited me to go up in it with one of his pilots. It was a wonderful experience. When we were joining the circuit to land, my pilot mentioned to air traffic control that his passenger was a Second World War veteran of the Pathfinder group. There was a pause before control answered, and when he did, it was with a loud exclamation. "Holy shit!" There are just 5 airworthy mosquitoes in the world today, though these are soon to be joined by a 6th. This is scheduled to arrive in England from its place of restoration in New Zealand fairly soon, and I am very much hoping to be able to go up in that one too. Following a year spent flying diplomatic mail, I left the RAF towards the end of 1946. In a perfect world, I would then have taken a job with one of the airlines. Quite a few people I knew had already done so, among them the great Pathfinder, Bennett himself. He was by now a founder-director of British South American Airways, which later became part of BOAC, British Overseas Airways Corporation. He subsequently recruited my old squadron leader, Cliff Alabaster, into the business, while Alabaster himself recruited another man from 608 Squadron by the name of Cook. My wife was not keen on the idea of me working for the airlines, however. She was happy for me to continue as a member of the RAF Volunteer Reserve, RAF-VR, flying Tiger Moths and Chipmunks, both of them de Havilland designs, at weekends, but she did not want me flying full-time. As well as being considerably brighter than me, she had the ability to see further ahead, and I think, in retrospect, that her position was sound. In spite of all the knowledge gained during the war, air transport was still quite dicey in those days, and I think that Kath thought I had probably used up all my luck flying first in America, then with Bomber Command, then with the ferry service, and finally flying the diplomatic mail. I suspect she may have been right. As it happened, I bumped into my old colleague Reginald Cook in London sometime during the late 1940s. This was the man that Alabaster had recruited to the airline. He told me that he had had to get a second-class navigator's ticket in order to get the job, even though he was a highly experienced pilot. This was a minimum requirement of the Board of Trade if you wanted a commercial pilot's license. "Passing examinations don't come easy to me," he said. "I must have sweated blood to get the damn thing." It was not long after this that his aeroplane disappeared over the Andes, and it was decades before it could be established what had happened. It turned out that he had been flying into 100-mile-an-hour headwind without realizing it. So when he let himself down over what he thought was the sea, he was in fact still over the mountains. The result was that he crashed and wiped everybody out, including himself. It was only when the glacier onto which he had come down carried the wreckage to somewhere it could be found that finally the mystery of what had happened came to light. Thanks to GPS, such a thing would not happen today. But it just goes to show how perilous dead reckoning can be if you do not have all the information, especially when you are flying on instruments and in cloud as Cook was. Strange to say, Alabaster himself almost came a cropper on the same route. He was over the South Atlantic between Dakar and Buenos Aires when he suffered a double engine failure one night. Fortunately, he was able to maintain altitude on the remaining 2 engines and pulled off an impressive landing in the lee of a mountain on an island in the Brazilian archipelago. So instead of flying, I returned to my pre-war profession and became a chartered surveyor, first working for the civil service and later as founder-director of my own company, in which I was eventually joined by my son Martin, born, by coincidence, on my 27th birthday. My last flight as pilot in command of an aeroplane came in 1960, shortly after I'd been told that my services were no longer required by the RAF VR. Having started out with the reserves on the lowly Tiger Moth, a nice aeroplane, but rather less fun than a Stearman, I graduated to the Chipmunk when they came online during the early 1950s. This was a delightful machine with beautifully harmonized controls, very light to the touch, and ailerons that, unlike those of the Moth, responded immediately. The Moth had ailerons that worked via second-class post. You put in your demand, then you waited for a response. I did actually volunteer to instruct, but either there weren't any vacancies at the time or I wasn't thought good enough. As a result, I used the aeroplane purely for fun. That last flight of mine was down to Bembridge on the Isle of Wight. I took with me my bathing costume, a towel, and a packed lunch, and I found a taxi to take me to the local beach. Having spent a pleasant hour or two, I then flew back to Blackbush. As I handed in my parachute for the last time, I reflected on the fact that, as a member of the RAF VR, I had been a member of a flying club with everything paid for by the government, as well as giving me a Christmas bounty every year. Amazing! I also thought about how fortunate I had been in my flying career. I have always believed that you should never underestimate the element of luck, and I'd had plenty of that. But beyond luck, it occurred to me that I owed my survival to three things above all. The first was the outstanding flying training in America. The second was the genius of my wartime navigator, Doug Redmond, who unfailingly got us to where we needed to be and then, just as importantly, unfailingly brought us back. The third factor was the outstanding qualities of the de Havilland Mosquito. Looking back on my life since the war, I have, of course, seen a great deal of change in the world. But if there is one small incident that sticks out as an indicator of the way it has changed, I might mention the following story. Sometime around the mid-1970s, I was the proud owner of a souped-up Cortina GT, the most powerful version of it that you could get. Equipped with twin Weber carburetors, it also had a radio. At the time, rather a rare thing. One morning, having foolishly parked my car on the drive rather than in the garage, I drew the curtains to behold what looked like a handful of diamonds scattered to one side of it. On closer inspection, it turned out that the passenger window had been smashed, and where once the radio had been, there was now a gaping hole, with wires hanging down inside. The thief had done a very careful job, and there was no other damage. All this was a bit annoying, but a lesson in the importance of using one's garage. I went back inside and telephoned the insurance company, who explained that there would be no problem indemnifying me for my loss, but they would need an incident report. I therefore went to the local police station and reported the loss to a rather fresh-faced young sergeant. He took the details, handed me the incident report number, and then asked me whether I would like counselling for my loss. I was astounded. "This seems extraordinary," I said. "In the 30 years since completing a tour of duty as a pilot in Bomber Command, no one has ever offered me counselling for what we went through, and yet you are telling me I can have counselling for the loss of a car radio." "Well, sir," he said, "I am under instruction to offer the service whenever someone reports a break-in of any sort." This struck me as utterly bonkers. "I'll tell you what," I said, "if you can arrange for this counselling to be delivered by a Joan Collins look-alike round at my house, I'll gladly accept. But otherwise, thanks, but no thanks." Needless to say, he was unable to arrange for any such person to do the job, which was probably just as well, as she would have been given very short shrift by my wife. The chartered surveyor's life is a pretty steady one, and for the most part my career was a lot less exciting than my brother's. Kenneth came out of the war having served as an artillery officer in Burma and the Far East. He liked to tell people about how he had fought in a famous battle while attached to a Gurkha regiment, and how, on one occasion, he had made a desperate escape from an enemy ambush. "We had to cut our way out through living flesh with knife, fork and spoon," he was fond of saying. He had a career developing property, in which he both made and lost a fortune. Happily, his loss did not embitter him, and he carried on to the end of his rather short life, burning the candle at both ends and, with particular enthusiasm, in the middle. There were odd moments of excitement during my own post-war career, though none of them in Kenneth's league. One of the more unusual valuations I had to conduct was when I was asked by a client to report on the accuracy of the business rate assessment of his coal mine in Nottinghamshire. I duly paid a visit to the mine manager's office, where I met with a number of miners, and the sole female employee, his secretary. This was clearly a very male-dominated business, I noted. "Well," I said, "you'd better show me underground." "No problem," the manager replied. "We'll go down the shaft, and you can take the train to the coalface. But watch out when you get there," he added. "You'll find it's very noisy, and there'll be a lot of coal flying around the place from the cutting machinery. Make sure to cover your face and your balls." I liked his straightforwardness. Going down in the lift, basically just a cage, it turned out that the shaft was over 600 feet deep, and they had gone at least half a mile along the seam. Possibly the shortest distance I'd ever travelled by rail, but also one of the most unnerving. It wouldn't have done to be claustrophobic down there. Coming back, I literally had to throw myself onto the coal travelator to be carried to the pit head. This entailed getting off pretty damn quickly when you got there, otherwise you'd be dumped onto the coal stockpile with a couple of tons thrown on top of you for good measure. "Very well done, sir," said the manager when I came out, considerably wiser than I had been half an hour earlier, and a hell of a lot dirtier too. "You're the oldest person as has ever been down this pit, that's for sure." Well, I suppose I probably was. I was 90 at the time. I eventually sold my valuation practice and retired when I was 98, just before COVID. I told Martin I thought he ought to carry it on, as it was a good business. After all, he was only 71, but he thought it a good moment to retire too. By this time, my beloved wife had died, at the comparatively young age of 93. This left a gaping hole in my life which I have never filled, though I do my best by maintaining an active social life and by giving talks to raise money for two charities: the Hospice in the Weald at Pembury, Tunbridge Wells, where Kath spent her last days, and the RAF Benevolent Fund. In the case of the latter, this allows me to keep alive the memory of those I served with, especially those who did not survive. In 2023, I was asked to help raise money for the London Air Ambulance. After some discussion with good friends, we hit on the idea of my abseiling down the front of the Royal Hospital, with not only the Air Ambulance, but also the Royal College of Nursing and the RAF Benevolent Fund to share in the proceeds. The event would be televised for publicity purposes. When the great day arrived and I was being strapped into my harness, I must confess there was a moment when I did wonder out loud whether it was necessary to go all the way from the top, 13 stories up. After all, there are several levels to the building. It was pointed out to me that if disaster were to strike, it would hurt just as much to fall from 5 stories as it would from 13. So, up to the top I went. Sometimes it helps to do something mad for charity, which was why I did it, and which is how come I have the rather unexpected honour of being in the Guinness book of records. I am the oldest person to have undertaken an abseil of that magnitude. As to the stunt itself, I found the harness quite uncomfortable and had to stop quite frequently on the way down. But while it might have looked quite hairy, I can safely say that even at 102, I would have done it 10, if not 50 times over, rather than have to face another bombing raid. Since then, my work for charity has mainly involved giving talks about my wartime experiences. These allow people to hear a first-hand account of the war in the air, as fought by Bomber Command. I think that if you are going to hear about the loss of the Titanic, you would probably rather hear an account from the man who was standing on the deck when it went down than a second-hand account from a maritime historian. Similarly, I like to think that I can give the benefit of my experience to people in a way that nobody who wasn't there is able to do. Doing this, and it is also one of my reasons for writing this book, gives me the opportunity to correct some of the nonsense now being written and said about the war, especially the war in the air. A number of people recently have expressed the view that Bomber Command never really achieved very much at all. Certainly, this is not a view that was shared by the Germans at the time. I mentioned earlier how Goebbels himself complained about the light night striking force in particular. During the night, the cursed Englishmen return to Berlin with their mosquitoes and deprive one of the few hours' sleep which one needs more than ever these days. Göring is reported to have said something very similar. I turn green and yellow with envy whenever I see a mosquito. The British are knocking together these beautiful wooden aircraft that every wretched piano factory over there is producing. This, remember, was a man who had once boasted that not a single Allied aircraft would ever penetrate German air defences, a claim that was rather forcibly undermined when, on the 30th of January 1943, Harris sent a squadron of mosquitoes to Berlin with the specific intention of disrupting a speech he was due to make, commemorating the 10th anniversary of Hitler coming to power, at the main TV station. Pleasingly, Göring was forced to break it off and go scuttling into an air raid shelter when explosions were heard in the vicinity. The same thing happened to Goebbels a few hours later when his turn came to speak and the second wave came in and bombed the sports stadium where he was speaking. Highly satisfactory. The fact is, while the Battle of Britain had been won by Fighter Command, it was Bomber Command that took the fight to the enemy in a way that none of our other forces could at that time. Under the command of Arthur Harris, Bomber Command became an awesome fighting machine that won not only the respect of Britain's allies, but more importantly of its enemies too. Harris himself possessed all the qualities of a great wartime leader. He was highly intelligent, totally dedicated, utterly ruthless, and quite unwilling to entertain the other chap's point of view. He revolutionized his command, clearing out all the wets and doubters and putting the fear of God into the Nazis, something that was sorely needed after the debacle of Dunkirk. Today, however, many say they have reservations about the ethics of area bombing. The doctrine that Germany's industrial capability and the morale of its civilian industrial workforce was to be destroyed through bombing the cities that supported it. Now, there certainly is an argument to be had about this, but I do often wonder how that argument would go if we had lost the war. People might be expressing reservations about living as slave labourers under a Nazi regime, with concentration camps set up in every city for its opponents. So when people say, "What about Dresden?" I reply that Dresden was indeed horrific, but so too was the blitzing of London, Coventry, Plymouth, Exeter, Liverpool and Southampton, to name but a few. What people tend to forget is that between 1939 and 1945, we were in conflict with the entire German nation of 70 million dedicated souls, comprising the most industrious, tractable, inventive, fierce, and martial race in the world. As I have said before, I do not mean that the German people themselves were intrinsically evil. Not at all. But those ruling them at the time undoubtedly were. As to the ethics of area bombing, Harris's insight was that, from the perspective of prosecuting war, there was no moral difference between the chap who drove the tank and the chap, or chapess, who built it. As Harris saw the matter, both were intent on our destruction. Both were therefore legitimate targets. As a result of his campaign, vast numbers of people and huge quantities of equipment were locked down and kept from the front line. While there were many spectacular successes, such as the very satisfactory sinking of the Tirpitz in late 1944, and who can forget the raids on the Mörnersee Dam and the various V-weapon facilities? It is said that 40% of the enemy's munitions was taken up by its anti-aircraft commitment. As for those who now question Churchill's leadership, there can be no doubt that we were fortunate in having a leader who took the Nazis seriously. It tends to be forgotten that as late as 1940, Lord Halifax and others were intent on opening negotiations with Hitler, using the America First people, which included Lindbergh, remember, and Mussolini as conduits. It is also amusing to note that when overtures were made, Mussolini responded in the negative. "Italy wants war," he said, "to have the honour of bombing Britain." It is a little-known fact that the Italian dictator sent a contingent of aeroplanes to join the German Blitz effort. Unfortunately for him, most of his aircraft were hopelessly outdated biplanes, like the Fiat Falco, which, when they came up against formations of Spitfires and Hurricanes, were hacked down in great numbers. A certain Group Captain Bader was among those sent up to intercept them. "Don't be greedy, boys," he is memorably reported to have said. "There's plenty for everybody." The other thing I never tire of saying is that we must not forget just how unpleasant the Nazis were. Some years ago, I was invited by a well-known historian to come and meet an ex-Luftwaffe pilot with him. I replied that I wasn't really interested in the idea, although doubtless he was a very fine fellow who had just done his job. He would have known as well as I did, even at the time, that behind the Nazi regular forces, of which he was a member, there was the SS, and behind them was the Gestapo, the secret police. And not very far behind the Gestapo were the Einsatzgruppen, the paramilitary death squads. It is also pretty certain that this man would have known something about the mass slaughter of Jews, even if he didn't know about the gas chambers. Eventually, though, I was persuaded, and I went to the event and shook the chap's hand, and we exchanged a few words. At the same conference, I was told there was another man, a former paratrooper. Would I like to be introduced to him? By this time, I felt I was in too deep to refuse, so I agreed that I would. "He's over there," said my friend. So I went over and found this utterly miserable-looking old codger sitting by himself. "Guten Tag," I began, summoning my best German. "I suppose you must be the former paratrooper." He looked at me blankly. "No," he said. "I'm Ted, the taxi driver." You could say that on that occasion the joke was on me. But still, even if I can't always tell the difference between a London cabbie and an ex-soldier of the Wehrmacht, I do feel that having survived the best efforts of the Third Reich to kill me, I can speak with a degree of authority on these matters. I would also say that having lived for rather more than a century now, I am in a position to point out that, as a country, we are in some ways in a similar position to the one we were in during the 1930s. I think it would be very hard for us to fight a war successfully today. Just as it did during the 1930s, the Treasury wants to save money by cutting the armed forces, while our politicians bicker about our relationship with Europe and what to do about illegal immigrants turning up on our doorstep, but do nothing. These, however, are problems for the present generation. We knew the values for which we were fighting: democracy, free speech, the rule of law, and equality before the law. These still need protecting, now perhaps as much as at any time since the Second World War. If people can take any inspiration from the few of us remaining who fought for our country back then, that's all to the good. If not, well, let them at least know that we who fought did our bit with as much courage and as much humour as we could muster. Does that mean to say we were all heroes? It certainly didn't feel that way. As far as I was concerned, and as far as everyone else that I knew at the time was concerned, it was just a job. A bloody dangerous job, but a job all the same, and it was one I was happy to do for the sake of king and country. As to any particular advice I might have for the young people of today, especially the young men, I would simply say, be bold, but not reckless. Beyond this, I can think of no words that helped me more than those of the ancient Roman who said, Nil nisi bastardum carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Colin S. Bell, DFC, BEM, AE, FRAES, FRICS, IRRV. Honours. New Year's Day, 2026.
My name is Colin Bell, Flight Lieutenant Colin Bell. My most exciting moment in the air, well, I suppose it has to be being chased around the sky in an ME-262, because this devil could fly 100 miles an hour faster than I could, and whereas the propeller-driven German night fighters couldn't catch up with me, the reverse was true about the jet fighter, and it was really a very terrifying experience. But as you see, I'm here. I must have survived. Being chased by the ME-262 was a terrifying experience, because this German jet fighter, once he had got a visual on you, you were dead. He got immense firepower, and once he opened fire, he would turn the aircraft and you into confetti. The most important thing, as far as I was concerned, was to make sure that he didn't get a visual on me. Once he turned on his radar, his air-to-air radar, I got a signal in my cockpit, which was a white light, showing that I got an aircraft coming up behind me, searching for me. This, of course, was at night in very bad weather conditions. So as soon as that happened, of course, I took immediate evasive action and dropped down 10,000 feet to get out of his radar. And of course, he pursued me down because he realized I'd gone off the radar, and I imagine with the help of his ground control, he relocated me, and this went on for quite a period of 10 or 15 minutes until finally I took him down low, because I knew he'd use up a lot of fuel, and I knew he'd only got 45 minutes from the time that he took off to the time to get back to his airfield. And of course this worked, and after a little while the white light went out and didn't reappear, so I knew he'd gone back to base. One thing I've not touched upon is German anti-aircraft fire, which was lethal. And the Germans had got their searchlights, which were radar controlled, and their guns all linked together. And once they'd put the searchlight on you, you were in the beam, and it flooded the inside of the cockpit, so you had no horizon. You had to fly on instruments. And it was in this situation that I got caught by anti-aircraft fire, and one shell landed under the aircraft, lifted us up, and at that point, both engines lost power. I didn't know what had happened, but I subsequently learned that it had interfered with the fuel supply, albeit momentarily. This was a rather alarming moment, and my navigator, who was an ex-Canadian lumberjack, and generally used very few words, leaned across to me and said, "What do we do now?" Which I thought was bloody stupid. So I said, "Well, we wait, don't we? Because that's all we could do." And after a little while, Lord be praised, the power came on. I angled the aircraft away from Berlin, and I turned to him and said, "You weren't frightened, were you, Doug?" And he said, "No, I wasn't frightened. I was bloody terrified." Greatest success as a pilot? Well, I suppose it has to be surviving the ME-262. But the greatest success, of course, in my career was going to see the film Gone with the Wind, which persuaded my lovely Kath to marry me. I was asked this on TV some months ago, and the lady interviewer said the same thing. What is this? Everybody wants to know the secret of your longevity. And I said, well, there are two answers. Which one do you want? And she said, I'll have both. So I said, well, the first secret is, it's not really a secret, it's a matter of luck, and it's the genes that you're born with. And she said, and what is the other? Oh, I said, it's a matter of exercise, alcohol, and the love of good women, with the odd bad one thrown in. One has to put these things down on paper, otherwise the whole business of World War II tends to be forgotten by the new generation and generations to come. It's important they should realise what we fought for, which of course was our freedom.
You've been listening to Bloody Dangerous by Colin Bell. Read by James Warrior, with Colin Bell. Text copyright, Colin Bell 2026. Production copyright, Little Brown Book Group Limited, 2026. Recorded at White House Sound. Produced by Jody Anderson. Executive producer, Louise Harvey. The moral right of the author has been asserted. All rights reserved. No part of this audiobook may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the publisher. This has been a Little Brown audio production.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.